feeling? She said, well, you know, we'll see how those first 3 games are doing, because she's going to be nervous, which, you know, you can't blame her. This is big.
Totally understandable. They did play a couple of weeks ago. Iga won that one 3-4 in Cincinnati. It was a weird scheduling quirk, though. Kalinskaya finished a match 2:30, did have a day off, but then that next day played at 11. So her body clock was a little bit all over the place for that matchup. That being said,
and she did talk about it.
Yeah, she did.
She was definitely very vocal about it and didn't like that scheduling at all.
But has had a full day off here, should be ready to go, and we are ready to go with our interviews. It's James Blake and Anna Kalinskaya.
Hi, Anna. Night match on Ash. How do you think the emotions are going to be going out there for this special occasion?
Well, I hope it's going to be a great atmosphere out there, and I'm looking forward to play in front of the crowd.
You just played Iga recently. Are there going to be any adjustments in your game?
Yeah, definitely. I will have to change a couple of things, so hopefully the result will be different.
Well, good luck out there, Anna.
And now we will hear from the world number 2, Iga Swiatek, as soon as she makes her way around the corner out of the locker room. And here she comes to talk with James Blake.
Hi, Iga. You're known for your meticulous preparation. Does the preparation change at all for a night match compared to the day match?
Yeah, for sure the routine is different, but I already have experience in both, so I kind of know what to do, and yeah, I'm ready.
With all that preparation, your confidence has got to be high. You've won 9 straight Grand Slam matches. How are you feeling going into tonight?
Well, for sure it's exciting, you know, first night session for me here, so I'm just going to enjoy the moment and just go for it.
Well, good luck tonight, Iga.
Thank you.
Headphones back on for Iga. Now the introductions on to Arthur Ashe Stadium.
With gladiator music. I like it.
New York, here we go. Please welcome the players for tonight's 3rd round match. Four-time WTA Tour finalist, Aryna Kalinskaya. And from Poland, 2022 U.S. Open and the reigning Wimbledon champion, Iga Swiatek.
With Andy Taylor on PA, TI bringing Iga in here to Arthur Ashe Stadium. And yeah, really interesting to see. You could, you know, we get to see Aryna Kalinskaya on our screen. When James Blake asked about that matchup a couple of weeks ago, you and I both kind of look at each other like, yeah, we know why the adjustments she's going to make. She got some sleep,
yes,
which made
that was
big...
one of the adjustments. But, you know, this is what's great about tennis today, is that you can play the same opponent week after week, and you have to try to find solutions. So hopefully, you know, the coaching job is also to look at videos and to get prepared to play and perform the best possible against somebody that is obviously one of the toughest on tour, Iga Swiatek.
Tonight's 3rd round match is Allison Hughes.
Allison Hughes going to be our chair umpire, as you can hear there in the background. Coin toss is upcoming. You know, it's interesting you bring up nerves and the idea of this massive stage here in Arthur Ashe Stadium. Kalinskaya, you know, I read 3 or 4 different interviews with her today. She always points to that match that she had against Sloane Stephens here 2019 on Arthur Ashe Stadium as the one big highlight for her that kind of announced her on the big stage, but she really relished that opportunity on the biggest stadium in our sport. So certainly one that she's comfortable with, but against Iga, it's a different beast.
Well, she's comfortable, but there's always the nerves. And who is going to really deal with the nerves better? You would think that it's definitely Swiatek with the experience. So let's listen in with the
Iga, if I can
coin
ask
toss.
you to use the red, please, for the towel box, and white, please, Anna. As you know, the calls come automatically. The close ones might be shown on the boards, and we have VR. The shot clocks are in front of you, and also on the corners. Do you have any questions? So after the coin toss, we'll do a photo facing that way.
And I'm going to ask you to call heads or tails. This is heads, and this is tails.
Tails?
Tails it is.
The one with New York.
It is heads, Iga. Serve. Okay.
We're taking a picture.
Yeah, facing that one.
All right, so Iga is choosing to serve here to get it started. And you know, listen, we've been talking about Wim Fissette just a little bit here to start. And you mentioned the serve. What is the big thing that you, Sophie, have noticed about the serve improvement for Iga Swiatek?
Yeah, first of all, you know, we give the credit to Wim, which we should give credit to him because he kept on going. But she started to change her serve with Victor, you know, her prior coach from Poland. And they started to change really the technique. I mean, she used to go really down and opening the face of the racket when she was going down with her right arm. She's changed that. She's more of like going as a shorter serve, shorter abbreviation serve to go from the shoulders up. I think also the elbow is much better. I think the acceleration and going up and out to the ball is better. The rhythm is better, which is so important. Of course, you can't really have a good serve without a good toss. So everything together is starting to click. Her serve are going faster. Her serve are winning points. Her serve are giving her shorter ball with the 1-2 punch, which I'll talk about the percentage of 1-2 punch that she had that is so much bigger than in the past, percentage-wise, which is when you get a return and then you hit behind it, either a backhand or forehand or whatever stroke that you have as a winner behind that first serve. Those are the elements on the serve, I think, that really, really have been improved.
A lot of casual fans might not know too much about Anna Kalinskaya's game. She has been as high as 11 in the world, 26 years of age, comes in, as I mentioned, the 29 seed. A really unfortunate situation for her. Early in the year, got ill during the Australian Open, so couldn't back up her quarterfinal points, and has had kind of a mixed result this year, 21 and 15, and just hasn't been one of those players who's been able to get over the hump, win a title. And you just have been thinking, I think, for a couple of years, once she gets one of those titles, then just more can lead from that.
Yeah, I mean, she's somebody who can be hot and cold.
Yeah.
But when she's hot, it's kind of scary because she has really one of the best, probably powerful game on the tour with the big players. I would name Sabalenka in there. I would name, of course, Keys in there. So you know that her racket and the way she hits, she's going to put Iga on the defensive. And Iga is one of the fastest players out there with Coco Gauff. She's going to be retrieving a lot of balls and hoping that she's going to force the errors here and there. Beginning of the match going to be important for both players, especially for Kalinskaya, to get in this match as quickly as possible.
What do you want to see from her in that regard? Is it about just finding big aggression to big targets? Do you want her to try to paint lines?
Well, I would probably on the first game, opening game, start to return hard down the middle to get a little bit the feel of the court.
Okay.
This court is much bigger than usual. Probably she had a hit on it because they finished the session, the day session, early enough for her to get out there. And you know, she loves to return down the line. She loves to go for it. So we'll see. It's all about feeling, and if things are just that little inch out from Kalinskaya, that's going to be difficult. As far as Swiatek, you know, I think first serve percentage high and be on the, you know, attacking, trying to make sure you stay close to that line, even if you have to hit some balls half volleys from there, right after the bounce. Because if you give too much terrain and court for Kalinskaya to hit, she's getting more angles, so she can be more dangerous.
Tough one for Iga in her last round. It felt like, you know, I think she was broken twice in that second set, broken once in the third set as well against the young French woman Le Mans. And just talk about that match and what you saw there. It got a little testy there in that second set especially. Yeah,
I think that, you know, for me it was more of Iga trying to get used to the game of Le Mans, who was, you know, is from the Netherlands, by the way, but not French. But I wish we could, you know, we could have her in France.
Yeah.
We'll take her right now. We need all the help we can get for the Billie Jean King Cup. But although we're starting to have a lot of French players playing better and better. But yeah, I mean, I think for Swiatek, she played somebody that is not really common name, that hasn't done so well. So again, whenever you play somebody, even though you might have done all the research, you might have looked at videos, and Wim Fissette being one of the probably best statisticians out there. I mean, he looks at all the stats. Stats are one thing, but what's coming on the court sometimes defy really stats. And you have to get a feel about the players. That's why you have so many, you know, sometimes somebody from nowhere who beats, you know, a big player because, well, and who's that? Well, didn't play, you know, what happened with Taylor Fritz losing a set? I think it was the results of that. It's a new player, and again, you know, it's tough sometimes to get used to it.
I will say that Iga actually, in her post-match press, talked about it being a real positive for her because it kind of put her into an uncomfortable position. She had to problem solve in that third set, and she took it as a real positive, a strength that she was able to problem solve well enough to come through, and I think that's the right attitude to have.
Well, she's always going to have that positive attitude. I mean, she is somebody who is such a professional to the extent of, you know, the inches of what she can work on, what she can, you know, try to improve. But she's also very stubborn, as she mentioned in many occasions. And for her to change things, or you know, I wouldn't put a change on as a name, but to improve, you have to go out of your comfort zone, and sometimes it's not that easy.
Yeah, indeed. As you heard, Iga Swiatek choosing to serve. It's going to be from the far side of the court. Kalinskaya on the near side. It is that black and white kit for Iga Swiatek from on. Looks over at Kalinskaya, who is in a powder blue and dark blue combination. Swiatek ready to go. Serve. Good. Kalinskaya forehand right through the middle. Misses just a tad bit long. 24 years of age. 7th appearance for Iga here in New York, as you heard from Andy Taylor, our PA announcer, 2022 champion. She is the world number 2, 125 weeks for her at number 1. Serve here. 15-love is into the net. Looked like she was going maybe backhand body. Kalinskaya takes a big step inside the baseline for this second serve. Toss goes up. Serve is good. Kalinskaya through the middle. Swiatek backhand cross. Kalinskaya backhand cross. Catches the baseline and good. Now she gets a backhand, goes through the middle. Swiatek backhand up the line to a forehand. Kalinskaya middle. Swiatek backhand cross. Kalinskaya backhand cross. Swiatek backhand up the line. Good. Kalinskaya can't track that down. It's 30-love.
Oh, that's a good shot from Swiatek behind the baseline to really change the direction and putting really Kalinskaya on the back foot. Barely touched that ball.
Wins for her over Orango and the not quite French woman, Lamens.
Close enough, I guess.
Service. All you Europeans are the same, right? Forehand off the net and good, and it will just trickle over for Iga Swiatek, who apologizes.
It took you only 3 points to start being funny.
I'm trying to insult myself for having written down the wrong country here,
okay.
And that's on me.
It's good. You can't be perfect.
No.
It'll be very boring.
Listen, my daughter tells me that all the time.
Yeah.
Game points here for the 2 seed. Swiatek serve up the tee is a let. 51-12 this season for Swiatek. 36-4 against players outside of the top 20 this year. Titles at Wimbledon and Cincinnati over the last couple of months. Serve netted, and of course being the 6th Grand Slam title for Iga Swiatek. Just one left to complete the Grand Slam, that being in Australia. Second serve here is good. Kalinskaya backhand cross. Swiatek backhand cross. Kalinskaya digs it up the line. Forehand from Swiatek is into the bottom of the net. That's that change of direction that you were talking about, Sophie.
Yeah, and you know, good to go. Obviously, the forehand of Swiatek was probably not as striking than the backhand, although it's more painful for Kalinskaya because it has more shape.
Yep.
So by having a little more topspin, that ball kicks a little higher, and Kalinskaya not as probably confident. She likes it right about the level of the hips.
It's a backhand miss here from Kalinskaya. Swiatek does get it to 1-love, and we get to check in for the first time with Nick McCarville. Hello, Nick. How are you?
Good evening. I'm good. How are you guys?
You sound great.
I try to sound great, Mike. Hey, I want to start with Anna Kalinskaya. Actually, she's been on this court before, Mike. Had a first-round win over Sloane Stephens 2019 U.S. Open. That was a late match, so she's not completely unfamiliar with this territory. And Sophie, I think you mentioned she warmed up on this court, took advantage of the finish at 5 o'clock this afternoon, came out and had a hit with her team. Patricia Terabini, one of the few top female coaches in the world. They were quite relaxed, and of course she had her miniature dachshund. Bella was out on the court, guys. And Bella was doing a lot of running around Arthur Ashe Stadium as well.
No Quincy? No spotting of Quincy today?
I didn't see Quincy, no.
We did see some puppies earlier today, Nick and I. We were both wanting to go see some puppies. You know, it's just there was a little area where they were letting workers and players come out and play with some puppies. It was really nice.
Well, Sabalenka almost adopted two. She's still
really?
trying to adopt one, and the team is saying no, no, no. Her team, because they know if she takes a dog, who's going to take care of that dog.
This point is starting with an incredible return from Iga Swiatek cross-court, but then misses the ensuing forehand, and Kalinskaya here to 30 love. Nick McCarville will be keeping us honest, keeping things on track down courtside. Gil Gross also going to be keeping an eye on that match over on Armstrong tonight. Auger Aliassime and Sasha Zverev. It's 30 love here for Kalinskaya from the far side. Serve is into the net. Second serve coming here from Kalinskaya. Serve is good. Swiatek through the middle. Kalinskaya forehand inside out is into the net. We should also point out, you guys were listening just a little while ago, Ravi Uba calling the match, Alex de Minaur and Daniel Altmaier. Altmaier did end up retiring in the fourth set. Was already down a break and 2-1, so it is Alex de Minaur who is moving into the fourth round of that one. 30-15 here on Arthur Ashe Stadium. Toss goes up, serve out wide is long from Kalinskaya. 29 in the world, 7th appearance here, 8-6 lifetime third round here this year, and last her best results in New York. Second serve is going to be a double fault off the net and long.
Yeah, and to mention also she was in top 20, 11 was in 2020. You just said that, I think. But, you know, what's important for her is to stay healthy. I mean,
right.
Kalinskaya has been going through a lot of injuries and retirement and walkover. And to tell you how many exactly, 27 walkover and retirement in the last 10 years.
Wow.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
That's huge. And that's telling how difficult it has been for her. She's very fragile.
30 all second serve. Swiatek off the net and good. Kalinskaya backhand middle, good. Swiatek forehand into the net. Yeah, the big one, the one that took her out for a long period of time, 6 months in 2023 due to a hamstring injury. This year, she did have a bit of an issue as well. It was a right thigh earlier in the year. But yeah, it just has been a constant slew of injuries through especially the last 7 or 8 years.
And Mike, tape on the right shoulder of Kalinskaya tonight as she misses that first serve.
Yeah, and you know it's amazing to get to that level with that many injuries and retirement.
Yep.
It's like, it's so hard because you have to rehab every single time.
Serve is good. Forehand from Swiatek to a Kalinskaya backhand. Got very tight into her body, and that backhand is into the net, so we're at deuce in her opening service game.
I love the way Swiatek jumped on that second serve. She's just so aggressive. That's what she's going to do on every second serve of Kalinskaya. That's her game, to be attacking on the get-go.
Serve is good. Swiatek backhand up the line is a clean winner, and you're exactly right. She is in the top 10 of every single return category on the WTA Tour. She just continues to apply that pressure for a break chance.
I thought it was bad enough to attack the second serve, but how about this backhand down the line winner on the first serve? Ouch.
Break point serve is good. Swiatek backhand to a Kalinskaya forehand inside out. Swiatek goes with a big angle on the backhand, misses that one wide. We're back to deuce.
It's kind of key for Kalinskaya to try to hold here, just for the nerves and the mental, just to feel like you're in the match. We know how Swiatek can just keep on going and especially give free bagels very often.
Serve is into the net. You know who brought bagels today?
Who?
Gil Gross.
Nice.
He brought bagels for everyone.
Very sweet.
Second serve here for Kalinskaya.
I didn't get a bagel.
Well, you weren't here very long, Nick. Second serve is good. Backhand through the middle. Swiatek now gets a backhand, goes cross. Kalinskaya digs it out through the line. Forehand from Swiatek on the baseline. Good. Kalinskaya misses that forehand on the full stretch, and it's another break chance here for Swiatek.
Yeah, that's the forehand with a ton of topspin that kicks high, and when it's deep like this on the line, it just creates so much trouble for Kalinskaya. Doesn't like to hit that. She needs to hit it earlier than this.
So second look here for Iga. Serve T good. Chip return through the middle. Kalinskaya backhand cross. Swiatek digs it out, but it does miss long. Back to deuce we go.
Just seeing so much intensity out of the Swiatek game to start. I mean, that's the brand, guys. And I did go to her practice earlier this afternoon. Wim Fissette and team going through the steps. really honed in on the returns during that practice, so certainly looking to pounce here.
Serve out wide is an ace. First of the night. And a game point as well for Kalinskaya. Serve good. Forehand from Swiatek, and Kalinskaya misses the backhand wide. Some trouble here at deuce.
And the longer this is lasting, this game, the more difficult it's going to be if Kalinskaya is not able to take that that first opening service game for her mentally. I'm talking here.
Serve is good. Return through the middle. Forehand up the line from Kalinskaya. Swiatek digs out a backhand. Kalinskaya backhand cross. Swiatek digs that out. Cross. Kalinskaya back into a Swiatek backhand that is into the net and a game point.
She doesn't like to miss this kind of backhands. But again, the power is behind the racket of Kalinskaya and the depth on this one. Very well done.
So Kalinskaya ready. Deep breath for her here. A couple of bounces of the ball. Ready to go with a game point. Toss goes up. Serve T. Swiatek forehand looped up the line. Will miss long. Gets us to 1 game all. We should point out, as we mentioned, we're keeping an eye on what's going on Armstrong tonight as well. Alexander Zverev on it from the jump. Grabs an early break lead. 1-love serving. And game points for 2-love as well. Amanda Anisimova with a break lead in the third over Jacqueline Christian. 3-1. Those are the singles matches currently in action here around the Billie Jean King National Tennis Center. Swiatek from the near side for the first time, 10 minutes into this matchup. Serving here at 1-all. Tosses up. Serve is good out wide. Ship return lands short. Swiatek forehand cross misses long. It's love 15.
I can tell you guys, I do see Bella, the mini Dachshund, is in Kalinskaya's box, courtside. Do you think that they have any paw signals? Bella and Anna?
So sweet.
Do you, Sophie? You're the expert.
I'm not the expert on paw
She's not the dog whisperer.
Sure. I'm not the dog whisperer at all.
I mean, amazing to see a 4-legged furry friend in an Ash player
and a sweet
box.
One.
Yeah, I'm
so soft, that dog. I did pet the dog a couple days ago. I was like, oh my goodness.
We really need to bring a dog into. I
the
thought about
studio?
bringing a puppy
Yeah.
from the puppy, I don't know even what you call it, the puppy petting area earlier today. I thought maybe we could grab some puppy
Mike,
pads.
that's called stealing.
Well, we could adopt it for the day.
I don't think so. It doesn't work like this.
Second serve is good. Kalinskaya back into a Swiatek backhand that misses long. It's 15-30.
Just putting the pressure on the returns, putting a lot of MPH behind the return, and you feel like Swiatek a little tight, feeling the heat from the return of Kalinskaya, from that power and that pace.
At 15-30, Swiatek looks over towards Kalinskaya, who's about a yard or a meter back behind the baseline. Ready to go. Serve T. No response from Kalinskaya. It's 30-all.
Just before we exit the dog chat,
Yes.
I am happy to be your courtside correspondent. Did you catch that?
Yes, we did. It
Okay.
was so
well,
valuable.
there was no reaction.
We're looking at each other in awe.
There we go. That's what I was hoping for. A woof.
Serve out
Woof.
wide. Forehand from Swiatek to a Kalinskaya forehand cross. Swiatek forehand cross. Kalinskaya forehand cross. Swiatek forehand through the middle. Kalinskaya forehand middle. Swiatek forehand cross. Kalinskaya goes forehand cross, catches the line. Swiatek forehand to a Kalinskaya forehand cross. Swiatek forehand cross. Kalinskaya forehand up the line. Backhand on the run from Swiatek will miss wide. And it's a break chance now for Kalinskaya.
And we've seen that happening times already, where Kalinskaya is really pounding the cross-court to the cross-court forehand of Swiatek, trying to pull her out, and then all of a sudden she changed direction with the down-the-line forehand Kalinskaya to the Swiatek backhand, who is, believe it or not, even though so fast, a little late to get to it with the open stance backhand, and a chance for Kalinskaya to break right here, 30-40.
Toss goes up from Swiatek. Serve trying to go body, hits the net, just misses long.
Now look at that return down the line. That's her favorite. She's inside the baseline. Kalinskaya sending a message. Gonna have to hit a really good serve here. Pressure.
And she actually backs off there.
She saw her position.
So resets Now we go, and
Yep,
it's a double
there we go.
fault. Kalinskaya fights off 2 break chances and then grabs a break of her own. She leads 2-1 with that break, and you're listening to U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. Well, as the sun is setting here on what's been another gorgeous day, it has been an incredible first week here in terms of the weather here. We've been so used to, over the last couple of years, just getting that extreme heat. It has been absolutely perfect all week long here, Sophie.
Never seen before. I've been playing the tournament. I've been here as a commentator, and I have never seen this in. I mean, the last 3 weeks have been. I mean, well, 2 weeks.
Yep.
Somewhere like that now. Yeah, spectacular is the way to put it, as the tournament has been, and the weather has been with it. So nice for everybody, the fans, the players, and us.
75 degrees as we are.
25% of humidity.
Yeah.
It's so nice out.
Yes.
This is perfect. Hey, guys, I think Kalinskaya just asked for the trainer.
Really?
Already?
Keep an eye out.
Okay.
Left thigh, I believe.
Left thigh.
Oy.
Upper
Okay.
leg.
Interesting. We'll keep an eye on that. Thank you so much, Nick. It is the second serve here from the near side. Good to a Swiatek backhand up the line that misses long.
15 love.
It's funny, they're trying to really mirror exactly what the other one did on Swiatek's serve. Swiatek trying to attack the second serve, really on top of it, missing deep on the return. Same treatment, though.
So first serve here at 15 love. Serve is good. Return through the middle. Kalinskaya backhand up the line. That is that redirect she likes to hit. She misses it into the net. It's 15 all.
Yeah, the footwork not quite there on that one. Way too close to the ball to redirect. Didn't have enough room between herself and the ball to get the racket through.
Already 17 minutes into this one here. 2-1, 15 all. Serve is good. Swiatek through the middle. Kalinskaya backhand middle. Swiatek inside out backhand chip from Kalinskaya lands good. Swiatek forehand up the line, misses long, trying to go into the ad corner. She takes her first pause and stare at her team. We also are getting a look at Bella right now. It's got a harness on, does Bella, a pink harness.
She's just so cute. And is she watching Mom?
She's definitely watching Mom. No doubt.
I hope they have some treats. What do they do
Surely.
if the dog has to go?
I think she's just watching the tennis ball, Mike.
I can't
Like
blame
everyone
her.
else.
Yes, indeed. It is a free point for Kalinskaya on the serve. She asks the member of the ball crew at the net for that ball back, and now we'll head back to the baseline to serve here at 40-15. Yeah, one of 3 dogs. Bella, Quincy, and one more.
Wasn't Quincy also the dog of Collins?
Yeah, Danielle Collins.
Yeah. Same name?
A wide chip return. Kalinskaya gets forehand, goes inside out, running lob from Swiatek. Kalinskaya, big swinging volley, retreats back to the baseline, doesn't have to hit another shot as Swiatek misses into the net. Consolidation there to 3-1, and we can see that Bella heard the applause, started looking around frantically.
Well, the funny thing is Bella is getting more TV air right now than Kalinskaya or
Now,
Swiatek.
you guys can be the correspondent.
Okay, stop.
Well,
You're better than that.
I'm not, though.
I listen, just since you've started working at the prestigious, it's the Westminster Dog Show, is it not?
Yeah.
You've been working
I've
it the
done
last
3.
couple of years, so I feel like now this is I mean, part of your routine.
It's been on this very court, Westminster.
Exactly.
Really?
Yes.
Last couple years, yeah. Moved back to Madison Square this year.
Oh. Well, Kevin Skinner also.
Oh, yeah. He's
is
the
doing
voice
the
of
dog
Westminster.
show.
Well,
That's
he's
right.
rather the voice of the National,
The
Dog
National
Show.
Dog
Okay.
It's amazing how talented you guys are. Go from tennis to dog shows.
Second
Bravo.
serve here, 1-3. Return cross court. Swiatek, big forehand. Kalinskaya digs it out. Short ball for Swiatek, and she launches that one long. That is already unforced error number 11 for
So-
Iga Swiatek.
Yeah, so I have a question for you, Nick. Don't you think that Swiatek is almost looking like she wants it too much,
Yes.
too soon?
I was just going to make the same, just too intense.
I
Like,
know.
has just totally come out overexcited for this match.
About 15 from the far side is Swiatek's serve. It's an ace, catching the outside of the near sideline. That is her first of the night, one apiece at this stage, gets us to 15 all.
Such a perfectionist, Swiatek. I mean, I love when she said, you know, and she said it many times, she said, my career is a marathon for me, not a sprint, and I'm working, operating, and making decision with this approach. It's a great quote.
Serve here is into the net, trying to go tee. Listening earlier today, our own Nick McCarville and Jill Krapis, another member of the broadcast team, they did a nice interview at Wimbledon with Wim Fissette as well, and was talking about that growth mindset that Iga has. Backhand from Kalinskaya goes middle. Swiatek backhand cross. Kalinskaya backhand middle. Swiatek backhand middle. Kalinskaya backhand cross off the baseline and good. And Iga misses the ensuing backhand. It's 15-30.
And the depth right now from Kalinskaya is better than the depth of Swiatek, which is hard to really match, and really pushing Swiatek way behind the baseline. 11 and 4 for Swiatek. That's huge.
And that
In
one,
4.5 games.
yeah, with some forced errors as well. Yeah, total of 18 forced and unforced errors to this stage for Iga Swiatek. 15-30 at 1-3. Toss goes up for Swiatek. Serve is a let. Trying to go up the tee with a little cutter. So we'll try this one again. We've also seen a lot more improvement in terms of the spots on the serves right now. And that one is into the net as she's serving right around 50% here for the day so far. Second serve at 15-30. That is good. Kalinskaya through the middle. Swiatek tries to dig that out, but that was good pace and flat right into the body. Draws the air. 15-40 now.
How fast is that ball going off a racket, Nick?
Kalinskaya's?
Yes.
I mean, she is absolutely cracking the ball.
That's what I thought.
Swiatek just seems completely out of sorts.
I think she should wave off the trainer at this point
Yeah,
if she did
the trainer's
call for it.
standing by.
Interesting. 15-40, 2 chances for Kalinskaya. Serve for Swiatek is long, trying to go out wide. 16 wins for her since the start of Wimbledon. For Swiatek, of course, 7 of them there. Second serve, good. Kalinskaya goes off the net and wide, was going cross court for that hard angle return winner. A bit unlucky. Now 1 for 2 on her break chances. 30-40 on the Swiatek serve here early. Really needing some positive momentum going her way, the 2022 champion. Serve for Swiatek. It's long going up the tee, so now below 50% at 8 of 17 on the night. Iga, second serve is a double off the net and long. Her second double of the night. In real trouble for the world number 2 as Aryna Kalinskaya to 4-1 with the physio coming here at Arthur Ashe Stadium on US Open Radio, presented by American Express. breaks have already been traded over on Armstrong. Felix Auger-Aliassime down 2-love rather quickly, was able to get the break back, serving now at 2-all, facing a break chance against Alexander Zverev. And we're back into the action on Ash. Nick McCarville, what happened with that physio visit for Aryna Kalinskaya?
Yeah, the physio's courtside, but then never came out. So I don't know if she waved them away, Mike, but she is forging ahead here.
As she should with this momentum. Why would you want like a 5-minute pause there? I think that's the right decision, even if there is still just a little bit of discomfort there. Second serve for Kalinskaya to a backhand Swiatek that misses long, and Iga again just puts her arms to her sides, looking at her team, just flummoxed by the performance so far. 15-love here, 4-1.
I'm almost tempted to get a stringing pattern that is a little bit tighter, because it seems to be more like wide or long.
Turn goes cross-court. Kalinskaya through the middle with a backhand. Now gets a forehand, goes middle. Swiatek forehand up the line, running backhand slice from Kalinskaya lands good. Swiatek backhand up the line. That is winner number 7, third off of the backhand side. It's 15-all.
And she finally got something that was shorter to be able to put it away. But another question from Tina in Westchester County asking, with the forehand topspin of Swiatek, how is Kalinskaya going to handle that? And, well, she would handle it badly if Swiatek was a little bit more consistent right now, but she's making too many errors.
Short ball for Kalinskaya to take a forehand up the line, but she dumps it into the net.
Totally off balance on this at impact.
15-30 now.
Jumping on that shot and can't hit, a ball when you're not balanced. Point of contact was all over the planet.
So an opportunity now for Swiatek, who did have 2 break chances early. If you're just joining us, serve is good. Swiatek back into a Kalinskaya backhand middle that's off the baseline good. She now goes backhand middle. Swiatek backhand middle. Kalinskaya backhand inside out. Pierces through the court. What a shot from Aryna Kalinskaya for 30-all.
It's just such an ease to put so much power behind the ball. And that backhand is supreme. As I mentioned at the beginning of the coverage, it's pure beauty, technically.
Indeed, it is. A little bit of side spin on it on that particular swing as well. Just a tad bit, Sophie.
Didn't see that, but maybe, my eyes. Very possible. Side spin, I think about, Jimmy Connors and
sure, not that
and Chris
much.
Evert.
Not that much. It was just tailing away ever so slightly.
I see.
Just a little.
Good eyes.
4-1, 30-all. Serve Kalinskaya is just a tad bit long. Second serve is upcoming. Did have a let mixed in here. Zverev did get that break, by the way, 3-2 on Armstrong. Second serve for Kalinskaya is good to a Swiatek backhand. Kalinskaya forehand up the line. Swiatek up to a backhand, but a little bit late getting up to that backhand and pulls it wide for a game point.
And again, going too close to the line. She doesn't need to really try to get that close. She needs to really get her margin a lot bigger right now. 13 unforced errors. Ouch. For 5 only on the other side. Of course, the total winners are higher for 7-2 for Swiatek, but still.
Serve up the tee. Chip return lands good. Kalinskaya gets a backhand, goes cross. Dug out by Swiatek. Up the line. Defense to offense. Backhand winner. We're at deuce.
It's a great reaction. That was a lightning bolt from Kalinskaya cross court.
Feels like one of these moments where I think you'd say, listen, Iga needs to find some form. She's down 2 breaks. You kind of throw this mentally, this set away and say it's Kalinskaya's, but you just never know what happens if she can build some momentum. Kalinskaya serve out wide. Swiatek through the middle. Kalinskaya forehand up the line. Perfect serve +1. That flattened out forehand doing the damage and a game point.
And again, she looks like she's just walking to that ball and able to redirect with even more power.
I think the technical phrase is she's feeling it, Kalinskaya.
The zone?
Yeah.
Red line. We can come up with a couple different names for it, for sure. Game point once again for Kalinskaya. Serve is just long, trying to go into the forehand body. Second serve here for Kalinskaya is into the net. It is her second double fault of the night. Both women with 2 double faults. Deuce now.
Just surprised, guys, that Iga hasn't, Sophie, like you say, brought in her targets a little bit more. That's something she and Wim Fissette were working on into the grass court season, being more measured, and then choosing when she's going to be aggressive. She's been too aggressive so far.
Serve is good. Second backhand from Swiatek will go cross, and she just pulls it wide. And again, yeah, she's just saying to her team, all of these backhand crosses just keep missing either long or essentially wide right.
So you got to give yourself more margin. She started well with a nice return down the middle. Just don't go that far. There's no need.
So right now, Wim Fissette and the rest of the team just kind of having their own internal conversations. They'll express it to her later. Big return through the middle, draws a backhand error out of Kalinskaya. That was a rocket shot into the body, back to deuce.
Oh my God, that was a huge forehand.
And she's still looking at her team, Swiatek, and showing that she doesn't feel the backhand.
Serve T. Swiatek rolls a backhand long for a game point. It's interesting. I do note that every other team, you know, a player comes into Arthur Ashe Stadium, they fill that box. It is a very measured and tightly wound circle for Iga Swiatek of 4 or 5 people in that box. Right now, game point for Kalinskaya, misses the serve out wide into the net. 4 of 8 so far on her second serve points is Kalinskaya. Toss goes up, serve is good. Swiatek backhand up the line is missed wide. 5-1, 5 games on the trot right now for Kalinskaya, 1 game away from this first set.
That is the strangest set, I feel, from Swiatek. Just not going through the process, not being willing to, you know, maybe hit 2 or 3 balls down the middle before she goes a little bit wider. It's very interesting because it's not like her. She's more, she's somebody who's going to really put the time in it, and she knows that she's spraying all these balls and making so many errors.
Yeah, the average rally length right now, 3.2, which is below tour average.
I'm actually amazed that it's
that
high.
big. 1-5 here for Swiatek from the near side. Serve is into the net, off of the net camera, in fact. Second serve upcoming. 31 minutes in for this second serve, which is good. Forehand Kalinskaya goes cross and goes to the back tarp. 15 love. Should point out Amanda Anisimova also through into the 4th round, 6-2 over Jacqueline Christian of Romania. 15 love serve T is an ace for Iga Swiatek. Second of the day for her, coming in the last 2 games. (1-5), 30 love. Serve is into the net for Swiatek. Kalinskaya, this return position just a shade behind the baseline, steps into a backhand up the line. Swiatek digs out a backhand, it's into the net.
30-15. Again, pressure on the serve of Swiatek. Just attacking relentlessly Kalinskaya.
Another shrug there, guys, after that backhand into the net from Swiatek. She's so flustered on that wing.
She is indeed. 7 unforced errors on that side, 7 forced errors on that side as well here today. 30-15 at 1-5. Serve Swiatek into the net. Pulls down the black cap over her brow. Ready to go for this second serve is Iga Swiatek. That is good. Kalinskaya backhand cross into the bottom of the net. And game points here for Iga. Again, the serve is also not clicking. It's at 43% right now for the day for Swiatek, and she's 4 of 12 on her second serve points against a very aggressive returner. Serve, Swiatek is long, going T. That'll make that percentage drop even more to about 40%, 9 of 22. Second here for Swiatek. good. Kalinskaya forehand middle. Swiatek digs out a forehand, and that is going to draw an error out of Kalinskaya. So Swiatek does stop the bleeding, but it's been a lot of damage so far. Into the ball change, Kalinskaya. 2 breaks to the good at 5-2. On US Open Radio, presented by American Express. Mike Cation, Sophie Amiak in the booth. Nick McCarville is down courtside. Gil Gross running around as always, getting all of the information. He's going to be on the call later tonight. Tommy Paul and Alexander Bublik here on Arthur Ashe Stadium as well with David McPherson. Anna Kalinskaya takes a look with the new balls towards Iga Swiatek. She serves up the tee. She's going to get a short forehand, puts it into the deuce corner, but misses it long, and it's love 15.
Mike, a full conversation there. Iga actually went over to the box and had a conversation with Wim Fissette. Actually, Kalinskaya had to wait for her for a few seconds on that first point.
So Kalinskaya now is going to wait again, a little bit of a disturbance in the crowd. Serves here, love 15 up the tee. Rolled forehand from Swiatek is well long. It's 15 all.
I thought they couldn't really exchange that much. Like you can't not
Felt
have
like that
a
one was
conversation.
right on the edge.
Okay.
Yes, I agree.
Because I reread the coaching
It's meant to be in passing.
rules.
Yep.
Like they can't exchange. They can listen to one comment.
Yeah, it's supposed to be a couple
Right.
of very short bursts of conversation, and that's it.
I think that ship has sailed.
I agree with you. Serve is good. Return up the line. We did have, who was it? We did have one coaching violation. Gil's going to remember because he was the one who told me about it. We had one coaching violation so far.
It was too much.
Because it was too much. I think it was.
Oh.
I think it was Tsitsipas, if I remember correctly, that there was just a little bit
It's-
too much back and
that
forth.
tracks.
Yes, it does.
It's going to be hard to draw a line, I have to say.
Serve through the tee. Chip return lands good. Kalinskaya forehand to a Swiatek backhand that is yanked wide again. It's that same pattern that she just misses it wide, and it's 2 set points here for Anna Kalinskaya.
Flabbergasted. That's what I am. Love that
Yes.
word. Flabbergasted.
Now Iga waving away her team.
Oh, she's asking him to leave?
No,
Oh.
just kind of ugh.
Oh,
Serve out wide. Kalinskaya is going to get a forehand, goes inside out, sprays that one well long. Set point number 2.
I mean, when you look at Kalinskaya play, she obviously had to do a little bit better, but she didn't have to do much to be in that situation of having a second set point right now. It's
Right.
really from the racket of Swiatek that's been the problem, the enforced errors.
Serve, body. Kalinskaya gets a backhand, goes cross. Swiatek backhand middle. Kalinskaya backhand middle. Swiatek backhand cross. Kalinskaya digs it out, goes cross. Swiatek backhand up the line. Caught the outside of the line. She's happy about that one as we get to deuce.
Well, that's huge. Take that much of a risk. She finally found the line and it didn't go wide, but that was a lot of risks from the backhand to go for this.
Yeah, it was.
Right on a set point. So back to deuce here. 2 set points erased.
Kalinskaya near side right now. Serve at deuce, good into the body. She's going to get a backhand, goes up the line to a Swiatek forehand, moving forward, and she dumps it into the net. Was a little bit late reacting to that short ball, and it's a 3rd set point for Kalinskaya. tension just seems really, really high on that side of the court right now. Kalinskaya pausing, taking an extra second now before this third set point. Takes a look at Swiatek, now ready to go. Toss goes up, serve T is into the net. Waits for the ball crew to get out of the way, now ready with her second, which is off the net and wide. It is another double fault for Kalinskaya, her third of the day.
That's when you wonder how many opportunities is she going to have as Patricia Tarabini watching on is, not feeling good about this. Patricia Tarabini, of course, a former top player.
Serve is netted. Yeah, I think you're exactly right. Even if she still wins the set, giving away a break here would be devastating to the momentum for Aryna Kalinskaya. Serve good. Swiatek back in up the line. She dumps it into the net and looks up at the heavens, asking for answers that are just not coming here tonight.
It's absolutely amazing how she's just not showing up yet in this match. And we'll go back to Tarabini, former player, top 20, top 30, 29 in the world, 12 in doubles, bronze medalist in doubles at 2004 Athens Olympics. So, and so close to win gold, losing 9-7 in the third.
Ouch,
in
babe.
the final. Yeah.
Second serve here on this fourth set point for Kalinskaya. Serve T is long. It is another double fault.
What's
Ay,
going on?
ay, ay.
Who wants it, Nick?
It seems like neither of them do. Bella is still watching the
let's
tennis
see if we
ball
can get
pretty
Bella
closely.
and Quincy to come out for a
Get
little
out
bit.
here, Bella.
5-2. Deuce once again. Serve good. Swiatek backhand to a Kalinskaya and backhand into the net. And it's a break chance now for Swiatek after fighting off the 4 set points.
She didn't really fight those set points. She
No.
gave them away.
Serve. Kalinskaya quickly to the line. Misses a first serve up the tee wide.
Except for the backhand downline winner from Swiatek, it was just Kalinskaya missing.
Second serve good. Swiatek backhand cross. Kalinskaya backhand is into the net. And yeah, that's a big mistake for Aryna Kalinskaya as Swiatek does get one of the breaks back. Kalinskaya could still win this by serving it out in the next, but now you've given Iga just a little bit of momentum, a little bit of breathing room.
Yeah, and she could also obviously break right here,
Yep.
which is exactly what she's going to look for, is to try to reverse this all momentum that has been horrible in that serve with so much opportunities, and now is going to try to hopefully regain their confidence.
Looks like
Swiatek, Mike, Swiatek's going to have herself to find that court more often. That's the big problem tonight for her. Just 18 unforced errors. Ouch.
Yeah, and I mean, Kalinskaya not much better, 12 of them herself. So error-prone matchup so far. Serve is missed well long by Iga Swiatek. As the crowd continuing to settle down right behind Iga as well. Kalinskaya inside the baseline. Second serve for Swiatek, good. Kalinskaya forehand cross. Swiatek digs out a forehand. Kalinskaya forehand up the line. Running backhand for Swiatek lands good. Kalinskaya backhand is into the net for 15 love. It looked like at one point, Nick, I don't know if you saw this, that Kalinskaya also waved off her team who were trying to preach some positivity there.
Yeah, there was some discussion there after that last game, and they were even talking mid-game some frustrations from the Kalinskaya camp as well.
They are currently waiting for now members of the crowd back behind Kalinskaya as Swiatek does get ready here. 15 left, 3-5. Serve is a let. Might need you to provide some crowd control as well tonight, Nick.
Yeah, I'm on a corded mic, so that might be hard.
Okay, we'll get you a longer court. I think Kenny can run. He's not doing much else right now. It's a second serve upcoming here for Iga Swiatek. Deliberate with this motion. Serve good. Kalinskaya backhand through the middle off the baseline. Good. Kalinskaya now with the backhand into the net, and now her backhand errors really starting to add up. That's her 7th of 14 unforced errors on that wing. It's 30 love.
That was a pretty good reaction from Swiatek, as it was really tough to pick up that return, but very quick. Swiatek now 30 love here, 3-5 in this opening set.
At the far side of the court, serve out wide is into the net. This has been a woeful serving percentage. I think this is, I want to say 6 straight serves missed, rivaling Tommy Paul a couple nights ago, who missed 12 straight. Second serve, Swiatek good. Kalinskaya backhand is into the net, just flat, and not a lot of brush up on that whatsoever.
No, very flat, high to low, missing the mark, and you know, you saw her stretching a little bit.
Yes.
You know, when things starts getting troublesome, all of a sudden you start feeling your body is getting also tight. And
serve is into the net. It's another miss for serve. Second serve now for Swiatek. Hasn't bothered her in this game at 40 love. Now ready with the second, which is into the net. It's a third double fault for her.
She's coming down way too quickly on that serve. Needs to hit the ball up and out. Keep your head up as long as possible.
Strange to see these technical issues for Swiatek.
Especially when her serve was really doing so well, Nick.
40-15, game point still. She pulls down her toss, does Swiatek. 9 of 26 at the moment on first serves. Was 9 of 18, so that's 8 straight. Serve good. Kalinskaya misses the backhand return, and it's 3 straight games now for Iga Swiatek, forcing the issue here at 5-4. And let's get our first update from Gil Gross, who is keeping an eye on things over at Armstrong. And Gil, after some trades of breaks early, looks like Zverev might be able to close this first set out.
Yeah, Zverev's trying to shut the door here, serving at 5-4 in the first. He's off to a nice 30-love lead in this particular service game. Auger-Aliassime with a missed second return on the backhand to start the game. And you don't want to give Zverev those cheap gifts on his service games, that's for sure. This hasn't been a great head-to-head for Felix. He trails at 6-2. The 2 wins for FAA were January 2022, which happened to be Felix's best tennis of his career. Got up to number 6 later that year. The other win for FAA came at Wimbledon in the round of 16 back in 2021, which is Zverev's worst surface, and at that time Felix's best. But last couple times they've played have been straight sets for Zverev.
All right, thank you so much, Gil. And Gil's going to be keeping us updated on that one until he comes over and calls Bublik and Paul a little bit later tonight. Looks like it was a racket restrung now for Iga Swiatek. I don't know if you picked that up, Sophie, but just looks like she did get one restrung here in the last couple minutes. So you and I both are assuming maybe a pound tighter.
I would hope it's tighter, because she's just flying from her racket. She's not been, except for maybe the double fault down the bottom of the net, she's been really missing the mark. But also missing the mark wide, so not deep.
Right.
So to me, it's also because she's not really having enough margin for error. So this game is crucial, obviously, for both players, but especially, I would think, for Kalinskaya, who's really missed the mark in having 4 set points earlier.
Nick, are you able to see what that conversation was with Allison Hughes? Was that about another racket being restrung?
Yeah, they're just running it off court right now.
There you go.
Start the clock on the stringing team. What did they tell us early in the tournament? 18 minutes?
Yes, or less. It is 8:04. We will see. Let us know when you see it come back. 8:04, 16 seconds, in fact. Serve up the tee from Kalinskaya, trying to close out this set. For the second time she's attempting it, misses the first serve long. Second serve for Kalinskaya. Again, far side of the court now, 48 minutes in. Serve is long. It's another double fault. My goodness. 5 doubles now. 3 have come in the last 2 games. Trying to bounce around a little bit, get a little energy is Kalinskaya. Ready to go. Serve. Good. Swiatek through the middle. Kalinskaya forehand is good. Swiatek backhand cross. Kalinskaya backhand middle. Forehand from Swiatek cross. Kalinskaya forehand cross. Swiatek forehand up the line to a backhand Kalinskaya cross. Swiatek backhand cross. What an angle. Kalinskaya chips it back short. Swiatek, big rotation on that forehand. Big opening as well as Swiatek gets it to love 30.
Finally, this is more like we used to see from the Swiatek side, breaking really Kalinskaya, not only on the movement, but at the end, going to the backhand, and she saw the opener because of Kalinskaya going with a one-handed backhand with triple. She moved in, and it was finished.
Serve is long from Swiatek, who
Almost
accidentally hits it right at Kalinskaya. She immediately apologizes. Kalinskaya acknowledges it. There was a little bit of an issue with Kalinskaya in doubles yesterday with Peyton Stearns. There was a miscommunication there. Second serve good. Swiatek back in short. Kalinskaya forehand inside out. Lob from Swiatek. Kalinskaya there. Easy put away. In fact, there was a couple of moments. There was one ball that Stearns hit right at Kalinskaya. Did attempt to apologize. Kalinskaya didn't see it. They actually had a talk at the net. People were taking it out of context. They had a discussion. Kalinskaya said, hey, why didn't you apologize? Peyton said, I did, I promise. And then they just worked it out like adults.
What's going on with all these players being angry at each other?
Great field research.
Good thing they don't have boxing gloves on.
Backhand to backhand we go. Swiatek backhand up the line, running forehand. Kalinskaya lands good. Swiatek backhand to a Kalinskaya backhand right through the middle. Swiatek forehand inside out, right there for a winner. And here comes Iga. 2 break chances to get us level.
Quite amazing how she's able to turn things around just by, playing more to the level that we used to see, more within the lines, bigger margin for first serve wide from Kalinskaya, 15-40 a chance, 2 chances for Swiatek to even things out at 5-all.
Toss goes up, serve is long. It's another double fault, and this is disaster scenario for Kalinskaya as Swiatek has leveled us at 5-4 double faults in the last 2 service games, along with those 4 set points.
Guys, just the perfect combination. Iga starting to really feel her strokes off the grounds. That backhand, she's brought it in, Sophie, the last couple games, and that felt like a lot of a mental hiccup there. Serving for the set twice, Kalinskaya.
Yeah, and that's what we said, a little while ago. You just kind of chalk it up for Kalinskaya, but Swiatek, if she's able to kind of put a little bit of pressure, this is what can happen. And Kalinskaya allowing it to happen as well. So 5-all, another missed first serve here for Swiatek. This has been, frankly, atrocious on that side as she's around 35%. Second serve for Swiatek, good. Kalinskaya forehand cross, Swiatek forehand cross. Kalinskaya forehand cross, Swiatek forehand cross misses wide. It's love 15.
Well, this is the kind of points that we've seen, throughout the first set until 5-1. Now, for the first time, we see Swiatek completely spraying 1. Look, I mean, she's only at 20 and force. We've been talking about 18. Only 2 more enforced her in the last 5 games, I think. So much better for Swiatek.
36 combined between the 2. Serve is good out wide. The return misses out wide as well. But that's 9 games, essentially, on unforced errors so far out of 10, if you will. The average rally length has also dropped a little bit, down to 2.8. Yikes. But again, Swiatek just starting to clean up her act a little bit and has made a huge dent into this one. Looking to take a lead here in the next couple minutes. Kalinskaya having to duck out of the way after that serve hit the net, came right at her. Second serve here for Iga Swiatek from the near side in the black and white combination. Serve good. Kalinskaya backhand middle misses long. It's 30-15. It's like the black and white cookie that Gil Gross brings in every afternoon.
And puts in the fridge because he likes them cold. He cannot have the chocolate melting.
No, you just can't.
He's a pro at the black and white.
There's one guy who knows a black and white cookie. It's Gil Gross. We all know it. 5-all, 30-15. Serve into the net. We'll let him respond in a moment. Don't worry. Second serve here for Swiatek. Pauses, waits for the ball crew to get out of the way using that blue Technofiber frame. It just got introduced a couple of months ago. Restarts her motion here. Second serve is good. Kalinskaya backhand middle. Swiatek forehand cross. Kalinskaya digs that out. Swiatek forehand cross, big angle. Kalinskaya forehand middle. Swiatek forehand up the line, looped. Kalinskaya backhand cross. Swiatek backhand cross. Kalinskaya backhand cross. Huge angle. That's a clean winner off the racket of Kalinskaya, her 5th of the night. It's 30-all.
Oh, that's beautiful. Camp of Kalinskaya on their feet, trying to give her a little bit of course, support, but that was one of the best backhand with the one that she hit down the line earlier as a winner.
Once again,
those 2 backhand winners, that one down the line and that one cross court. That's it.
30-all. Serve into the net, trying to go body, which has long been her favorite serve. Now a second on what has been a really tense and dramatic first set, if not the cleanest looking. Now she pulls back her toss, as that was going to go well behind her.
Kalinskaya is inside the baseline to return this.
She pulls back her toss again. Yikes.
Big pressure here.
Toss again. Second serve good. Kalinskaya backhand middle. Swiatek forehand inside out. She's pushed it long. And she just pinches her nose here as if the headache continues to grow. It's a break chance for Kalinskaya, who is already 2 of 3 here on the day.
Got to make that return down the middle. Make her play.
Yep.
If you're Kalinskaya.
Pace to a big target. 30-40 serve. Swiatek good. Kalinskaya forehand middle. Swiatek backhand cross. Kalinskaya digs that out. Swiatek forehand. It's not even close to the court. I think I am completely lost here as to what we're saying, but Kalinskaya, this is very rare in the sport of tennis, but for a 3rd time, she will have the opportunity to close this set out in a moment here on US Open Radio, presented by American Express.
Welcome back, everybody. Gilgross courtside inside Louis Armstrong Stadium. It is the final Armstrong night session on this Labor Day Saturday. Alexander Zverev took the opening set 6-4, returning about 10 feet in front of me, which is why I have to keep my voice hushed. It's 40-15 in the opening game of the second set, with FAA up 40-15. And for Zverev, looking pretty good so far at this tournament and refreshed since losing early at Wimbledon. He took a week off without touching a racket. Then he went to Mallorca, Spain, to train with Uncle Tony, who happens to be, well, of course, Rafael Nadal's uncle and his longtime coach. But before then, he did a stint with Felix Auger-Aliassime, Zverev's opponent. So I wonder who Uncle Tony gave the advice to pre-match via text. I think Zverev these days, if I were to guess. But Zverev's had a good summer since then, a couple of semifinals in Canada and Cincinnati. Guys, I will have you know, on the black and white cookie front, Carnegie Deli has an excellent black and white cookie, and you have to come to the U.S. Open in order to eat it. Carnegie Deli used to have a great storefront on 7th Avenue in Midtown Manhattan. It tragically closed, so if you want the black and white at Carnegie Deli, you've got to come to the Billie Jean King National Tennis Center.
There is nobody with better black and white cookie information in my book than Gil Gross, who is keeping an eye on that.
Don't forget it.
I will never forget it, don't you worry. Luckily, I'm gluten-free, so I don't have to worry about it. That's a Sophie problem.
Amazing insights there, Gil.
It's 15 all year. Kalinskaya serving at 6-5. Serve here from the near side. T wide.
On another note, I think that we all together here at Radio US Open want to send our condolences to Billie Jean King and Ilana Close and her family for the passing of Randy Moffat, Billie Jean King's brother. We're thinking about you, Billie, and we are sending all our support and love.
Indeed, we are. Tough times for her. And we saw a big picture of Billie Jean King as these two women were introduced earlier in the night, about an hour ago. 15:30 after a return winner from Swiatek. Kalinskaya, short forehand lob from Swiatek. Might get there. It does. Kalinskaya late getting to it. Short forehand stays on her side. And Iga Swiatek is going to have 2 chances to break and force a tiebreak here. What was Kalinskaya thinking?
Not much. she didn't really think, I mean, how can she not think that that ball was going to go in? It was way in. She kind of like leisurely got back.
Serve good, return through the middle. Kalinskaya forehand off the net, good. Swiatek gets to it. Kalinskaya retreats, backhand cross, volley Swiatek. Kalinskaya running forehand up the line. Oh my word.
Couldn't finish the shot. That volley was way too short from the racket of Swiatek. Oh, that was a big save for Kalinskaya to win this point. Got a little bit lucky with the lead court and lucky again with that volley from Swiatek that was just not good enough. And another chance, though, for a 6-all and a tiebreak, which would be only fitting, really.
30-40 serve up the tee. Forehand from Swiatek is into the net. So the 2 break points by the wayside here. 2 of 6 on the night is Swiatek. And we're at deuce. I would like to see break pants, though. That would be really fascinating.
I liked that slip.
Yeah, thank you.
That was good.
6-5 deuce, serve tee net.
They're both wearing break skirts tonight, Mike. Sorry to tell you.
I just wanted to go break dance in my break pants. Second serve, Kalinskaya. It's a double fault. Oh, my gosh.
Okay, I have to give a shout out to Ann Carroll right now because she's like, you know, sending me text saying, what is going on? There's so many double faults, it seems, in these matches. The double fault have invaded the women's matches. I agree with you.
Serve, tee, long. She rolls her eyes here. She has 7 of them. Swiatek with 3 as well on this third break chance for Swiatek. Good to a Swiatek backhand. Kalinskaya digs out a forehand. Swiatek forehand to a Kalinskaya backhand middle. Swiatek backhand up the line is into the net. Kalinskaya does not look thrilled at all, but she survives another break chance to deuce.
Another really huge backhand. The power that she's exerting from the racket acceleration, Kalinskaya is really pushing Swiatek, who refuses to back off the line, but she's going to have to get that racket head faster in the groove.
6-5 deuce. Once again, serve out wide is wide as Kalinskaya, her serve percentage starting to drop a little bit as well, was up at about 67%, now closer to 55. Second serve, net and good.
You know who's going to have a lot of work in the next 10 years?
Gavin McMillan.
Yep, Gavin McMillan.
Gavin McMillan is the most popular man here at the U.S. Open. So, Sophie, I think there's no doubt about it. Second serve, good. Swiatek backhand up the line, clean winner.
Beautiful.
I mean, that just looked like it curved right into the swing path. Swiatek didn't even have to move, just made great contact for that return winner.
Yeah, very quick preparation and just punches that return towards the target.
Serve good. Swiatek backhand to a Kalinskaya backhand cross. Swiatek digs out a backhand. Kalinskaya inside out forehand. It's the net and back on her side. Kalinskaya failed to serve out this set 3 different times at 5-2, 5-4, and 6-5. So a tiebreak it will be.
Yeah, now over in her corner in full conversation with Patricia Terabini, and a lot of frustration, slams the towel back into her box, shakes her head. Hugely frustrated Kalinskaya. They're still talking.
It was really interesting. She said it's 6-all. It's okay.
Yep, that's all she's saying.
That's what Terabini's saying?
Yep.
Yep, that's it. It's now.
Yep.
She's pointing at now.
Which is exactly correct. I mean, that's how you have to approach it.
She's one of the best coaches out there, I tell you.
Iga watched that whole exchange.
And she serves now, misses long. 12 of 34 on her serve percentage right now is,
well, still very aggressive here in the inside the baseline for Kalinskaya.
Second serve is good. Kalinskaya forehand cross, dug out by Swiatek up the line. Yes!
Oh, wow.
And Kalinskaya late getting to it again. She thought she'd hit a winner. And there's Iga with that intensity and footwork, and she gets it to 1-0.
And she talks about intensity on her footwork, especially in that interview that she had with Andy Roddick. By the way, happy birthday, Andy. It's Roddick. It's his birthday today. And she's saying that she had that pretty much when she was, growing up, that, her footwork was there. She was always very excited, and then she kept, and it's kind of second nature.
Second serve good. Swiatek forehand to a Kalinskaya and forehand middle. Swiatek backhand cross. Kalinskaya digs it out. Swiatek backhand up the line. Clean winner. Iga with the quick mini break. It's 2-0.
She's starting to put more than 1 point at a time and 2 together here, playing the same nest with the same intensity, but finding the court with bigger margin. And that makes the difference for Swiatek. Maybe backed up a little bit on her position.
Return through the middle. Kalinskaya backhand cross. That misses by 2 meters. And yeah, it was 6-all, but this just feels like it's a complete, turnaround here over these last couple minutes. And I just find myself thinking this match might already be done.
Well,
I hate to say that, but
I don't know what's going to happen in Kalinskaya's head if she doesn't win this set. That's for sure. She's not somebody who is like very pleased when she's has opportunities and doesn't convert them.
Too many break leads. Serve is good. Chip return. There was no effort there from Kalinskaya whatsoever. Just kind of stuck out her racket, and what happens, happens.
Just complete dejection here, guys, from Kalinskaya, who yells up towards her box and, oh yeah, now just slams her racket down, and I believe motion to Tarabini to get out of the box.
And Patricia Tarabini is smiling.
Serve.
That's what she's doing.
Wow, the serve was right to the body, and Kalinskaya just swatted straight down.
This is a meltdown, Mike.
Yes.
Yep.
And she is quickly to the line here. I mean, there's no preparation. This set is over right now. This set's done. Kalinskaya serves 0-5. Good. Swiatek backhand is into the net. It's 5-1. I mean, oh boy.
Yep.
It's tough to watch. I mean, listen, understandably, this frustration, missing out on serving for it 3 times, but...
So I've said it's tough to watch 3 times already. One with watching Coco Gauff's match when she was obviously having the problem with her serve and crying on the changeover.
Yep.
I watched Andreeva last night, and I saw the meltdown of Andreeva also against Taylor Townsend, which, credit to Taylor, played a fabulous match. And now I'm seeing Kalinskaya here. I'm like, it's time to address that there is so much pressure on all those players, and it's so tough to handle it, apparently.
Yeah. Well, we'll get into it a little bit more. Iga is actually telling Kalinskaya to wait. She's not in position yet. Serves good. Swiatek through the middle. Kalinskaya forehand to a Swiatek, forehand into the net. I mean, frankly, Iga is just giving away these 2 points because it should be 7-0. I keep going back to it. We've talked about it. The players themselves have talked about it so much. The length of the season, and this being the last major of the year, I think people are just exhausted, Sophie.
Yeah, I think I think as women we have a different approach. I mean, and it's not that to feel any weaker than any guys out there. It's just we feel we are much more intense mentally. We don't get rid of defeat very quickly when we lose. Most of us, I mean, and I was one of them. So it is tough.
Second serve is good. Kalinskaya backhand through the middle, misses long, and now 4 set points for Swiatek, who fought off 4 earlier in the set in that 5-2 service game.
I don't want to go too deep in that,
Yep.
but you also have to remember that menstruation is a huge part of sports for women.
I understand.
And people don't talk enough about it openly, and it is very difficult.
Set point, Swiatek near side to the deuce corner. Toss goes up, serve into the net. Second serve here for Swiatek. Kalinskaya waiting casually on top of the baseline right now for this second serve for Swiatek, which is good. Kalinskaya forehand rocket cross, dug out by Swiatek. Kalinskaya rolls a forehand good. Swiatek forehand back behind her. Forehand from Kalinskaya middle. Swiatek forehand inside out, clean winner. And Iga Swiatek from a breakdown 3 different times down the stretch, and she takes the breaker 7-2. 1 set away from the 4th round here on US Open Radio, presented by American Express. Mike Haitian, Sophie Amiak, Nick McCarville, Gil Gross on Armstrong. It's all happening right now, including Anna Kalinskaya leaving the court, understandably so, after a disastrous end to it. You and I have been around this sport long enough, Sophie. We've seen come from behind from 2 breaks down. We've seen that, but that was just a tough watch, just seeing those errors pile up. The misses on those set points, the double faults, the complete, I don't even know how to describe it, just complete checkout in the tiebreak, early in that tiebreak as well. Iga using this time, she put on brand new socks on both feet, using it well to her advantage, now trying to bounce around, get that energy back up. But yeah, I don't see how Kalinskaya rebounds here mentally. I mean, that's a tough turnaround, although she's doing the right thing and taking time away from the court.
She did. She took off. She went to get probably a bathroom break and maybe a change of clothes, who knows. But in any case, if she wants to kind of like regroup, that's the best way to do it, because staying on the court is not going to help her right now with the way that she had a meltdown at the end and completely just disappeared and was not able to compete as she saw her chances of winning that set diminished by the second. And now she's back, walking back on Arthur Ashe, and we'll see how this goes, because often we see a 7-6-6 love appearing. So let's see if she's able to regroup and content and play and get all the nerves and how much she can be upset about what happened during this first set. It's gone.
It is, and that's what Patricia Terabini was trying to say at the beginning of the tiebreak as well. The last 58 minutes didn't matter. You have to focus on the task in front of you. Wasn't able to do it a moment ago. Let's see if she's able to do it here. These first couple of games could really tell a story for us. Crowd settling back into their seats as Kalinskaya is the one serving to get the proceedings started from the near side. Serve good. Return inside out to a Kalinskaya forehand up the line. It's 15 love.
I think the first couple of points are going to tell us if she is into this and willing to go through the process of being able to come back in this match. What a shame, though. What a missed opportunity for Kalinskaya.
It's hard enough beating Iga at your top form, right? Pulls down her toss here at 15 love. We'll try this one again. Serve into the net. Second serve here for Kalinskaya. Good. Swiatek forehand to a Kalinskaya backhand cross. Swiatek digs it out, but it will miss long by about 2 meters. 30 love.
I have to say, guys, really respect the Swiatek process there between sets. Mike stayed at her seat, got that racket back. That was a 24-minute turnaround there, and then no conversation with Wim Fissette. She was shadow swings, very locked in mentally. Seen that intensity really work for Swiatek.
Second serve is off the net and good. Yeah, that's exactly right. And as I mentioned, the changing of the socks, it's a little thing, but now she's given herself a little bit, again, that 0.1% better because of the fact that it's the sock there that's, fresh and clean.
So fresh,
so clean. Shout out to Outcast. Double fault there from Kalinskaya is number 8. Serve into the net. Andre 3000 now a proficient flautist. Another double fault from Kalinskaya. Oh boy.
30 love up, 30 all. It's like, do you want this match? Do you want this?
Serve, T, net.
Patricia Tarabini is on our screen, and I mean, she's looking, why?
It's another double. It's another double. It's a break chance here for Swiatek.
And by the way, Patricia Tarabini was everything but that. Patricia Tarabini will not give you an ounce of a point. She was the biggest warrior, especially if you play on clay. Forget about it.
Yeah.
Oh, the topspin one-hand backhand, topspin forehand, and the movement, just a ball retriever, and just warn you out. Never give you a point.
7th straight missed serve now for Kalinskaya. Will it be 8 in a row? No, it's good. Swiatek backhand cross, dug out by Kalinskaya. Backhand Swiatek. Kalinskaya steps up to a backhand. Swiatek backhand up the line. Forehand from Kalinskaya is into the net. And this one feels over already. I mean, I hate to say that, but
Yeah.
I mean, that's 3 doubles plus a pretty simple forehand error, and Swiatek grabs the break, Nick.
But, guys, I mean, Kalinskaya hit every ball as hard as she could in that game. We saw the first 2 work. Hey, Sophie, I mean, you do WTA commentary year-round. This can happen with Kalinskaya, right? She can mentally check out. And Mike, I just can't believe she had those 4 set points at 5-2.
Yeah, it's almost like she's not embracing, the challenge of going through the process and finishing. And if it doesn't come her way, she kind of, no, I don't want to say tank, but gives up a little bit, unfortunately.
Yeah, she's looking up at her team, and they're, members of the team, not just Patricia Terabini, giving her some applause, some encouragement, but it's up to her at this stage. And that is very, very clear as Swiatek serves from the near side. 1-love here in this second set. Swiatek pulls down her toss. She ended Iga at -6, winners to unforced errors in that first set after being down about -12 at one point. So that is obviously a very strong turnaround corresponding along with Kalinskaya's struggles as well. Serve remains a big issue, serving 37% at the end of that first set. Second serve for her here. 1-love, serving from the near side in this second set. That is a double fault as well. 4 double faults in 7 points to start this set.
Everybody's signing up to find out when Coco Gauff is going to be done with Gavin McMillan.
Maybe he should just do a tutorial. Just have everybody come, all the players at the beginning of the week.
It will be too easy. Not one serve is the same. Not one characteristic of each player is the same. Oh my God.
I don't even know how to
that.
describe. I mean, Kalinskaya hits a short ball through the middle. Iga doesn't even move for it, and it drops twice in front of her. And it was going...
She mishit the ball. She mishit the return so much that I think that Iga didn't even see it.
Yeah, it had crazy
reacted so late, and that ball double bounced in the middle of the court.
Swing and a miss. Jacob deGrom just came up with an off-speed pitch to get that strike. Miss first serve here from Swiatek. Love 30 at 1-love. Can't afford to give Kalinskaya anything at this moment. You just can't. Second serve at love 30 at 1-love. Good. Kalinskaya forehand cross, dug out by Swiatek. Kalinskaya forehand up the line to a Swiatek backhand that's going to miss by 3 meters. It's 3 break chances for Kalinskaya.
Where are we going with this? It's such a strange match, to say the least.
3 of 4 on her break chances today is Kalinskaya. At love 40, toss goes up, serve good, chip return, drop shot return. Swiatek there with the forehand, puts it away into the ad corner. I think that, I don't even know what that return was. Was it a drop shot? Was it just a chip and she just mishit it?
I think she just put a racket on it. Didn't mean to hit either a drop shot or anything, just went for a slice because she was too far from the ball. Definitely not in the right mindset right now. Well, for a while now.
15-40, serve is into the net once again.
Toss was so much to the right.
Yeah, the whole motion feels out of sorts to me too, Sophie. The timing of Swiatek from this push off up.
Second serve for her, good. Kalinskaya forehand cross, dug out by Swiatek cross. Kalinskaya forehand middle. Swiatek backhand back behind her. Forehand Kalinskaya middle. Swiatek misses a backhand. It's 1-all.
For a player, you think about, so Kalinskaya has been having a lot of injuries, and as I mentioned, 27 walkover and retirement in the last 10 years. So she had to come back from injuries all the time. Second, you think about the ranking that she achieved, which she was as high as number 11 in 2024, and she's 29 today. Third, you look at her head-to-head against top 10 players, she's 13 and 11.
Yeah, right.
So imagine the kind of tennis this woman and this player has, considering how mentally she's just so affected tonight. So if only she was a little better in between the ears, what she could have done. It's crazy when you think of it, because our talent is there, our shots, mechanics are there, the technique is there, and then again, you have that lack of ability, which is so important is that mental toughness.
Yeah, it really is. It's the one thing you also can't really quantify all that well as well. We're in a forehand trade. Swiatek forehand cross. Ooh. Oh my, on the dead sprint, finding that cross-court winner for 15-all. And Iga is clearly livid at herself for giving Kalinskaya some opportunities in that last game as well. It should have been 2-love. I mean, she doesn't throw in a double fault to start. Ooh. It's a return winner now for Swiatek.
Huge.
Ay, ay, ay.
Kalinskaya moving so quickly here, already up to the line and just gestured again towards her box.
Yeah, not giving herself a lot of room and space to breathe. Serve T, chip return. Kalinskaya forehand goes up the line to a backhand Swiatek off the baseline and good. Now Swiatek rolls a forehand 8 feet long.
Iga, it feels like, sorry, Mike, Sophie, that she's having some of those ground timing issues that we saw early in the match again.
Yep.
She's back into that funk with her timing off the ground.
But it's also because the depth of the Kalinskaya shots. I mean, they both were hitting very deep in this rally.
Serve, good. Swiatek forehand middle. Kalinskaya forehand middle. Swiatek rolls a forehand that lands good. Kalinskaya forehand up the line. Running backhand slice from Swiatek is into the net. Kalinskaya has a chance to go up 2-1 here, and I'm flummoxed by that as well.
Yeah, well, this is, she obviously doesn't want to give up, and she knows that, the ability that she has with her tennis. And bad thing is you have to go through the process and and the finish line, and that is not an easy task.
Game point, serve T, forehand return inside out, blistering return from Swiatek into that ad corner. We're at deuce.
Feels like the returns are much better. It feels to me that she stepped a little bit further back during the rallies in the second set, and now she's starting to get closer, Swiatek.
Serve good. Swiatek rolls a backhand to a Kalinskaya backhand cross. Swiatek backhand cross. Kalinskaya backhand middles into the net.
Yeah, she's further back from that line. There's no doubt than at the beginning. It feels like she has more time now to react to the Kalinskaya's pace. From being able to maybe lead 2-1, now she's trying to save a break point.
4 of 9 on break chances. Serve is long. So break chance. Serve good. Swiatek backhand middle. Kalinskaya digs out a forehand. Swiatek forehand cross. Kalinskaya forehand cross. Swiatek forehand cross. Kalinskaya forehand up the line. Running backhand from Swiatek misses wide. Back to deuce.
Enormous pace once again from Kalinskaya. Anytime you see Swiatek trying to reach with extending her arms because she's not there physically and on the open stance backhand, that's telling that the ball is coming very fast.
Deuce at 1-all. Serve good. Swiatek rolls a forehand middle. Kalinskaya forehand inside out to a running backhand. Swiatek looped. Kalinskaya, that is a miss hit off the backhand. Swiatek steps into a forehand, now goes forehand inside out. Kalinskaya backhand up the line, rolled good. Swiatek forehand tried to thread a needle, misses into the net. And Kalinskaya with another game point.
I just can't believe, guys, that Iga hasn't paid a little closer attention to what's going on across the net from her. The fact that she is not pressed strategically against Kalinskaya when Kalinskaya mentally, like you said, Mike, had checked out of this match.
Serve is good. Swiatek backhand cross. Kalinskaya backhand middle misses long. I think you're exactly right, Nick, and that's why you can tell she was Iga was so upset about her service game starting with that double fault. I mean, this is, yeah, mentally, I think the mental side from Iga is very much connected, but just some tactical and technical errors for her here tonight. Deuce once again, serve good. Swiatek forehand to a Kalinskaya and forehand cross. Swiatek forehand up the line to a running backhand Kalinskaya. Swiatek backhand cross. Kalinskaya backhand up the line. As perfect as it gets. And now Swiatek not happy with her forehand issue.
I mean, it's all about mental toughness. You look at the first set, the only reason that really Swiatek won that is because of the mental toughness, staying with it, even though she was playing horribly, couldn't find the courts, and yet was able to come back and win that set.
Point, serve good, backhand cross. Kalinskaya backhand cross. Swiatek backhand up the line to a running forehand Kalinskaya. Swiatek forehand up the line is into the net. Yeah, just an odd sequence of games that ends with Kalinskaya on serve at 2-1. And it's been an interesting series of games over on Armstrong as well, including Alexander Zverev getting quite upset at the chair umpire over there. Gil, can you give us an update on what's been happening inside the brain of Alexander Zverev?
Yeah, I have no clue, Mike. That looked like a regular point, and as soon as the point ended, Sasha was furious. I don't know. He wasn't pointing at the crowd. I don't think anybody moved. I don't think a ball kid moved. I have no clue what that was about. But anyway, as far as the match is concerned, Felix is playing, I'd say, his best tennis. His forehand is firing. It's key that he just protects that backhand. It's never going to be a shot that does a ton of damage, but he just needs to keep it out of trouble and limit the errors off of that side. His first serve is deadly as ever, and he's held serve rather easily down the stretch. And for Felix, it's going to be a lot of holds, not going to be a lot of breaks. He's already played 3 tie breaks in this tournament, and I get the sense that we might be headed towards one in the second set.
All right, thank you so much, Gil. Yeah, we just saw another Alexander Zverev, that double fault, and that is certainly something that has plagued him at some key moments over the years, although he certainly has worked it out pretty well here in 2025, as Gil mentioned, just having a little bit of a new set of eyes with Tony Nadal, keeping an eye on things and just a better mindset. But yeah, always can have those moments where he loses that composure ever so slightly. 2-1 in this second set. Mike Cation, Sophie Amiak, Gil Gross is on Armstrong. And a reminder that Gil's going to be calling Tommy Paul and Alexander Bublik. You want to talk about a range of possibilities. He's calling it with David McPherson coming up immediately following this one. It's new balls for Iga Swiatek. She serves from the far side. 1-2 for the 2 seed and 2022 champion. Toss goes up. Serve is good. Kalinskaya misses the return into the net. Kalinskaya did not recognize the fact that it was new balls, and now she's running to her bag to get a new racket. Respect the fact that she didn't try to do that right before Swiatek did serve on that first point. Getting the dampener put into the strings, taking an extra second there as it didn't pop in immediately. Now ready to go. Apologizes to Swiatek for that delay. 15-love as Swiatek again off with the toss. Now tries again, serve, netted. Second serve upcoming for Iga. Good. Kalinskaya backhand through the middle. Swiatek inside out forehand to a Kalinskaya backhand middle. Swiatek forehand middle. Kalinskaya forehand middle. Swiatek forehand middle. Kalinskaya forehand middle. Swiatek forehand up the line, running backhand for Kalinskaya's into the net. It's 30-love.
Nicely done from the racket of Swiatek. Very aggressive again now, really finding the range a lot better. Good margin for her in this point.
1-2, 30-love, 7-6 first set going the way of Swiatek, 7-2 in the breaker. Serve, netted once again. Second serve for Iga. Again, this percentage is below 40% for the day. This second serve, good. Kalinskaya backhand up the line. He's into the net. Doesn't like the tension of this particular racket. We'll see if she changes it after this game, as Iga does have game points. Had she had this service game in the last service game, we're probably at 4-love right now. With the game points for Swiatek on the far side of the court. Serve tee is an ace.
105 down the tee. A little bit of slice going away from the racket of Kalinskaya. Not even close to getting to that ball. And Kalinskaya changing again, getting a new stick. So not happy with either of those two that she had.
Yeah, not sure if even she went back to a racket she had already had out. Maybe it was one she had discarded. But guys, just thinking back to the match previously for Swiatek against Suzanne Lemens, and Mike, you said this at the top of the show, but, you know, Iga saying I liked being under pressure, figuring it out, problem solving. But the fact of the matter is right now she is in a tough match again, and she is far off some of her best tennis, which we saw at Wimbledon and then in Cincinnati a couple weeks ago. This is not the Iga we've seen the last couple months.
Yeah, you're exactly right. As she misses a backhand here, just a little bit late getting out to that backhand. It's a forehand up the line from Kalinskaya as we hit the 90-minute mark.
And remember, the conditions, I think, are not helpful for Iga, because Iga likes to have a lot more pop of the forehand, especially with the topspin. And right now, you know, it's not bothering Kalinskaya as much. She's hitting the ball about level of her hips, Kalinskaya, and she loves that.
Forehand to forehand we go. Running forehand for Swiatek up the line. Backhand from Kalinskaya. Backhand Swiatek middle. Kalinskaya forehand back to a Swiatek backhand. Kalinskaya forehand cross now. Swiatek forehand cross. Huge angle. Squash shot from Kalinskaya. Forehand up the line from Swiatek is good. Best point of the night. And Swiatek gets it to 15-all.
Without any doubt. That was the best point of the night from both players, actually. But really looking at moving each other's, that was the cross-court wide that really gave Swiatek a shorter ball, and she stayed low and then lifted really at impact to go down the line, and that worked out. Enough topspin and margin for her. That was perfect.
18-shot rally, indeed the longest of the day. 15-all. Serve is just long, going forehand body. Now a second serve for Kalinskaya. Good. Swiatek backhand up the line. Kalinskaya backhand cross is yanked wide. It is an opening for Iga Swiatek, and Kalinskaya already at the line, ready to serve. Just don't love the mental approach right now.
Nope. But it, you know, as Nick mentioned, it happens often.
Yep. Backhand from Swiatek. Kalinskaya backhand up the line. Swiatek just getting the frame of the racket on it. It's 30-all.
And you know, when you're across the net and you have a player who feels like she doesn't really care, but then she cares.
Yep.
And then she plays this kind of points.
Yep.
You have to really try to, you know, put a blinders
Yes.
and not look at it, not feel.
Serve good. Swiatek loops a forehand just wide. Good serve out wide from Kalinskaya, who again just grabs the ball herself and will quickly step back onto the line. .40-30. Serve out wide is just a little bit wide. Ball gets cleared by the ball crew right behind Kalinskaya. Now ready to go with the second. She looks back. She thought she heard something back there. Toss goes up. Second serve good. Swiatek backhand middle. Kalinskaya forehand middle. Swiatek loops a forehand. Kalinskaya forehand cross to a Swiatek forehand middle short. Kalinskaya backhand cross. Swiatek throws up a lob that will not get to the net. Kalinskaya hanging around right now. We're on serve 3-2 here on US Open Radio, presented by American Express. Down to just 3 courts in action here tonight. Ash, Armstrong, and Grandstand, which does have some men's doubles. That looks like it'll be coming to a close very quickly. Marcos Giron and Lerner Tien, the Americans, yeah, not doing too well on the doubles side, losing to Bombury and Venus 6-love 4-2. Not surprising in that one, the 14 seed in men's doubles. Here it's Iga Swiatek serving. 2-3, tosses up, serve is good. Chip return lands long, it's 15-love.
A lot of positive body language, Mike, in that changeover from Terabini towards Kalinskaya?
Any words or just more kind of framing
So-
body language?
Yeah, a lot of nodding of the head and clapping, and I don't know if they're, doing signals or what have you, but trying to re-engage Kalinskaya, who somehow, guys, is leading in this second set.
Is she responsive? Is she more positive?
She was looking at her, so
We'll take that as a positive, indeed. 15-love serve is long. It is a double fault for Swiatek, her second of the set, fifth of the day.
Well, she was not throwing her arms up saying, oh, I don't
No.
care, right?
No.
Okay, well, that's good.
I continue to be confounded here, courts. I would say.
You're not the only one.
Well, but I was going to confound in a different sense of Swiatek. It feels like her level has really plummeted again.
It is 15 all here at 2-3. Serve good. Chip return lands good. Swiatek forehand inside out. She heard you, Nick, and she wanted to prove you wrong. Clean serve +1 for 30-15.
Well, and actually, Nick Lester, who's calling this match for the world feed, he and I were discussing before. He was looking at some stats that Swiatek is getting more of those points, Mike, more of the serve, and then plus for the forehand, which is what she wants this tournament.
Sophie mentioned that as well as we were coming on air this evening as well. Backhand from Swiatek goes cross. Kalinskaya backhand to a Swiatek backhand middle. Kalinskaya backhand middle. Swiatek backhand is into the net. Really good punishing ground strokes there from Anna Kalinskaya for 30 all.
Yeah, she's not feathering the ball. She's smacking the ball. Let's put it this way.
Both women with 12 unforced errors on that backhand side. That seems like a rough call to give that an unforced error, as that was some pace from Kalinskaya. But we digress. 2-3, 30 all. Serve good. Kalinskaya forehand is into the net. Took a very aggressive swing on that first serve, did Kalinskaya on the return. Now looks and says, maybe should have chipped that one. Maybe. Game point as she stretches out her back. Swiatek has this game point at 40-30 from the near side. Serve T. Chip return lands just long. Maybe should have swung at that one.
Yeah, it's strange that she's using that cheap return. It's kind of a cope out, I think. You have to swing at that ball. And she was swinging throughout the first set at those returns.
Zverev, Auger Aliassime stay on serve. Auger Aliassime did have just a little bit of a look here a second ago. We're keeping an eye on it, as is Gil Gross. We'll get to him here shortly. Kalinskaya now 3 all. Serve good. Swiatek, oh my, misses the court entirely. We don't even hear the call from electronic line calling, so you know that's bad.
I think when it's too far, they doesn't even register.
So that's how you know you really messed up. 15-love serve is good, but it is a let. Again, the pace of point right now from Kalinskaya's side is Bernard Tomic-like.
I think that's bothering Iga, too.
I think so, too. Return through the middle. Kalinskaya forehand back behind her, and Swiatek gets frozen. 30-love. Yeah, I mean, right now, Iga just had gone to the back tarp, and she's already being asked to return. I think she wants it to slow down a little bit. Kalinskaya is not going to allow that. Backhand from Swiatek misses by 8 feet, and we're at 41 seconds for this service game right now.
Yeah, I mean, Iga is notorious to stopping server from serving when she's not ready, and she hasn't done so in this game, though.
Drop shot from Kalinskaya is not great. Swiatek there. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. She's there in so much time and just kind of feathers it right into the net. I don't even.
Oh, it was great, actually. It was very close to the net, and it had some backspin, so that's why she couldn't really play it, because she was going to hit the net with it. So,
do not disrespect the mixed doubles finalist like that. She knows what she's doing at the net, Sophie.
Well, she really actually couldn't do anything else but miss that volley, that drop shot, unfortunately, because of the backspin. And but it was weird from Kalinskaya to throw this in the mix. Like, that was more like a Benoit Paire move.
We've referenced both Bernard Tomic and Benoit Paire within.
Sure enough, you know wwho's going to come in the mix is Nick Kyrgios, which, you know, is another one who can come up with some really odd.
Why don't we get a Corentin Moutet?
Oh, and Moutet, yeah, those are the players who come up with unbelievable shots, creativity.
Mannarino with the little pancake action.
Mannarino's still there. unfortunately, with the withdrawal, actually the retirement of Shelton with a shoulder injury yesterday. Manarino, very funny, said, "I never won a match in the toilet," because he actually left the court after he won that set.
Yeah, right.
And when he came back, Shelton just basically said and then threw the towel. So it was very interesting.
Let's get a quick update from Gil Gross. Gil, it looked like Felix Auger-Aliassime had a little bit of a glimmer of an opening, but it got shut down pretty quickly, Gil.
Well, first of all, I don't really know how to follow up that last conversation, but it's true. Felix has actually had 2 love 30s in this set, and he has not gotten to break point on either occasion. In fact, neither man has had a break point in this second set so far. Zverev took the first 6-4. It's now 5 apiece in the second. Felix up 30 love in the service game. And also an update, guys, no marriage proposals so far tonight inside Louis Armstrong Stadium.
Okay, we had, how many did we have? Just the one yesterday?
Well, we had one. It was beautiful. But, you know, what was beautiful, I thought it was that slice backhand to the forehand of Zverev, who, as tall as he is, and with that racket really and that grip, which is pronounced Western, is not really enjoyable to have a ball that is about his sock line. He needs to accelerate that arm so much faster from low to high to get that ball back over the net. Didn't do any of that.
All right, so we'll keep an eye on that one. Right now, they're in a forehand trade. Felix missing that forehand into the net now at 40-15. As we bring you back inside Ash, Swiatek 3-4, love 15. Huge aggressive return from Kalinskaya on point number 1 here. Hour 41 in. Swiatek far side, serve, good. Kalinskaya backhand short. Swiatek big forehand cross into the deuce corner. It's 15-all.
Swiatek's got to be more tactical, guys, because she doesn't have her A game right now. She's got to look for that serve percentage, Mike, like you say, to go up and really try to finish this in straight sets.
It has gone up. She's serving at about 60% for this set. She gets a forehand, goes through the middle. Kalinskaya forehand inside out. Swiatek rolls a backhand to a Kalinskaya forehand cross. Piercing stuff once again from Kalinskaya. Little opening here, 15-30.
The power that she can generate from anywhere in the court is immense from Kalinskaya.
Just as this night has progressed, just a little bit more of confidence. I should say the second set. Serve T is an ace for Iga. I keep going back to it, that opening service game from Swiatek.
Yeah.
I mean, this match is done if she holds there. 3-4, 30-all for Swiatek. Far side, hour 43 into it now. Toss goes up for Swiatek. Serve is good. Kalinskaya chip return short. Swiatek forehand up the line. Running backhand from Kalinskaya. Swiatek up to it. Forehand into the deuce corner for a game point.
Good depth again from Swiatek here. Very aggressive. Taking the ball so early with the forehand at the tip of the bounce. Right at the moment that the ball is the highest over the net level.
With the game point here at 3-4. Serve good. Kalinskaya forehand up the line. Running forehand from Swiatek misses well long. Trying to do that buggy whip forehand. And it got away from her. This game might get away from her, and then possibly the set. Deuce now. Really taking her time here. Serve clock got to 5. Serve is long. This has been the issue for 2 of 7 here in this set on her second serve points. 45% for the night. Second, good. Kalinskaya forehand cross. What an angle. Squash shot. Swiatek short. Kalinskaya forehand off the net. Stays on her side. She had a really big opening. Couldn't get that up and down, up the line. Game point, Swiatek.
It was not that easy, though. That ball was very low, below the level of the net with that slice retrieval. And with the racket head being below the ball, she didn't put enough topspin to go over. And credit to Swiatek's speed. She was trying to hit it too fast. Needed more shape on that ball to get over the net.
Serve is into the net for Swiatek. Second serve upcoming here for Iga. Again, so much more deliberate than Kalinskaya in the motion. Serve good. Kalinskaya forehand right through the middle. Iga digs it out. Forehand Kalinskaya middle. Swiatek backhand middle. Kalinskaya backhand cross. Squash shot off the backhand from Swiatek. Kalinskaya misses into the net again and just rolls her eyes. Couple of openings there, and yes, Sophie, definitely both of them challenging balls, but ones that have to be put away.
It's the same kind of ball, though. I mean, you know, anything that's low when you have when you really have a pronounced Western grip is very difficult to get below the level of the ball because your wrist doesn't allow it because you're really constrained. So, you know, that's the problem that also Coco Gauff has when, you know, players starts hitting some slides to her forehand. And Iga Swiatek is also one of them, but this time here, that was Kalinskaya having the trouble, and it is 4-all here. Kalinskaya still in there. Still in there.
Serve is good. She'll get a forehand. Goes, into the net again. And this is what I was thinking as well. 2 errors there on makeable, although challenging balls. Does the errors, those 2 errors, compound themselves into this service game?
I don't know. She's going to play the same way regardless. So
serve T, lob return is good. Kalinskaya forehand up the line. Swiatek backhand. Volley. Kalinskaya lands on the baseline. Oh my, what touch.
That's big. I'm not sure she meant to hit it that deep.
I don't think so.
But in any case, she made it.
Wow, wow, wow.
Yeah.
Swiatek was right on top of that baseline as well and just looking to see if it was good or not. 15-all serve good. Swiatek back into a Kalinskaya forehand up the line. Clean once again for 30-15.
She's just crunching the ball, isn't she, Kalinskaya?
Such a shot maker. It's outstanding the way she hits the ball. Outstanding.
Serve, T, chip return from Swiatek. Kalinskaya forehand, inside out. She's pushed this one wide. So this could be the biggest point of this second set. 4-all, 30-all. Kalinskaya already to the line. Serve into the net. Has served 75% for this set. Just 3 of 8 on her second serve points. Ready to go with a second. Serve, good. Swiatek back into a Kalinskaya backhand that misses long. And here we go. Break chance for Swiatek. 2 of 3 here in the set. And again, Kalinskaya is already at the line. Crowd just getting into it. Swiatek holds up her racket, finally says, listen, it's loud in here. Give me a sec.
Not only that, it's a huge point for Swiatek.
Serve, good. Swiatek backhand middle. Kalinskaya forehand cross. Swiatek gets to it, but can't actually get to it. Deuce now.
And this is getting annoying for Swiatek. I could tell on her body language right there. Just not happy about what happened here. Was almost thrown off the court with that forehand cross court from Kalinskaya. Deuce, 4-all, 7-6 in the first set for Swiatek. First serve goes long and wide. Second serve, Kalinskaya.
Toss goes up. Second serve. It's a double. 4th of the set.
It's almost like if she doesn't want to. She doesn't want to win this match.
Yeah, and I know you don't say that lightly, Sophie.
No. It's when you look at it, you go, really? Just handing it to her.
Swiatek just takes one big step to her left, now to her right. Yeah, 2 little footwork moves there to possibly get in the head of Kalinskaya. Second serve now. Break point. Serve good. Swiatek backhand middle. Kalinskaya forehands into the net. That just might do it. Iga Swiatek with the fist pump towards her team as she has it to 5-4 here in the second on US Open Radio, presented by American Express. Well, certainly has been an odd match, to say the least. Mike Cation, Sophie Amiak with you. Nick McCarville is courtside, and Iga Swiatek now trying to close out this match, move into the fourth round. 7-6, 5-4, serving from the near side against Anna Kalinskaya.
Thank you.
You are quite welcome, Allison Hughes. Now ready to go is Iga. Toss will go up. The serve, no, it's not coming. She pulls down her toss. It has not been the cleanest serving day for her. Now we go. Serve, good, into the body. Swiatek forehand cross. Kalinskaya forehand cross. Swiatek forehand up the line. Loop to a Kalinskaya backhand cross. Swiatek backhand middle. Kalinskaya inside out. Forehand will miss long and wide. It's 15-love.
I completely missed that forehand. And by the way, Kalinskaya was basically on the changeover after about 1 minute sitting, got up, was waiting in the corner.
Yep.
Didn't take the whole full changeover on the bench.
15-love serve tee is long. It was a pretty dramatic shot, to be honest. We're watching Iga Swiatek prepare for a closeout service game, and Kalinskaya is just at the back waiting quietly. 5-4, 15-love second serve for Swiatek. She again restarts her motion. This has not been, again, just comfortable with the rhythm. Second serve, good. Kalinskaya backhand cross. Swiatek digs it out. Kalinskaya backhand up the line, running forehand for Swiatek. She falls down. Now she gets a forehand up the line. Kalinskaya backhand middle. Swiatek forehand cross. Kalinskaya forehand up the line, lands good. Swiatek backhand middle. Kalinskaya backhand middle. Swiatek backhand middle. Kalinskaya backhand cross. Swiatek digs that out. Backhand cross to a Kalinskaya backhand middle. Swiatek backhand up the line. And Nick McCarville, I mean, that was an odd sequence there. Iga hitting a forehand and then almost falling on her bottom there.
Recovered pretty well. Some maybe a little more patient hitting there. Kalinskaya took the pace off a couple of those balls. Still maybe gonna ask the question here of Iga. Man, this has been a strange match. Strange second set.
Strange first set as well.
Strange everything.
Strange everything. I think I saw a person from Stranger Things in the crowd as well. It is a let.
Wait. No, she pulled her hand up.
Right, a let first serve because Kalinskaya asked for it, and so Allison Hughes called let. There was movement back behind Iga.
But it was an ace, wasn't it?
It was going to be an ace, yes.
Ouch.
Slider wide. Try this again here. 5-4, 15 all. Toss for Swiatek. Tee netted.
That toss is all over the place tonight for Swiatek. This one way too much in front.
Again, so deliberate.
And Kalinskaya inside the baseline again, trying to hit the return.
Serve good. Forehand return to a Swiatek forehand that's missed well long.
Well, she's pressuring her with that forehand and with the position that she's taking on the return.
And with the devil-may-care attitude, frankly.
Guys, I also haven't mentioned this. This is as quiet. I mean, it's pretty full in here, close to packed. But this is the most quiet I've heard Arthur Ashe throughout the match all tournament.
I
think
fully agree
nobody's
with
understanding
you.
what's going on. They don't understand this match.
But wouldn't you expect the New Yorkers then to
maybe
talk more?
No, it's a valid point.
It's an odd feeling in here. It's interesting.
15-30, second serve upcoming for Swiatek. With Kalinskaya again on the baseline for the return. Serve good. Kalinskaya backhand middle. Swiatek backhand cross. Dug out by Kalinskaya. Lands good. Backhand Swiatek back up the line to a running forehand Kalinskaya. Swiatek backhand cross. Kalinskaya through the middle. Forehand from Swiatek. And no response there from Kalinskaya in that deuce corner. We're at 30 all.
It's a good way to stay within yourself in this point for Swiatek, just moving Kalinskaya right and left. Good angles. By the way, the winner is playing Alexandrova, who had a 6-love, 6-1 win today against Zigerman. Didn't spend much time on court.
5-4, 30 all. From the near side, she pulls down her toss again.
Alexandrova, number 12 in the world, so you know she's going to be a different contestant here for both these players, whomever comes through, but Swiatek is not going to have an easy task no matter what if she was to come through here.
She's going to have to throw in another second serve here at 30 all. Toss goes up. Serve. Good. Kalinskaya forehand through the middle. Swiatek digs out a forehand inside out to Kalinskaya backhand cross. Swiatek backhand cross. Kalinskaya backhand middle. Swiatek forehand inside in. Oh, what a shot. What a shot from Iga Swiatek to set up match point.
Huge angle forehand cross court. Absolutely nobody home to go and pick that up. And the crowd now is finally we're hearing them. There you go.
Finally arrive at match point. Does this crowd. 1 hour, 56 minutes in. Swiatek, 5-4, 40-30. From the near side, serve, netted. So a second serve here on this match point for the world number 2. Again, collecting herself, ready to go. Toss goes up, serve, good. Kalinskaya backhand middle. Swiatek digs out a backhand. Kalinskaya backhand cross, misses wide. And Iga Swiatek roars to the sky. It's been an odd one, but Iga Swiatek problem solves well and is through 6-4 over Aryna Kalinskaya in 1 hour, 56 minutes and into the 4th round of the 2025 US Open.
I love the way you said this been an odd one, to say the least. What a crazy match that was. And I tell you, Swiatek, you've got to give it to her and tip your hat to her, because coming back from playing so badly, feeling so out of sorts, being down, saving 4 set points, winning that set in the tiebreak, and then still at it in the second, and really you have to be oblivious of your opponent, which is what she did.
Yeah.
And for Kalinskaya, again, I don't understand this mentality and how she's just not able to put it together, because the tennis is there, but
yes, it is.
In between the ears, there's definitely a big lack.
Yeah, and that's the kind of match too that can really linger with you, because you knew you had so many opportunities, and she's, I have to say it, I mean, she's in tears as she's walking off the court. We're seeing her in the hallway, and she is fully in tears.
Yeah, because it must hit her now to know that
she is
what
paused
happened
in the hallway.
mentally.
Yes, she's paused in the
sad.
hallway, has stopped walking to the locker room, collecting herself,
Yeah, and you
fully
hate
in
to see
tears. That is
really.
awful.
Once again, we hate to see that. But yeah, it was Wonder Woman here. Swiatek being able to come through in this match without really having really much the tennis that we've seen of late, especially in Cincinnati and Wimbledon. But once again, you know, you get out of a situation because of your mental toughness, your guts, your will to go through the process, and that's exactly what you did tonight. You know, there's this book I heard called Winning Ugly.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I'm going to just pretend I don't know that one.
That was one of them tonight. Let's hear from Iga.
With James Blake.
Iga, congratulations. What a match. I got to know, what was going through your mind down 5-1 in the first set, and how were you able to summon your best after that?
Oh my God, I don't know. Honestly, Anna was playing great. She was really, you know, playing all these risky balls in, like she once did against me in Dubai. So I just wanted to make a little bit less mistakes, because I felt like I'm playing good, but in the last shots I couldn't really finish it because I was playing a bit too long or something. So yeah, I knew that it's not that bad. I just need to be more solid. Didn't know really how, but I just focused on 2 simple things, and the ball started coming in. Yeah, she started making a bit more mistakes, and it got for sure tight. And when I already felt like I have nothing to lose, because I was losing, you know, pretty bad. So at the end, I just went for it, because what more can I do?
At those points when you feel down, do you notice the crowd getting behind you?
What? Sorry?
At that point, at those points in the match, do you notice the crowd getting behind you?
Oh yeah, for sure. Thank you guys. Honestly, playing night session here, it's always amazing experience. I think it's like the biggest test of our focus and ability to be here on court, you know, but it's for sure important to also know how to take the energy from the crowd. So thank you guys for being here and giving it to us.
Well, congratulations. Your winner tonight, Iga Swiatek.
Yeah, and interesting there, you know, just kind of talking about that mindset down 5-1, as you heard there, the ability to just stay locked in, focus on the task at hand, and just focus on your side of the court. I think one thing that, you know, we've still obviously got a long way to go here in this tournament, another full week here, obviously, Sophie, but on the women's side specifically, I am just thinking here about Iga, the last 2 matches, and Coco through the first 3 matches for her. Seeing 2 of the very, very best in our sport kind of battle some demons at times, but just staying, you know, keeping those blinders on, whichever cliche you want to use. And that mental fortitude of those 2 women in particular are the storylines for me on the women's side of this first week.
Look, Billie Jean King said it many times. There's the head, the heart, and the guts. And if you have all 3, you can accomplish absolutely amazing things as an athlete. And I think that's exactly what Iga and what Coco have in common. The rest is there, but if you have those 3 factors, you know you can get out of situations that are not compatible with sometimes the way you're playing.
Yeah.
And that's showing, so many. Even Sabalenka is having, little scares here, especially in first set. So, they all, and the depth of women's tennis is such that everybody feels like, they're being hunted. And even if you're number 1, 2, or 3, or 4, they all want a piece of you, and that's women's tennis today with the depth of it. So,
yeah, there's so much talent, but yeah, I think you just kept hitting on it there in that second set, especially the mental side.
Mm-hmm.
We're just seeing how important it is, and I keep going back as well to this, seeing Aryna Kalinskaya in tears as she leaves and is in the hallway. I keep going back to this idea that we just have to find a way to force some breaks into our season so these players can just actually take time. I was talking to a player earlier this week who said, yeah, I understand it's really nice to have that idea that we can take breaks whenever we want, but they feel so much pressure to continuously play. And if you're 20 in the world, you feel like you have to keep up, and maybe this 500 is going to be the way I can sneak up to 12, and it just doesn't stop. And I think we need to force some breaks.
Yeah, I'm not sure how that's going to happen.
I don't either.
It seems to me that there's more tournaments than ever.
Yeah.
And big ones on top of that now, the 10-day and 12-day tournaments. The one that finishes on the Monday, the one that finishes on the Thursday, it's getting out of hand.
Nick McCarville, your final thoughts from down there courtside at Ashe. It was obviously a pretty emotional goodbye for Aryna Kalinskaya, but you're just impressed with the toughness at the same time for Iga Swiatek.
Yeah, it was a confusing one to have sort of concise takeaways, but we've talked about it, guys, survive and advance, and that's what Swiatek was able to do. I was just watching the replay. Swiatek celebrated pretty verbosely after that win, and I think that's because she was obviously so relieved to get through that match in straight sets, and I think the serve could be a really big issue. I mean, if she plays like that against Alexandrova, man, that is going to be danger zone. But she's into the second week here. It is survive and advance, and I go back to the mental toughness I saw from Swiatek tonight, because she told James Blake on court, I wasn't playing that badly. Well, at times she was playing really badly.
Yeah.
but she navigated through it, and that's what I really respect out of Iga. The intensity was there, and she's not here to win a third-round match. She's here to win the tournament, and she completed another job tonight. And to me, she is still one of the favorites for this event.
Yeah, I don't think there's any question about that. Nick, thank you as
Thanks,
always.
Guys, a pleasure.
If you can just get some more dog updates for us.
Yeah, Bella has left the building.
Okay. Can you find another dog, please? I think we could all use a nice little puppy love right now.
Exactly.
But thank
Thanks,
you so
guys.
much, Nick.
Cheers.
And Sophie, as always, it is a real treat to get to call alongside of you.
Pleasure was mine.
We have an exciting one over on Armstrong right now. Felix Auger-Aliassime with a net cord winner to steal the second set 9-7 in a breakover Alexander Zverev. So Armstrong could go late into the night because you know who they have afterwards, right?
They have Sakari against
Haddad Maya,
who
plays
Haddad
like
Maya.
4 hours every single time she plays. So, you know, what I think we have to do is get the youngest member of our team,
Exactement.
Gil Gross, here for that one, because I don't think there's anybody, you know, we're old. We're old. We have to go to bed.
Well, speak for yourself.
Okay, I'm old. I'm old, and I need to go to sleep.
All right,
but Gil
Gil.
Gross will keep you on that one, as
He's
well
on
as
his way.
Zverev Auger-Aliassime, as well as Tommy Paul and Alexander Bublik, which is coming up in mere moments on ASH on US Open Radio, presented by American Express.
Althea Gibson is a part of us. She didn't just change the game. She made the game possible. Played when they told her she couldn't. Won where they said she wouldn't. She showed us first. It was only the beginning. First black athlete to play the U.S. Open, win the U.S. Open, to win a Grand Slam, to play at Wimbledon, to win at Wimbledon. First to be ranked number 1. First, first, first. She didn't just break barriers, she shattered them and inspired us all so we could rise, so we could win, so we could be ourselves. Singer, entertainer, golfer, trailblazer. We carry her with us every time we step on the court. And we play not just for ourselves, but for everyone who comes next. Thank you, Althea, for 75 years of change.
This is where barrier breakers meet dream chasers.
What an incredible story at this U.S. Open.
And the OGs meet the next to be.
The greatest of all time turns back the clock and is moving on.
Where the stars under these lights meet a whole new electricity.
I'm loving this crowd, and
this is where tradition meets trendy, and every moment is history. The U.S. Open, spectacular awaits.
Saturday night on Labor Day weekend on US Open Radio, presented by American Express. There are 2 American men remaining in the draw, and one of them headlines tonight. Tommy Paul, the number 14 seed, taking on the number 23 seed Alexander Bublik for the last match inside Arthur Ashe Stadium. Gil Gross alongside David McPherson. And David, Tommy had to really battle in his last match against Nuno Borges, and you know that all too well because you were up until 2 a.m. calling it.
I was sharing that painful match with him. It was a deep one into the night, well, into the morning, of course, but yes, I saw Tommy really dig deep the other night, and the big question mark is how will he come up after such a physical and emotionally draining encounter?
It ended at 1:46 a.m. The match took 4 hours and 25 minutes. 5-set win over Nuno Borges. First round was a lot more straightforward for Tommy Paul, but we'll certainly be keeping an eye on how Tommy looks physically early on because it is not easy to recover from a marathon like that. On the other end of things, the 23-seed Alexander Bublik has been one of the most interesting stories of 2025, Macca, because if you rewind to March, he was outside the top 80. He had started the year 2-8. And ever since then, he's slowly turned things around since Roland Garros, when he made his first career major quarterfinal, beat Alex de Minaur and Jack Draper. He beat Jannik Sinner and Halle on the grass. Bublik looks like a different man.
Gil, I don't think anyone saw that coming at Roland Garros. I just didn't think he was patient enough to possibly make a quarterfinal of a French Open, but he is a master drop shotter, and if you've got a great combination of patience and touch, it's a good combination on the clay.
All right, here is Pam Shriver, who was about to interview Alexander Bublik. Sasha walked right past her. They're going to have to track down Sasha. Come back and talk to Pam. Oh, all right, now we're seeing another long shot of Ash. There's a light show inside the stadium.
What's he got against Pam Shriver?
I don't know.
Oh no, he's back.
Here he is with Pam Shriver.
Like your friends to call you. Sasha. It's in Russian, so Alex is fine. Alex. I think they're coming live. What's happening? Are they throwing to me?
You're live on US Open Radio, Pam.
Alexander, this is your first nighttime match on Ash. How excited are you?
It's pretty exciting. I think that's the biggest arena in tennis we have, and facing Tommy, the all-time friend, it's really a highlight, so I'm looking forward to the match.
I know you haven't beaten Tommy yet, but your last match in Miami came down to the last couple of points. What are some of the things that can help you get over the top tonight?
I honestly don't know. It's a 5-setter, obviously we played twice on his home soil, and it's never easy to play him. As you said, I think 3-0 down, but we'll see how it goes. It's a 5-setter slam.
What's the chances of an underarm serve? Come on.
You never know. Comes as a miracle.
I love it. Comes with a miracle. Thank you so much. All the best tonight. Good luck. Meanwhile, of course, Tommy Paul just 2 nights ago had a long 5-setter. Tommy, tell us about some of the things you've done in the last 48 hours to recover and be ready for tonight.
Just your normal recovery stuff, ice bath, a lot of stretching, massage, just getting ready.
He's an unpredictable opponent, Alex. I know you've gotten him 3 times, but what makes him such a challenge?
Like you said, he's unpredictable. He can hit any shot in the book. He can make up his own shots, really. So it's always interesting playing him. You just got to have fun.
And how much fun is night on Ash?
The most. It's #1.
Go have fun.
Thank you.
Tommy Paul calm as ever, rocking a backwards hat as he walks down the Ash Tunnel.
Please welcome the players for tonight's
We'll listen into the intros.
Drums. Undefeated since Wimbledon, Kazakhstan's Alexander Bublik. Drums. And from the United States, Australian Open semifinalist, Tommy Paul.
Just a tick past 9:30 p.m. Eastern Time as these men take the court for their 3rd round matchup. The winner will get Jannik Sinner, the top seed and the defending champion, the man who knocked out Tommy Paul at the same stage a year ago at this event. So Tommy hoping to set a rematch in the 4th round of the US Open. Checking around the grounds of the USTA Billie Jean King National Tennis Center. It is the final night session inside Louis Armstrong Stadium. Auger-Aliassime winning a 2nd set tiebreak to level that match at a set apiece. He did save a set point at the tail end of that 2nd set tiebreak, and Felix has gone up the early break right away inside Armstrong. So far, FAA giving the 3-seed Alexander Zverev a real run here.
And Gil, I did notice when Sasha was broken, he just did reach for one of his hamstrings. I don't think it's serious, but just something to keep an eye on. These are grueling matches here at the US Open, and we're always on injury alert.
No doubt about that. It's played a big role in the tournament already, as we hear the voice of Nacho Forcadell, chair umpire.
All of them also at the end of the point, but the hindrance has to be immediately. You need to stop. And for the towels, white color and red color. Any question? Ball kids cannot help you with towels. And we have the US Open or the trophies. Alexander, the trophies. Take, please. US Open, that's you, Tommy. Receive. Okay, one picture, please. You go in the middle.
That's Dick Stockton they're taking a picture with, Gil. He was a former top tenor, if my eyes do not deceive me.
All right.
Back in the 70s, Dick was, I think, probably got to about 7 or 8 in the world. Back in Jimmy Connors and Vitas Gerulaitis' era, Brian Gottfried, they were 3 of the Americans in the top 10. And unless my eyes deceive me, that was Dick.
Yeah.
Dick Stockton. That's, showing my age there.
Always nice when the sport honors its past. Macca, you mentioned injuries being a big factor in this year's U.S. Open. It was in this section of the draw in which Jack Draper had to withdraw. Jaume Munar ended up making the 4th round in his section. He'll face Lorenzo Musetti. That's the bottom 8th within this quarter. And as I mentioned, Jannik Sinner had to battle earlier today, but did get through the dangerous Denis Shapovalov, and he awaits the winner of this one, Bublik versus Paul. It was alluded to by Pam Shriver that Tommy leads this head-to-head 3-0 at tour level. It is 5-1 overall if you include qualies and challengers. Any reason at face value why you think Tommy might have a lot of success in this matchup up to this point?
Well, Tommy is one of our premier returners in the game, and Bublik has a big first serve, and then he's liable to go for very big second serves as well.
3 minutes.
But Tommy is an intelligent player. When he goes for those big second serves, he invariably goes to the tee over the lower part of the net. And Tommy, so well coached and such a good returner, he probably minimizes the service damage that Bublik does on first and second serve. And then from the ground, Tommy is, in general, more patient, and then covers the drop shot really well too. Bublik's other weapon is a glorious drop shot, and Tommy's one of the fastest players in tennis.
I think that's spot on. Tommy's got to be up there as far as the most difficult players to drop shot. Not only does he have the blazing speed, he doesn't really lose sight of his court position too often. He likes to keep it reasonable, staying on the baseline, and once he gets up to the drop shot, he's competent at net. So he kind of checks all the boxes.
He takes away the 2 of the biggest weapons that Alexander Bublik has, is free points on serve and getting free points with the drop shot. Now, both of them have very solid two-handed backhands. That's a fairly good matchup. I just think Tommy's just more consistent, mentally tougher, and that's why he has a 5-1 overall record against him.
Well, the argument on the Bublik side, despite the head-to-head, is that it's a different Sasha Bublik now, that it's a Bublik that doesn't resemble a Bublik of years past, which is not something that you normally say about a guy who's 28 years old. Normally, at that point, you kind of know what you're getting. But Sasha sort of has had somewhat of a transformation seemingly recently. And if you kind of go through the sequence of events, I mentioned the loss at Indian Wells and the tough start. He goes to Las Vegas and has a 2-day bender because the coach is saying, we've just got to unwind. We need to let go. It's too much anxiety, too much stress about the results. Let's just have fun for 2 days. They go to the Phoenix Challenger. They change rackets. They go to a pro shop, and they buy Babolat Pure Arrows. They spray paint it black. Since the racket change and the Vegas bender, Bublik has been dialed in mentally, and in terms of the tennis, he's seemingly been more formidable from the baseline in the rallies.
So you're telling me the moral of the story is we need more benders in Vegas for the tour players out there? Gil, I love it. Let's have fun. But no, I mean, there's a lot to be said for just not taking everything so seriously, so you can relax and play your best tennis. And clearly, that's the effect that had on him, and then he comes to the clay court season just with a lighter feeling and letting his talent flow from there.
Bublik 19-2 since the start of Roland Garros, currently on a 10-match winning streak after winning titles in Stade and Kitzbühel in the lead up to this U.S. Open. First round, he beat the 2014 champion Marin Cilic in straights. Second round, he beat Tristan Skulkate 3-3-3. So Bublik has yet to drop a set. Tommy Paul had an adventurous battle a couple nights ago against Nuno Borges. 4 hours and 25 minutes in that one. And we are all set to go in our final match of the Saturday of Labor Day weekend on Ash. Alexander Bublik, all 6'6" of them, standing on the far baseline, and he'll get us underway. Paul with a split step about 2 feet beyond the baseline. First serve into the net, second serve from Bublik. Goes into the Paul body, backhand middle. Bublik backhand driven into the Paul backhand. They trade flat backhands cross court. Bublik pulls the trigger down the line. Paul scoops up a forehand cross court. Bublik attacks with the forehand down the line and draws the error out of the Paul backhand just long.
Nice confident start from Bublik there. A quality second serve into the body. Sometimes he has double fault issues when he's nervous, but that was a very promising start by him.
Paul standing much deeper than usual on the first serve, but then he kind of fools you because he gets that forward momentum, takes a couple of steps forward prior to the Bublik serve as he tosses the ball up. Another second serve. This one pinches Paul into the forehand hip, and Tommy puts the return into the net. 30-love for Bublik in this opening service game.
Bublik's got an interesting second serve in that he doesn't really have a kicker. He just hits a hard slice cutter, as we call them, which has less margin over the net than a traditional kicker, and that's why he has a big second serve, but under pressure can sometimes double fault.
Slice serve out wide. Draws a wide return from Tommy, and Bublik's with a quick 40-love. Flat serve out wide. That return also deflects way long from Tommy Paul, so a couple of big first serves and a lightning quick hold from Sasha Bublik. He doesn't like to waste a lot of time in between points, especially in his service games.
I love that about him. He plays almost as fast as Andre Agassi used to, which is always great, you know, just to see people getting on with the job. I do like that. Tommy Paul won the toss, elected to receive, I think, to try and hopefully get a nervous start from Bublik, maybe a break out of the gates playing on Ash, but it didn't work out because that was a very comprehensive and convincing first service game.
What do you make of that decision? Do you like it?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, that's common sense. Yeah, no, I think you're asking the question there. How are your nerves? And Sasha Bublik answered the call at the opening bell at least.
All right, Tommy Paul, far baseline. First serve off the top of the net and long. Bublik wearing a calf sleeve on his left leg, torques a forehand return deep, steps into a backhand slice. Paul forehand inside in, Bublik running forehand middle. Tommy Paul cranks a backhand back of the baseline on that one. Backhand trade by Bublik, gets Paul on the move, steps into a drop shot. Paul coming on, cross court slice just wide from Tommy Paul. It's 5 points on the trot for Bublik to start this match.
He really has beautiful technique on his two-handed backhand, Bublik. He drives it through the court, a lot of penetration without missing a lot, and it's a really good backhand-to-backhand matchup. Probably Bublik might have the edge in power on the backhand. Tommy Paul's very good at deflecting pace, though, and absorbing.
Most of the men's tour, you'd say, forehands are the strength, if you're going to generalize, but these two maybe break the mold as Tommy Paul gets on the board with the slice serve down the tee, 109 miles per hour. They'll give Paul an ace as Bublik just barely couldn't reach it.
Love those ace stats, Gil. You just don't want the guy to tip the ball. You know, that's really annoying. You want at the end of the match say, hey, I had 14 aces today.
Paul thunders another serve up the tee, unreturned, 122. Tommy's not the most overpowering server out there.
But lively. He definitely has what I would categorize as a good first serve.
Another one out wide, and return sails way long from Bublik. Target hit from Paul.
Yeah, good target serving so far. The previous serve to the ad painted the tee line. That one was very close to the sideline. Good variety early.
First serve at 40-15, out wide. Bublik smothers the forehand return into the net, and Tommy Paul levels at 1 in this opening set.
And Tommy really had issues making first serves at the end of his second round match against Borges. His percentages were way down in the 4th and 5th sets, and it was laborious work to hold serve. So to get off to a clean start like that would really make him feel comfortable.
Bublik first serve, blocked by Paul short, and Bublik puts away the forehand cross court. Tommy guessing into the ad corner.
So far, no trouble, no signs of a chink in the forehand armor of Bublik, the less consistent side of the two, but in the early going, it looks rock solid and very comfortable.
Flat serve tee, miss-hit return by Paul, but pretty effective in neutralizing. Forehand hooked by Bublik, winner. Paul could not get there, thought he had a play on it, cocked his racket back for the squash shot, but never took a swing.
Fantastic penetration on both those forehands. The first one was a high one at the shoulder, about 6 feet behind the baseline. He hit it so well that it drew a slice forehand from Tommy Paul short, and then he whipped the next one away for a winner. Really impressive stuff.
There's a second serve for Bublik, up 30 love, still yet to drop a service point. 1-all in the first here. Backhand off of his heels. Paul goes down the line with the backhand, and Bublik's forehand sails long by about a foot.
First unforced error, but it was a good penetrating, piercing down the line backhand from Tommy Paul. And I think we'll see Tommy Paul go down the line more in the backhand, from his backhand to the Bublik forehand as a tactical pattern here.
Good target on the slice. Jumping backhand by Bublik, put away down the line.
That first serve, even though Tommy's a tremendous returner, he can barely reach it when Bublik hits his spots. And if that draws a short return, then Bublik's very ruthless on that next shot.
Yeah, effective serving so far from each man. 40-15, Bublik first serve middle of the net. That was at 129. Second serve, slices into a Paul backhand. Sharp return, but an even bigger backhand by Bublik. In he comes, high forehand volley, put away into the deuce corner. And Alexander Bublik takes a 2-1 lead in this opening set. Saturday night inside Ash. Stick with us on US Open Radio, presented by American Express. On serve in this third round encounter. Jannik Sinner awaiting the winner of this one. Tommy Paul, one of 2 American men remaining in the draw, along with Taylor Fritz. Ben Shelton and Francis Tiafoe going down yesterday. Quick holds through the first 3 games. And here's Paul now near baseline, serving to Bublik with a tee serve that Bublik can't center, return into the net. 15 love for Paul.
Always nice to make the first serve in the first couple of points of a game. Just relieves the pressure valve. When you can do that, just it's often clear sailing for the hole.
Another good spot serve by Paul. He backpedals for a forehand, takes it middle, inside in. Bublik, big cut from deep in the court, goes into the middle of the net for 30 love.
Yes, I think if Tommy Paul can play a lot of deep penetrating shots to the Bublik forehand time and time again, I think he can wear him down, but that remains to be seen.
Wide serve by Paul, too hot to handle for Bublik. And it's quickly 40-love. In watching Bublik this year compared to years past, since his bender in Vegas, we'll call it, Macca, I think the forehand's been the main difference. 40-love here for Paul, body serve, chipped short. Paul with a slice forehand approach, and the passing shot is buggy whipped into the net by Bublik. Slice forehand approach, Macca. You don't see that very often. Effective for Paul, though.
Crafty stuff there, up 40-love. No panic, and really clean serving from both players. No nerves at all. I think Tommy's still tired from the last round, so he has no nerves. He was just out on ash seemingly probably a few minutes ago to him. And Bublik's been very impressive with how he's come out so far.
2 apiece first set, and the first serve long from Bublik. Paul in forest green, and there's our first Bublik double fault. It was about 2 ball lengths long.
He was a little bit caught in between completely going for it, like he sometimes does, go for 2 first serves.
Wasting no time before this next point, and it's a first ball backhand drop shot into the net. So Tommy hasn't had to do much here, and he's got a love 30 opening.
And this is the good and the bad of Alexander Bublik. He can just be so brilliant, but he's always going for something, so sometimes that's unpredictable.
Bublik, big first serve, and it's shanked. Tommy just couldn't catch up with that one.
To me, that's his go-to serve. He goes big down the tee when he really needs a point. And a love 30, you really needed a point.
6 out of 7 first serve points won so far for Bublik. He makes another, and Paul can't get that one back in the court. A chip return that Tommy expects to make based on his reaction, and it's 30-all. Bublik doesn't even leave the baseline. Stands there, asks for another ball, delivers a wide serve. This one's blocked effectively by Paul. Ranges to his left to neutralize with the backhand cross court. Now an off forehand shanked into the back fence by Tommy Paul. So it's love 30 to 40-30 for Bublik.
Yes, you're so right, Gil. He doesn't give the commentary team much time to analyze the point. Just as you're about to verbalize your thought, he's serving the next ball.
That's correct. Not a lot of time for a replay either if you're in the production truck. Beautiful slice serve tee, tailed away from Tommy. That's an ace at 115. It's Bublik's first. Impressive serving so far. It's 3-2 on serve for Alexander Bublik inside Ash. This is US Open Radio. Back on US Open Radio, presented by American Express. Gil Gross alongside David McPherson. Macca, as he's known around these parts. Tommy Paul, TP, I believe, is the lingo.
Yeah, we like to TP, and his inner circle call him 750 for reasons undisclosed.
Okay, I won't ask about that. Ace from Tommy Paul. He's also been ruthlessly efficient. How about 9 out of 10 first serves made? 9 out of 9 first serves won. 15 love serving at 2-3 here. Far baseline for Paul. Only 14 minutes into this match already. 5 games on the board. Kick serve, Bublik goes backwards for a backhand return middle, now ranges right for a forehand neutralization that sails long.
Yeah, nice choice of shot there from Tommy Paul. Just powered it into the forehand corner, put enough penetration on it that Bublik was unable to control the shape of his forehand.
Now really skid through the court. Paul at 30 love. Block return, catches the tape from Bublik. What I was on my way to saying about the Bublik forehand, Macca, there was a point in time where I thought he would often decelerate and just massage the ball into the court, then sometimes recklessly flatten it out, and you didn't know where it was going to go. Another service winner from Paul. That's just 104 into the body, so another quick hold, and it's 3 apiece.
Yeah, I completely concur with that assessment and analysis, and I'd say that's also looks like it's true of the second serve. He would either go for an absolute blistering 2 first serves at times or decelerate. But I think he's found a happy medium here on the forehand and the second serve where he's able to be more consistent, play with percentage.
First serve, Bublik at 3-all. Net cord and deep. Let's see what we get out of this second serve. Sliced hard into the Paul backhand. Handled well, and Bublik with an unforced error on a first forehand from the middle of the court to give Paul a love 15.
He's tried to generate his own pace there. Tommy's return didn't have a lot of pace on it, and he didn't really use his feet to go and use his body weight into the court.
Big first serve off the frame of Paul, nowhere near the court. 15-all after the service winner from Bublik.
Once again, a T serve. I believe that's his favorite when he's in trouble. Tommy has got to stop letting him get free points down the tee when he's in trouble.
This one comes out wide on the deuce. Short forehand from Bublik. He approaches up the right sideline, overhead into the ad corner, just out of the reach of Tommy Paul.
A lot of players have favorite spots when they're serving, and they go to them under duress. And it's the coach's job to analyze that data that's readily available or just to the naked eye from your experience and tell their players when he's in trouble, down break point or behind in games, you've got to cover that spot.
It's another tee serve. This one was not a great one. 115, about a foot inside the center service line. But again, Paul on the forehand return couldn't find the strings. 40-15 for Bublik, who's quickly up to the line with the serve out wide. That one's well spotted, but a good stab return by Tommy Paul. Slice forehand Paul. Drop shot on the backhand from Bublik. In comes Paul with the scoop forehand deep, and Bublik pass forehand down the line from Bublik for the winner. And it's a hold for Sasha Bublik, 4-3, as we continue down the stretch of this opening set on US Open Radio presented by American Express. Four-three first set between Alexander Bublik and Tommy Paul. It's been a breakneck pace here, but we've got just enough time to send it to Mike Cation inside Louis Armstrong. He's got eyes on Alexander Zverev against Felix Auger-Aliassime Mike, this is a little role reversal here. How are you doing down there?
I got to tell you, I feel like we're in Freaky Friday 3 right now. This is very odd for me, but great to be with you here and inside Armstrong. I have to tell you, my first instinct, Gil, and you can speak to this as well as you were out here earlier, this crowd is heavily invested. That was the first thought that I had when I got down here. And frankly, they're very much in Felix's pocket as he leads 4-2 right now. Split sets, obviously, for the first couple, but Felix and Alexander Zverev have been just trading some pretty contested holds right now. Early break in this third set for Felix, and he's been able to find some holds through deuces to get here, but it has been very electric in terms of the crowd, and Felix doing just a really good job here in this third set of controlling things in the ad corner with his forehand, as you would expect from him.
Yeah, I had the same impression, Mike, that Felix not only was getting a lot of crowd support, but was actually feeding off of it a little bit more than maybe you might be used to seeing. Felix generally somewhat of a stoic competitor, but...
That's exactly right, Gil. As soon as I came down here to this courtside seat, the first thing I saw was him actually yelling into this crowd after grabbing a hold. So it was really impressive, and yeah, it just doesn't feel like Felix.
Yeah, well, that's good to see him playing with that kind of energy. I've seen that actually lift him in settings like Davis Cup and United Cup when there's a little bit more extroverted energy coming out of Felix. So again, it's a 4-2 lead for the Canadian over Zverev after they split sets, and Mike will keep us posted on that one. Thank you, Mike, as we take you back inside Arthur Ashe. 40-15 lead for Tommy Paul. Turn that into a hold after a forehand cross-court wide from Alexander Bublik. So it's now 4-all in the first. Macca, how quickly is this first set going so far?
Oh, Gil, I mean, it's flying by. You say two words and there's a hole. So, my goodness, I mean, it's a dream in one way. It's fast, breakneck pace tennis, as you say, but very tactical. There's a lot going on there between the lines, the thought process of where you're serving, where you're covering, and where you're directing your shots.
21 minutes in, and it's 4-all. Paul steps into a forehand inside in. Bublik to his right with the hard forehand middle. Backhand slice from Bublik. Forehand inside out by Paul. Wrong foots Bublik. Clean winner by Paul.
Great job, Tommy Paul. Bublik doesn't love to defend, so if he can be aggressive, disciplined aggression from Tommy Paul would be the order of the day. Trying to make Bublik hit a lot of shots on the run.
First serve Bublik, blocked back. Instant drop shot by Bublik. Paul, deep chip down the line. Backwards for the overhead. Well placed. Right sideline. Winner for Tommy. He tucked it right inside the line.
Amazing effort. The drop shot was pretty good, so Tommy was only able to get to it with his volley grip. And there he's got a choice there. What does he do off that shot? Does he try and angle it cross, drop it short? That time he punched it deep down the line into the backhand and just barely was athletic enough to cover the smash.
Wide serve Bublik. Deep return by Paul, but a shank forehand on the fourth shot as he was defending a hard forehand cross by Bublik. That one lands way long. So it's 15-30 in this game. And Macca, we were talking before the match that Tommy Paul has got to be one of the most difficult players in the world to drop shot. Brad Stein in the Tommy Paul box was making a sign with his fingers that said T.
That's interesting. I wonder if he's telling Tommy to, watch the, block off that T serve, I wonder. Could that possibly be it?
I would have to assume, as Bublik with a couple of volleys to put that point away, and it's 30-all.
I know that would be somewhat irritating me to see his favorite serve not being taken away. There's a couple of times Tommy threatened, and the T serve that Bublik thundered down got through Tommy's defenses. So possibly that could be the reason, or the signal that Brad Stein's getting in there.
Bublik is now 6 for 6 at the net. 30-all, 4-all, opening set. Toss, serve, just long on the wide serve. Tommy's got a nice compact backhand return, especially on the second. Bublik goes that direction, big, and a double fault. Bublik went for it 124 miles per hour.
Yes, I mean, he does back himself, and when he makes them, you say, wow, what a clutch effort, and when he misses them, you say, what a reckless cop-out that is.
Second double of the set. First serve, Bublik just wide on the slider tee. Tommy was covering it, so following Brad Stein's instructions there, but he didn't need to play the return. Second serve, this one's safer, and Bublik gets it in play. Deep backhand by Bublik. Good reply by Paul with a lot of depth. Backhand middle, Bublik. Forehand cross court, Paul. Paul with the backhand line. Bublik forehand with shape cross court. And now Tommy scurries to his left, backhand cross court. Flat backhand down the line by Bublik. Has an offensive opportunity. Drop shot on the forehand. This one is a finish, as Tommy just couldn't get there in time and didn't control the slice backhand.
A big, huge win for Alexander Bublik there. He won the contested rally of about 16 shots, finished it with a well-disguised forehand drop shot. Both wings held up really well under duress there, and then he got Tommy Paul just deep enough in the court to where the drop shot did the trick.
That was the first break chance of the set. Bublik wide serve, block return by Paul. Another forehand drop shot down the line by Bublik. This one is untouchable. Paul didn't even really get all that close to it.
Once again, the drop shot is working when he's got Tommy deep and scrambling and on the back foot. The serve really took him well out of the court, and the down the line drop shot was wide open that time.
He loves to use his hands. Flat serve out wide off the tip of the frame from Tommy Paul, and it bounces meekly on his side of the court. So Bublik in a little bit of trouble in that service game. He was down love 30. He ends up saving a break point, and he holds for 5-4. So a moment to catch our breath now. Who do you feel like is controlling the tempo of this match so far?
Well, I think both players are controlling their service games really well until that moment when Tommy Paul really had a good look there, and Alexander Bublik came up huge at 30-40 because he didn't get the free point on serve. Tommy Paul blocked off the tee serve. We got into a protracted rally, and that's where I thought I was going to see a forehand error from Sasha Bublik there, but he didn't. He kept moving the ball around, eventually got to play his favorite little drop shot, and that's a big win. I cannot tell you how much psychologically that's a lift for Bublik to get that hold at 4-all, keep the crowd out of it somewhat. They would have really erupted for a Tommy Paul break there.
Yeah, at the same time, you see that wildly risky double fault, and you see a lot of drop shots in that game from Bublik, especially early in the point. The drop shots ended up working, but you do wonder, was the discipline going away there under pressure in a way that could cost him?
The 30-all double fault going for 140 miles an hour, that was undisciplined, but I think every drop shot that he has played so far in this set has been disciplined. Yeah. He's picked times when he's had Tommy deep, off balance. He's chosen the correct moment to go for these drop shots, and they've worked pretty consistently. There's a difference between you just don't want to hit another ground stroke. Yes. You're tired or you're choking and you go for a drop shot as a bailout shot. These have been calculated risks that he's taken so far.
Yeah, and sometimes hindsight is 20/20 when it comes to drop shots, and when you miss it, you can say bad decision. When you make it, great decision. But I think you're a coach. You look at it from a process-oriented perspective of what is the situation in the point. Is the drop shot available?
And to me, thus far, he has picked the exact right moment and tremendous execution with the drop shots.
So now the scoreboard pressure on Tommy Paul. 4-5 first set. Again, we're only 27 minutes in, as both men have wasted no time in between points and have often wasted no time winning behind their serve. Paul forehand unforced error, just long, trying to take it down the line into the Bublik backhand on the first point. It's love 15.
Bublik, a little change of tactics there, backed up very deep on second serve and hit a high spinny return deep to the Paul forehand, which isn't Tommy's favorite when that forehand gets above the shoulder, back deep.
Service winner from Paul on the tee serve there. Bublik is standing very deep on the return and taking full cuts.
Yeah, that time the Tommy Paul serve was pretty accurate and stretched him to the forehand.
Tee serve wide from Paul.
Second serve, and as we see, Bublik making no attempt to get up close to the baseline. He's playing this game really deep.
Yeah, 10 feet back. High loopy forehand cross-court return from Bublik. Backhand cross-court trade. Paul backhand off the tip of the frame. On comes Bublik, tries to drop shot, and he mishits it. Ball didn't go anywhere.
A lucky break from Tommy Paul. That's a big point to hit a let cord. Bublik was fast enough to react, just get up there. He had to play a one-handed slice shot, and he tried to put a ton of backspin on it and hit a spectacular drop shot, and it just fell flat.
Makes it 30-15 in this game. Paul rocks back, delivers long. I think it was a wide serve, but it actually bled into Bublik's backhand strike zone. Second serve kicks into the Bublik backhand, passive return middle, but Paul late on the forehand inside out. That goes just wide. It's 30-all, and Bublik's a couple points away from the set.
Yeah, a couple of sloppy footwork mistakes from Tommy Paul on his forehand side. There was plenty of time to take 3 or 4 little steps there and get loaded up on the forehand, but Tommy was a bit sloppy.
And another missed first serve from Paul, who's won 16 out of 16 points when he makes his first serve. Second serve, Bublik forehand return. High loopy cross court again. Forehand to forehand. Bublik changes down the line, charges in. Backhand volley Bublik. Forehand pass Paul down the line, forces the error. Bublik stuck his racket out, but it was a late attempt by Sasha, a good pass by Paul.
Very clever stealth attack from Sasha Bublik there. He's going with the deep position on return, but then he's turning defense into offense quickly. And it was only Tommy Paul's blazing speed that saved him there, getting up and flicking the little forehand pass by Bublik.
Yeah, there was a lot of court for Tommy to cover there. Chip return from Bublik, just a hair long, and Tommy Paul holds for 5-all.
Answering the challenge physically so far. Bublik really asked a lot of questions physically, because of those drop shots. You have to really just tear forward, and then when you get there, it's testing your dexterity too, because if he gets it below the height of the net, it's a tricky decision what to do with that drop shot.
Paul coming off of a 4-hour, 25-minute match that ended at 1:46 a.m. Service winner on the first point from Bublik. 15-love here at 5-all in the opening set, as Tommy Paul returns at love 15. His coach Brad Stein and Brian Garber in the box. For Alexander Bublik, Artem Supranov is the coach. Second serve, Paul fights it off on the backhand, which is short. Drop shot by Bublik, sidewinder, slice line, and Paul's forehand chip into the net for 30-love.
I'm sure that's very irritating to Tommy and Brad Stein, because they would have come into this match saying, we've got to win the drop shot war. When he goes for a drop shot, we want to be winning 75, 80% of those points. So when we see him go for the grip change, explode out of the gates, and be deft enough to get that ball by him. So far, Bublik's success rate on drop shot has been very high, and that would be very annoying to Coach Stein.
Bublik, another double fault. This one was 120 miles per hour.
And once again, when he goes for these big second serves, they are nearly always up the tee. You cannot leave the tee open on second serve either.
And the risk reward, it's not a good one for Bublik. I'll give you the stat after this point. Forehand drop shot, not even close from Bublik. Bottom of the net, that time on the forehand side, and Bublik shadow swings a forehand drive after the point, as if to say, wrong choice.
That's the first time I think he just didn't want to hit on a big point, a regulation forehand.
And it's 30-all. The eraser, flat up the tee, untouchable for Paul. 133 off the center service line for an ace.
Great serve, but Tommy has got to block off that spot.
40-30. Bublik. Out wide. What a serve. Rifled 123. Back-to-back aces for Bublik to get out of that service game and guarantee himself at least a tiebreak in the opening set of this third-round match inside Arthur Ashe Stadium on US Open Radio, presented by American Express. Gil Gross, David McPherson in the studio with our eyes on Ash, our producer and engineer Claude Jennings. And inside Armstrong is Mike Cation, who's watching Felix Auger-Aliassime serving for a 2-1 lead, and Zverev just obliterated the racket. What's Sasha so frustrated about right now, Mike?
He just missed a tennis shot. I don't know what else to tell you. I mean, this has been a very impressive set from Felix Auger-Aliassime since I got here. He is using a ton of variety, lots of drop shots, and keeping Zverev kind of pinned in that ad corner, but not allowing him to really stroke that backhand. It's a 30 love here at 5-4. Felix serving. I'll give you a couple of moments here of play-by-play. Felix serving here, waiting for this crowd to settle. Ready to go here. First serve is good. Zverev backhand through the middle. Felix goes forehand cross. Zverev passing shot is long. And that's the thing, is you're just seeing a lot of variety from Auger-Aliassime here tonight. He's moving forward. He's throwing in drop shots. Zverev's just not getting multiple shots in a row. He just doesn't look like he's very much in rhythm. Right now, he's having a very heated discussion with his father, his coach, in the stands. That is triple set point here for Felix Auger-Aliassime, who's waiting for Zverev to get into position. Alex is now finally ready. So Felix serving here, 40 love at 5-4. Take this 2-1 lead. Serve through the middle, and it's a return miss from Alexander Zverev. And you can hear this crowd. And Felix as well feeling it. He is pumping his fist as he's taken a 2-1 lead here on Armstrong.
This would be the biggest win for Felix Auger-Aliassime at a major in a very long time. Thank you, Mike. He is up 2-1 on Zverev. Wow. I'm looking at the total winner stat of that match, Macca. Zverev 24, Auger-Aliassime 40.
He's such a great offensive player. When he's in full flight, he's very hard to control, Felix Auger-Aliassime, and that would be really bothering Sasha, who likes to just control the tempo. He likes to be in a rhythm, and so that's an upset in the making there.
Meanwhile, inside Ash, Tommy Paul in the 5-6 service game held easily at love and quickly. And now to start this tie break, it was love 1. You just heard Tommy Paul double fault off the net cord. And it's love 2, so first mini break for Bublik. Paul on the near baseline, another first serve just long. There's only one break point throughout the set. It belonged to Paul. Second serve, Bublik forehand, looped middle, short ball, and Paul loses control. Forehand down the line flies on Paul, and it's 3-love for Bublik in the breaker.
Yeah, Tommy trying to do the right thing there. The return was fractionally short. High, though, above his shoulder on the forehand, which is, I don't think, Tommy's favorite height to hit those forehands on. He was trying to make an approach shot with it, which I thought was the right play. Just didn't quite get over the top of it.
Ash crowd offering Tommy some encouragement. It'll be a second serve coming for Bublik in a forest green kit, very similar to Tommy's. First forehand from Bublik is erratic. That goes long.
Yes, that looked very forced. I mean, that was a routine middle of the court forehand that most players just lick their chops and say thank you very much.
3-1. Bublik first serve out wide, blocked by Paul. It's a serve and volley. Bublik touch volley, short cross court, and perfect.
Serve volley there. I think in these big anxious moments, that's when Bublik doesn't trust his ground strokes, or in particular doesn't trust his forehand. So he's going to try and make something happen. He's going to go for big serves. In that case, it was a serve volley. This is where the tension mounts, and you've got to be wary for those types of shots if you're Tommy Paul, the return.
Buttery feel there from Bublik. Tommy Paul, as he was looking to track that down, just started clapping his hand against his racket to say good shot. He's down 1-4. Paul, first forehand cross court. Bublik defends with the forehand down the line. Miss hit by Tommy on the backhand for 5-1. Bublik.
Yes, a really surprising and disappointing backhand miss for Tommy Paul there. His favorite wing, and that's a shot I would not expect him to miss at that time. Bublik plays such an unpredictable brand. He can really make it hard to get a rhythm, and he's done a great job of that. He's served big. He's played at drop shots. He threw in the serve volley there. And then what should be just a routine cross-court backhand for Tommy Paul, he hits off the frame.
Bublik this year, 9-5 in tie breaks. Great number. Tommy Paul, 9-11. Lackluster for a player of his level. World number 14. who's looking for his third straight U.S. Open fourth round appearance tonight. But he's in a hole in this opening set breaker, down 5-1 and missing another first serve. He has been almost automatic when he's made the first serve in this set. Second serve into a Bublik forehand, which he hooks cross-court slowly. And Bublik nets a routine backhand.
Oh, boy. It's intelligent returning from Bublik. He's deliberately lofting those cross-court forehand returns high to Tommy Paul's forehand, where Tommy isn't really amazing at thumping those away. And then he had a good look at that backhand. That was a poor miss.
Bublik at 5-2, flat serve wide long. That was at 129. Second serve from Bublik. Into the net. Double fault for Bublik. His fourth of the set. Hold the phone. Only a 1 mini break advantage here for Bublik at 5-3.
A lot of tension in that second serve. Once again, he was in between going for it and just trying to play safe. It's just a little chink in his armor under duress.
Serve fires, net tape and long.
He was going tee again. Tommy looked like he was really sitting on that tee serve that time.
This is one of the holes in Bublik's game. Second serve's under pressure. This one hard up the tee, draws the return miss. That time, the big cut pays off for Bublik on the second serve.
Once again, tee though. Like, I mean, you've got to know that he doesn't really want to play long rallies when the chips are down. He's looking for that quick out, and that's the way he plays. He's looking for the quick out, either with a drop shot or an ace. Tommy Paul has to defend that tee.
Triple set point for Alexander Bublik on Tommy Paul's serve. It's another miss on the first delivery. Bublik stepping in for the second serve to take it early. Flails at the forehand, and he misses wide, actually wide of even the doubles alley, as he tried to pull that forehand inside in.
Yeah, rank shank there, overswinging on the forehand. I mean, clearly you've just got to understand that when the chips are down, he's going to go for the winners.
Paul's serve into the net.
Sticking with the deep return position here on this big point.
Second serve middle, Bublik forehand middle. Paul down the line. Bublik scoops up a low backhand, trades a backhand cross and long for another unforced error. It's been a bit of a scratchy tie break. Here's set point number 3 for Bublik, up 6-5.
Well, let's see if Bublik goes with his favorite serve, which has been the big thumper down the tee. I'd like to see Tommy make sure that he's got a good racket face behind that serve if he goes that way.
Here we go. Bublik on a 10-match winning streak. Serve into the net.
He's going down the tee. He could go down the tee again.
His third set point. Second serve, Bublik into the tee. Paul, deep forehand. Now he runs around a forehand inside out. Just missed it. It would have been a winner, but Tommy Paul pushes it wide, and Alexander Bublik takes the opening set on Ash. 7-5 in a tiebreak. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. Well, a first set that was very serve dominant until the tie break, when things got a little bit tight on both sides of the net. And Bublik comes through. What'd you make of that 6-5 point, Macca?
Oh, gosh, Tommy would be so irate with himself for giving Bublik an unforced error there. He did a good job of not giving him the free point. He blocked off the attempted big second serve down the tee, got into the point, and that's where it should have been advantage Tommy Paul with consistency. It was an aggressive error. He only missed that inside-out forehand by an inch, but still, it would really, one he'd like back.
Yeah, and rare to see Paul maybe get a little bit overzealous with his targets on a forehand, because usually he's a pretty disciplined player. He wins the first point of this service game. It's Tommy Paul starting this second set on serve.
That's so true, Gil. He does not miss many balls wide, Tommy Paul. Yeah, that was a rare miss wide of the sidelines.
Jannik Sinner awaits the winner of this third round match, 15-love. Paul misses another first serve. He was pretty high percentage throughout the set, but in the tiebreak, you started to see more first serves missed from Paul. This is a backhand that's sailed by Bublik. 30-love for Paul. We appreciate you listening on the US Open app, usopen.org. Tune in, SiriusXM on Channel Sports 982, on video on usopen.org and YouTube. Thanks for joining us here on US Open Radio, presented by American Express. Forehand drop shot from Tommy Paul. That one never got above the height of the net. 30-15.
Didn't feel like Tommy moved that well to that ball. He hasn't shown any signs of fatigue or discomfort yet, but that was a little bit a suboptimal movement from Tommy.
Tommy's gotten so fit. He works with Franco Herrera in Boca, who's a very well-respected fitness trainer who a lot of the really top pros go to. I mean, he is his services are utilized by multiple ATP professionals, and that's an area where Tommy has been so good in the last few years, but he's going to need all of his fitness now that he's down a set, only at about 48 hours removed, or I'm sorry, so it would be a little bit more than that, because 2 nights ago he went 4 hours, 25 minutes against Nuno Borges, 7-5 in the fifth. He won that one. It ended at 1:46 a.m. It was 30-all. Paul just rocketed an ace up the tee, now 40-30. Paul serve long.
Once again, Bublik has stayed very deep on second serve, prepared to sort of play defense early in the point and then look to do something.
Bublik backhand, middle. Paul forehand, inside in, just long.
Tommy Paul has got to get the better of these protracted rallies. There should be anything over 6 or 8 shots should be advantage Paul, but he has certainly lost his fair share of these points thus far.
Leads the head-to-head against Alexander Bublik. 3-0 at tour level, 5-1 overall. First serve long from Tommy.
This is where Bublik has tried to get the ball high to Tommy Paul's forehand on the return, and he does so again, except he misses his spot and hits it to the backhand. And Tommy took advantage, took it on the rise. Very comfortable taking the backhand on the rise, Tommy Paul. I think Bublik intended to go cross-court, caught it a fraction late, and Tommy was like, yeah, thank you, I'll take a backhand instead of a forehand.
And he loves to approach on that backhand because he's got that natural forward movement when he's taking it early and transitioning forward. Kick serve on the first serve from Paul. That's a different look, and Bublik mistimes the return. So Tommy works out of that game for a hold in this opening game of the second. It is 1-love.
I'd like to see him do that more. I thought at the end of the Borges match, he figured out that that was a really good first serve, the big high kicker wide to an ailing, tiring Borges. And Bublik is playing so deep. I feel like that's a good investment serve. You're taking him deep and wide, and then you run him to the forehand and take out his legs. So I would like to see Tommy Paul invest in that serve a little bit more. He's really good at it. He's got a really nice bouncy kicker that he should make 9 times out of 10.
He does. Yeah, absolutely. And it's a serve that Bublik does not have, but he lives without it, with a booming first serve up the tee, block return by Paul. forehand defense from Tommy. He's deep in the court, so Bublik drop shots. Tommy blazing speed up to the ball, but a volley from no man's land. Cross-court forehand from Bublik to pass Tommy Paul at the net.
Now, I would characterize that drop shot as a bit of a panic drop shot. Like Tommy probably should have won that point. He could have diced it sharp cross-court for the winner. Bublik, great anticipation, though. He saw that the punch down the line was happening, and he just covered it.
Short return from Paul. Bublik scoops up the backhand cross-court for a nice winner. Got that ball up and down quickly from the midcourt.
His trust level on his backhand wing stands up under pressure. Even under pressure, you expect him. I think he feels comfortable going for his backhand. On the forehand wing, when the stress is up, he does not.
T-serve blocked back by Paul. Backhand cross-court hard by Bublik. Steps into another backhand cross-court. Paul defends cross-court with the backhand. Now he gets a forehand middle. Bublik drop shot on the backhand, but it's deep. Paul blows the forehand down the line. Into the net from Tommy.
Gosh, it seems like Bublik's won about 90% of the points where he's played a drop shot, and that just would be driving Coach Stein crazy. We know it's coming. It's like when you can't stop the run in football. You know it's coming, and you're stacking the box, and they still get the first down.
And the execution wasn't great on that last drop shot either, but it was perfect on the slice serve up the tee for Bublik's 5th ace of the match. And Bublik has the hold for 1-all. New balls here. So Sasha goes to the racket bag. He's swinging a blacked out racket. The paint job is completely black. I don't see any brand on Bublik's string bed. Normally when you have a contract with the racket company, you have to stencil the strings. I don't see that for Bublik. Of course, Tommy has the Yonex logo in red paint on his white Yonex V-Core racket. It's actually white and beige. Forehand inside out from Paul. Gets Bublik on the run, and the backhand misfires into the net from Bublik. 15 love for Paul. I mentioned earlier, but Sasha made a racket change. He was playing with Technofiber. He switched to a Babolat Pure Arrow, which is, again, not necessarily confirmed, but if I was in Phoenix and you could actually see the yellow paint almost kind of creeping out of the black spray paint, so you could see what it was. It was definitely a Pure Arrow that Bublik bought from a store just like a regular person. Forehand error from Paul off of a deep return from Bublik. 15-all in this game.
So I can only assume that you know, the agent and the Babolat haven't come to terms on a contract yet. Otherwise, that stencil would be there.
Maybe they're waiting for the big U.S. Open run, Mecca.
Patience.
Stab return by Bublik. Deep into Paul's forehand. Flattens it out, inside out. Rifled by Paul for the winner.
Now that's the best high forehand we've seen from Tommy Paul in this match. Really loaded up on the outside leg well. Got the racket face through, but also over the top of the ball. Just the right amount of fractional spin.
30-15. Went for the kicker again. Off the net cord and wide. Second serve from Paul. Toss 12 o'clock, and Bublik with a wild forehand return, bottom of the net. 40-15.
I think that's smart tactics from Tommy Paul, directing the second serve traffic to the forehand. He could even serve volley occasionally, because Bublik is consistently just trying to hit it high and deep and over the middle. As a surprise tactic, he could probably come in and serve volley on that.
Paul went with an off-speed first serve, only 101 miles per hour. It's another forehand return miss from Bublik into the net. And Tommy Paul has the hold for 2-1 in the second. The American down a set here on Ash. That'll give us a moment to check in on Louis Armstrong Stadium, where Mike Cation is taking in the action. Mike, has anybody set the tone here in set 4?
Yeah, I mean, it's all Felix right now. It's on serve 2-1. Zverev is out in front. Felix did have a break chance in the opening service game here of this fourth set. Was not able to convert. Really good clutch stuff from Zverev just to stay on serve early in the fourth. But Felix right now just blowing through some of these service games. Has rattled off 3 holds to love in the last 4 service games, serving here right now 1-2 at 30 love. But I can't tell you how impressed I am right now. He's coming to the net again and is just looking to move forward right now. Gil, he is 20 of 23 in terms of net points won as of this moment. He is just absolutely dictating the pace of play, and you've seen this tension right now between Alexander Zverev Sr. and Jr. as Zverev is just having to play defensively, and we certainly know he's very, very good defensively, but Felix is dictating this pace of play from start to finish.
Mike, is it the quality of the approach shot that's getting the damage done, or have you been impressed with Felix's volleys?
I'm more so it's the approach shot, Macca. He is really just looking for those opportunities, and that's the thing, is he's really converting and moving to the forehand and testing Zverev's forehand on the run, but he's just varying things up. I keep going back to that idea of variety. He's showing so many different looks. Zverev is just not getting into any type of rhythm. He just gets a little bit of a net cord that goes the wrong way, so 40-15 here, so he won't have another hold to love. But yeah, he's just looking for those opportunities, stepping in, being brave, bold, and right now it's paying off for Felix Auger-Aliassime.
Right, Mike, I'm sure he's trying to avoid those backhand-to-backhand rallies. I mean, that's a mismatch pattern right there. Sasha's got one of the purest in the game, and that would be Felix's less solid side. So he's doing obviously a fabulous job of using his forehand to impact the point and get Sasha moving to his forehand.
Yeah, and he just got that hold to 2 games all there with another impactful first serve as well. He's just keeps, like, it's one of those stages, though, Macca, where you feel like Felix is right there. He's on the verge of these break chances in all of these return games and easy holds, but at some point he's going to have to find that break chance and convert, because we certainly know Zverev can be very, very tough in late in 4th sets, late in 5th sets as well.
And Felix has that propensity to throw in a rogue mistake, a loose game, a double fault, like we've seen that for many years. So you're so right, Mike. He needs to convert earlier in the set and close it out in 4 without it letting it go to a tiebreaker.
I had the same thought about the backhand and backhand rallies, Macca, but sometimes when Felix has the first serve and the forehand firing on all cylinders, it can be hard to even get into a rally in Felix's service games. Thank you, Mike. We will check back in with Mike Cation on Louis Armstrong Stadium as that 4th set progresses, with Auger-Aliassime up 2-1. Back inside Ash. A little bit of pressure in this Alexander Bublik service game, as Tommy Paul has gotten it to 30-all after a backhand down the line from Bublik went off the net cord and hung up for Tommy to dismiss a short forehand.
Tommy standing very deep to return this serve.
30-all Bublik, flat serve up the tee, handled nicely by Paul on the flush return. Paul backhand line, Bublik forehand line, way off kilter. It would have been wide had it not hit the net.
Gil, super smart play there from Tommy Paul. He defended the tee serve really well, and then first opportunity, he fired a backhand down the line at the Bublik forehand on big points. That's exactly what you want to do.
Break point Paul, first serve Bublik, blocked back by Tommy into the Bublik backhand, cross court. Bublik drop shots, in comes Paul, forehand chip down the line, wide.
Great job on the return. He had the tee blocked off. He got into the point, got to neutral. Predictably, Bublik went with the drop shot very early in the point. I thought Tommy was a fraction slow anticipating it. And then he tried to guide it down the line, and Bublik had it blocked off.
So it's deuce. Toss, serve, long. Yeah, this is not as disciplined in terms of baseline rallying as I've seen Bublik at points over this hot stretch that he's had since Roland Garros. But an approach shot backhand is deep, and Paul can't tee up the backhand pass. That goes nowhere near the court. Add in for Bublik.
I think it's ironic, Gil, as he has the reputation of being unpredictable, but to me, he's extremely predictable. In nervy situations, tight situations, he wants to get rid of the point quickly. So you can, and then when he's up game point, he goes for the wide serve. To me, he's really predictable if you've got him scouted well.
That's fascinating. I haven't heard anybody make that point, but it's a compelling one. Bublik hit his 7th ace, now 2-all in the second.
The bigger the point, the more likely he's going to go for the drop shot early in the point.
Yeah.
And he's going to trust that tee serve, the low part of the net. That's where he's going to take on his ace attempts.
I also want to keep context in mind here. Bublik hasn't dropped a set all U.S. Open long. Straight sets over Cilic, straight sets over Schoolkate, 7-6 in the first tonight over Tommy Paul. But that said, it doesn't look the same to me as when he beat Alex de Minaur and Jack Draper at Roland Garros. He beat Jannik Sinner in Halle en route to a title there at the 500. And I'll explain why in a moment. 15 love point for Paul. Deep backhand off the baseline. Paul forehand inside out. Ranging to the left is Bublik with a backhand slice and another slice from Bublik. Scooped up by Paul. Backhand cross court. Bublik sticking with the slice. Now they're in a slice war. Paul drives the backhand down the line, and he gets the error out of Bublik's running forehand.
Yes, that backhand down the line for Tommy Paul is a really good strategy. It's a good pattern for him. Expect to see him use that more and more as the match goes on.
Really, just the trust in the forehand, Macca, and the ability to hang in baseline rallies. Haven't really seen that as much tonight from Bublik as I have on this incredible stretch, 19-2 since Roland Garros. Slice approach from Bublik. Backhand pass by Paul is money on the short angle cross court.
Yeah, Tommy Paul doesn't hit his backhand with a ton of topspin, but that time he was clever enough and talented enough to get a little bit of rotation on that ball to hit the cross-court pass sharply.
By the way, Alexander Bublik is the only player in the last year, we're talking the last 52 weeks, the only player to beat Jannik Sinner other than Carlos Alcaraz. That's more of a Sinner stat, but it's also a pat on the back to Alexander Bublik, who played incredible in that quarterfinal match, I believe it was, in Halle. It's another quick hold, meanwhile, for Tommy Paul. Plenty of cheap points on the American serve. It's 3-2 in the second set on US Open Radio, presented by American Express. Gil Gross, Macca, and Mike Cation inside Louis Armstrong, keeping tabs on Zverev versus Auger-Aliassime, which has become a really intriguing upset alert on this Saturday night of Labor Day weekend in New York. Inside Ash, Bublik serving down 2-3 in the second on serve. A fan shouted out, drawing the ire of chair umpire Nacho Forcadell. Another backhand drop shot here from Bublik. Paul gets there, but drives the forehand long on the cross court.
Yeah, Tommy is getting there with his speed, but then just seemingly not being able to execute that shot. He hasn't been able to find the holes in the court to convert those drop shot retrieval opportunities.
I'm really surprised to see that. And should we see the redrop at some point from Tommy? It feels like he's going deep on most of these retrievals. Service winner here for Bublik, 30 love.
Gil, I couldn't agree more. I think it's time to break out the redrop off the drop shot. Bublik is hanging back and then going for passing shots. Definitely a sharp cross-court redrop, I think, would be wide open.
Block return from Paul is wide of the right sideline by about 6 inches. 40 love for Bublik. 29 days without a match coming into this event. Alexander Bublik skipped Toronto, skipped Cincinnati, said he was playing as much as possible to get his ranking up prior to that. Surprised everybody when he played on the post-Wimbledon clay. Won Stade and Kitzbühel, another service winner for Bublik, and he holds for 3-all. But he has come out in New York so far like he hasn't missed a beat.
Gil, that's really smart scheduling by him, because both of those tournaments, although they're on clay, are altitude. where you get maximum value out of your serve. It's very hard to control a big server in altitude. Kitzbühel's high, Stad's really high. So that's a guy who just knows his game really well and picked his spots in the schedule where even on clay, he really felt he could be a handful.
And he really was grinding very hard. He was playing clay court challengers, Macca, when he was trying to get his ranking up to where he wants it to be, which is inside the top 30. I mean, he was playing every week to try to accomplish that. And then once he got to that place, he said, okay, I did it. I can take a break now and reset. And he told Ben Rothenberg of Bounces that he's treating this U.S. Open like it's the start of a new season.
And he's playing great tennis fresh mentality.
Hit a flush backhand inside in return to get this game started in his favor.
And look at him, 15. He's come up on the baseline as this is the first time we've seen him playing close in on return. The first time it worked like a charm. That time he got a little jammed and missed it. But it shows that he's a real cerebral player. He's been deep on second serve all match, but here we are midway through the second. He tried a little stealth attack.
Trying to unsettle Paul at 3-all in the second. Bublik took the first in a tiebreak. Chip return in the middle. Paul forehand inside out. Bublik digs out a backhand, but it is long. 30-15 for Paul.
And that's the punishing type of style I think Tommy Paul wants to impose on Bublik. He wants to hit aggressively, make him move without making mistakes, of course, but just keep Bublik on the defense.
Another block return in the middle. Gets this point started for Bublik, who buggy whips a forehand down the line. Drills a backhand cross court. Now slices a backhand. Paul, drop shot on the backhand. Bublik in with the forehand, swipes it away for the winner cross court.
Paul trying to give Bublik a bit of his own medicine there with a drop shot down the line, but it wasn't quite as deft as the ones he's been on the receiving end of. And it was high enough that Bublik was able to whip it cross court. And that's if you hit the drop shot too high, that's wide open, the cross court winner. When you get it down low, it's not.
Big point here, 30-all, 3-all, ace from Tommy Paul, 125T.
He's hit that serve well all tournament. Right down the tee, pure as the driven snow.
40-30. Paul, body serve. Fought off by Bublik, nice and deep. Backhand middle from Bublik. Paul, forehand cross court, good width. Squash forehand by Bublik, drop shot Paul in the net. That time, Bublik playing some defense.
Tommy Paul just not executing the drop shot. Probably didn't need to go to the drop shot there. Just keep running, Bublik. Take his legs out. Body punches. Feel like he's just a little out of sorts. The score is very close, but you do feel like Bublik's having things go his way right now. Tommy Paul's fighting the momentum.
There were no breaks in the opening set, so it also gives you the feeling that one break could be the difference in this second set. Right now, break points for the match. Paul has had 2. Bublik hasn't had any, but he could change that if he wins this deuce point. First serve, rocketed up the tee, ace. No attempt from Bublik at 127.
Tommy Paul also a great tee serve, blowing it by Bublik that time.
Paul serve, bludgeoned into the body, gets the service winner. Clutch serving from Tommy Paul. Gets out of that deuce situation and gets it to 4-3 in the second. Another fast-moving set as we're 26 minutes in. But we're a lot further along inside Louis Armstrong Stadium. Let's go to Mike Cation.
Yeah, we got some real big moments right now as Felix Auger-Aliassime, Gil, has 3 break chances here. Love 40. 3-all. Alexander Zverev screaming at his team at the other end. He has been passed twice on short balls from, he came forward off of a short ball from Felix. Felix has made it twice. It is a really clutch moment here, so I'll talk you through this particular moment. Alexander Zverev serving, ready to go here. The crowd very active. Serve is just long, trying to go forehand body. So again, love 40, 3-all here in the fourth. Felix with a 2-1 lead. Second serve upcoming here from from Alexander Zverev. Auger-Aliassime about 3 feet behind the baseline. Second serve, Zverev. Good to Auger-Aliassime. Big forehand, and that's the break. Huge, monster forehand. And he is taking advantage of every single offensive opportunity that he has had here since I got here at the beginning of the third set. Anytime he gets a short ball, he is attacking, he is moving forward. Incredibly brave stuff from Felix as he goes up 4-3. I wanted to just chime in real quick, Gil. You were talking about Alexander Bublik, this incredible run, and you mentioned the challengers that he was playing. I believe at the time you were in Axen province, if memory serves, and I was actually with Bublik in Turin, and I can tell you from talking to the players at that time, when Bublik was around 75 in the world, everybody knew he was at his most dangerous when he has had his rankings fall and his money is in danger, when he's falling out of those Masters Series events. And everybody in that week knew that if Alexander Bublik committed, he was going to win that tournament. Sure enough, he did. Went to Paris a week later and just started this incredible run.
Yeah, it really felt like Bublik got quite desperate at the start of this year, and he has been more open about his motivational ups and downs and sometimes how financially tied that motivation is. So it's always fascinating to hear what Bublik has to say. Thank you, Mike.
You're welcome.
Again, it is now a back against the wall situation for Alexander Zverev. And what a seismic result this would be, not just for Sasha, but also for Felix.
Yeah, absolutely. Well scouted there by Felix Aliassime. The second serve was down to the tee to the forehand. Sasha also likes to go tee when he's feeling stressed. Doesn't really have a ton of confidence in kick wide in those situations. And he pounced on that return. Flushed a forehand inside out to take the break he so desperately needed.
Auger-Aliassime is 2 holes away from taking out Alexander Zverev at the U.S. Open. So we don't need to act like the match is over right now, but if it does go final in that direction, there is going to be a lot to unpack.
Yes, it's far from over. Sasha's a tremendous returner, and at times Felix has had trouble serving out matches.
So back inside Ash, it's Bublik serving at 3-4, up 30-15. Second serve, Bublik, hard tee into the net tape for another double fault. That's Bublik's 5th. Now, I was going to give this stat earlier, and I lost track of it, but Bublik, in terms of second serve win percentage among top 50 players, ranks 49th. Only Camilo Hugo Carabelli is worse than Bublik in second serve win percentage. First ball drop shot by Bublik. It's deft, and Paul can't get there.
Oh, Tommy, it was a short ball to the forehand, which most players would hit a hard topspin shot off that, but Bublik has so little confidence in his forehand ground stroke when it matters, and Tommy should have been on top of the drop shot earlier than he was. Bublik changed the grip at the last minute and went to the drop shot, but it was a really predictable shot for as big a point as it was.
Paul will get another look at his second serve here. I think we're both shocked at just how effective the Bublik drop shot has been, but Paul cranks a forehand return inside in for a no-chase winner to get this game to deuce.
That's good to see, sitting on the forehand there, sitting on the tee serve, short backswing. He was in perfect position to lace it down the line for a winner.
Bublik serve, it's long. He was serve and volleying on that occasion.
Trying to make a quick point. This is 3-4 juice. This is where he's going to go for winners at the first opportunity.
Big second serve. Paul, deep backhand return. Bublik backhand cross court. Paul shovels a backhand cross, runs around a forehand inside out. Bublik backhand middle hard. Gets a short ball, which he knifes a slice into the net on. Bublik backhand slice error. Break point Tommy Paul.
It's another panic sign there. When does Bublik hit a slice unnecessarily? Why wouldn't he just hit a solid two-hander cross court there? But he was just not wanting to engage in a long rally.
Races to the line for this first serve, which detonates off the net tape and wide. Bublik wasting no time here on a third break point against. Second serve, massive. Bublik serve and volley. High forehand volley, he puts it away.
Once again, he went huge on the second serve, but predictably it was up the tee. Tommy should have been far enough over to where he could hit through that return and counter the serve volley, but he wasn't. He was about 6 inches too far wide, and he was only able to chip that predictable big serve down the tee.
So much chess, but Bublik rolling the dice on a big second serve, and he avoids the double fault. This one goes out wide. Paul, stretch return. Bublik drop shot. Paul's not going to get there. It bounces twice in the service box.
Once again, big point to the drop shot early in the point. It looks like he's going to drive it. His disguise is excellent. Technically, it doesn't look until the last split second that he's going to drop shot, but you've got to override what your eyes are seeing.
And Bublik cracks a wide serve, 127, unreturned by Tommy. And Maka, I've got to say, on that last drop shot on the deuce point, it's the first time I've seen Tommy come up a little bit lame and not move to a ball that I think if he were 100%, he would have at least given a chase.
Gil, I think you're 100% right, but as we saw in our replay, we could see Tommy moving laterally on the recovery shot there when he should have been moving a little bit diagonally in anticipation of a drop shot.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm sure they've been over that Brad and Tommy, they're such a good team tactically. He's just a little off with his anticipation in my mind.
Neutral baseline rally. Paul trades a backhand cross court and a deep backhand by Bublik. Redirected well by Paul. Short forehand, cross court, blocked back by Bublik. Backhand cross court from Paul, draws the error from Bublik with the backhand in the middle of the net.
Tommy Paul just trying to weather the storm right now. Still a long way to go. As long as his body is feeling good and up to the challenge, long rallies are his friends.
Bublik up a set. We're at 4-all in the second, just an hour and 15 in. Kick serve out wide, Paul in behind it, tucks away the volley. Forehand volley up the left sideline for the winner.
Love that play. Bublik's playing pretty deep on return. Tommy with a nasty kicker out wide. Bublik could only loft it up high over the middle. That's a routine play. It's like taking candy from a baby girl when you get that wide serve volley and you get your opponent drawn out of the court.
30 love here for the number 14 seed Tommy Paul. Misses the first serve. Second serve is deep. Just the second double fault for Tommy.
Was attempting to take it, the second serve wide to the Bublik forehand, which he's done a lot tonight. I would say he's hit most of his second serves to the Bublik forehand rather than the backhand on that deuce side in particular.
Absolutely. Yep. And that would have been, again, just you avoid the Bublik backhand and get it to his forehand. It's generally going to be a good tactic. 30-15, Paul, wide serve into the net.
Once again, Bublik standing very deep on return.
Tommy, second, kicks short. Bublik way deep in the court, can't do much on the return, and Tommy Paul gives the forehand unforced error on the inside out that goes into the net.
Definitely unforced error. There was no reason for him to miss that. Probably I would have advised him to hook it inside in and make Bublik run to his forehand. He was going inside out, which probably wasn't the right spot anyway.
And the first serve off the net tape and long. So 30-all second serve, 4-all in the second. Paul, kick into the Bublik backhand, catches it late and wide. Well, that did tail into the body of Bublik.
Bublik, I think, wanted a backhand so badly rather than a forehand. He ran around. He ran around his forehand to hit a backhand, and the body weight was going in the wrong direction.
Yeah, that's a big second serve service winner. Meanwhile, Felix Auger-Aliassime is 2 points away from victory on Armstrong. Bublik return middle, Paul forehand inside out, Bublik backhand cross, Paul backhand cross, Bublik slice backhand cross, Paul forehand inside out, Bublik backhand deep middle, Paul flushes the forehand cross court for a winner. So Paul holds for 5-4 in the second. Let's go to Armstrong.
Well, Gil, this is absolutely bonkers inside here. Just a second ago was love 30. Felix Auger-Aliassime missed a forehand on the run that I think might have broken one of the net signs here. So it's Alexander Zverev serving 3-5, 15-30 serve, long, trying to go tee. This has been absolutely lights out good from Felix here tonight. Second serve coming here from Zverev. Again, 2 points away is Felix Auger-Aliassime. Zverev taking his time on the second serve. Toss goes up from Zverev. It is good. Felix with a big backhand. Now will step into a backhand up the line. Running forehand. Zverev lands good. Felix with a forehand that will miss long. So this one really still hanging in the balance. Felix has maintained, and Maka, you guys can kind of talk about it a little bit as well. He's maintained this brave attacking tennis throughout this third and fourth set, but you just worry if he doesn't get it here from love 30, how is this next service game going to be?
That's where my thoughts were too, Mike. I mean, he really wants it here.
So 30 all here, 3-5 in this fourth set. Zverev waiting for this crowd to settle. They do. First serve from Zverev off the net and long. He'd actually started by making, I think, 14 of his first 15 serves here in this set. Has dropped off just a little bit. Second serve here from Zverev. Felix just a little bit behind the baseline. Second serve, Sasha Zverev. Good. Felix with a big backhand, dug out by Zverev. Felix run around forehand to Zverev, backhand cross. Felix backhand slice right through the middle. Zverev run around forehand up the line. Felix with a big forehand right on the baseline. Good. Now Felix goes big inside in forehand. Zverev tracks it down. Felix big forehand. This one's going to miss long. So yeah, Alexander Zverev is going to have a game point here. We're going to take you back inside Ash as Zverev has the opportunity to force the issue, but yeah, it's been some really tense moments here late in this fourth set with Felix Auger-Aliassime leading 5-3 with Zverev serving at 40-30.
Thank you, Mike. It's been a long time since Felix has been in a match of this magnitude with this kind of opportunity at a major. In fact, the last time he reached the fourth round of a slam was Roland Garros last year. So the last, well, 5 majors that Felix has played, he has failed to make the second week. Of course, in the third round here at the US Open. So Bublik at 15 love, digs up a deeper turn, flattening out the backhand, or excuse me, the forehand inside out is Tommy, and Bublik with a gorgeous redirection on the backhand down the line into the open court for the winner.
Yeah, Tommy thought he'd hit a good shot there, and it was a good shot. It was a powered, blistered inside-out forehand, but that's Bublik's better wing. He probably could have made him run to the forehand there.
It'll be a second serve from the world number 24. Bublik slices it into the body of Paul. Off the back of the baseline is the Tommy backhand return to draw the error outright from Bublik, who couldn't dig it up on the half volley.
It's a classy Tommy Paul return there, very Novak Djokovic-like, right up the middle, but so deep that you're basically half volleying the ball after your second serve.
Alexander Bublik, born in Russia, lives in Russia, represents Kazakhstan, and is actually trying to become the first player representing Kazakhstan to make the US Open fourth round in the men's singles ever. Mikhail Kukushkin is 0-5 in third rounds, so he never did it. Bublik hooks a forehand down the line, now slices a backhand. Paul forehand inside in with shape. Bublik whips the forehand cross court, blows it past Paul for 40-15.
One of his very few pure forehand ground strokes in the latter stages of the set. At 30-15, the stress level was probably just low enough for him to feel free to cut it loose, and he really did, showing what he's capable of when he is relaxed.
40-15, flat serve blocked back by Paul, floating, good, up the middle, and Bublik's going to extinguish that short forehand. Inside in, winner for Bublik, and it's 5-all in the second. Maka, that forehand 2 points ago that you said was the first pure one, that's the one that I had been seeing on a more regular basis at points over the course of the summer, certainly in Halle when he beat Jannik Sinner.
I feel like it's just a matter of relaxation for him. There's nothing inherently wrong with the stroke. I think it's just a trust factor. And when he was playing Jannik Sinner as such a huge underdog, I could see him just going for it all day, feeling like, well, I'm not supposed to win this match anyway.
Yeah, great point. Well, even without his best forehand, there's a lot of other options for Bublik, and he's used them all really well tonight. Tommy Paul's movement may be looking a little bit compromised. Nothing extreme, but what do you think, Mac? I feel like he's lost 10-15%.
I agree. I'm a little concerned. I feel like there's just little moments where I feel like his footwork is not as crisp as it nearly always is. I mean, he's doing his best. He's such a gamer, but that was an awkward ball. A great inside-in forehand there from Bublik, and Tommy would normally get there and absorb that with a bit more balance. I do fear he's a little hampered here.
We saw some more good high RPM forehand accelerations from Bublik on that last point here at 5-all in the second. It's 15-all on the serve of Tommy Paul. And a slice serve out wide draws the service winner.
15.
Meanwhile, on Armstrong, Auger-Aliassime has a 30-love lead. Forehand inside out from FAA, draws the error from Zverev, who looked to slice his backhand defensively but didn't get anything on it. And here's the crowd inside Louis Armstrong, getting behind Felix Auger-Aliassime, the 2022 semifinalist, on the verge of his biggest win at a major ever.
He's raced to 40-love with fantastic composure, using big serve, big forehands to extinguish Zverev's defensive capabilities.
Now the crowd hushes. Auger-Aliassime, toss, serve, up the tee long. We are 3 hours and 47 minutes in. Zverev took the first set 6-4. Auger-Aliassime the second, 7-6. The third, 6-4. And now he's got triple match point. Second serve into his Zverev backhand cross court. Auger-Aliassime forehand inside out wide.
Did a nice job, quality second serve, and then was quick to move to his left to find a forehand, his favorite shot. Such a disparity in his confidence between forehand and backhand. Felix, he wants a forehand at every opportunity. And he found one, but he just was a little greedy with the target and missed it by perhaps 2 inches inside out.
Auger-Aliassime, the 25-year-old from Canada, ranked 27 in the world. Match point number 2. Serve, out wide. Zverev stretch return is going to go long. And Felix Auger-Aliassime, with his first ever win over a top 5 opponent at a major. He reaches the second week of the US Open, taking out Alexander Zverev.
And a very popular player. Crowd are really excited out there on Armstrong. He's enjoying it now. He was laser focused as he served it out, all business, but now that he can finally let the veil down and relax and enjoy the moment, he's taking in this appreciative crowd out there on Louis Armstrong.
Unbelievable. Felix Auger-Aliassime, 4 sets over Sasha Zverev. And FAA, he had only had 1 top 10 win at a major, and that was also over Alexander Zverev in 2019 at Wimbledon. But this is by ranking the biggest win of FAA's career. He had a hot start to the season, and he struggled for a while, Maka, after winning in Adelaide in January and then kind of capitalizing on that momentum with a really good February as well. Had kind of fallen off, and the first good result we'd seen in several months was actually last week in Cincinnati when he made the quarterfinal and ended up losing to Jannik Sinner 0-2. But here at the US Open, wins over Billie Harris, Roman Safulin, and Alexander Zverev, and he's through to the second week at a major for the first time since Roland Garros last year.
Yeah, Gil, I think Felix's A game is really high. Like when he's in full flight, he's so hard to control. Sasha Zverev, one of the best defensive players in tennis, couldn't contain him tonight. And look out. I mean, this could be a mammoth week if he continues to play with this kind of confidence, with that serve and forehand weaponry.
Drop shot winner from Bublik inside Ash, making it 30-love in this Bublik service game as he tries to serve his way into another tiebreak after he won an opening set tiebreak. 7 points to 5 for a 1-set lead. Bublik first serve, too hot to handle for Paul on the backhand, and it's 40-love. By the way, earliest exit at the US Open for Alexander Zverev since 2018. He is so consistent in best of 5.
He takes a lot of beating. That's a heck of an effort from Felix tonight.
Well-spotted tee serve. Great return by Paul, who jumped on it, but he floats the slice backhand long. So it's a hold for Alexander Bublik, and we'll have another tiebreak.
So going into this tiebreaker, Gil, I really feel like Tommy Paul has got to be on red alert for the drop shot. He's got to be on red alert for big second serves and drop shots, because in pressure situations, Sasha Bublik wants a quick point. So it's half of the game is just anticipation. Even though it looks like Bublik's about to hit a big shot, your brain has got to override what your eyes are telling you.
Tommy Paul has been successful at reading Bublik's game in the past, leads the overall head-to-head 3-0, but now he's trying to avoid going down 2-0 in the match. Starts off this breaker with the service winner, slicing up the tee. Tommy had 2 match points in a third set against Nuno Borges in his previous match to finish it off in straights, but he wasn't able to convert, and he ended up winning 2 hours later at 1:46 in the morning. This one moving by a whole lot quicker. Bublik first serve, it's a let. Bublik still yet to drop a set at the US Open with wins over Marin Cilic and Tristan Schoolkate. First serve from Bublik. Pinpoint footwork as he brings his right foot up to the left and misses the first serve. Second serve into the Paul forehand, inside out return, Bublik backhand cross, exchange backhands. Now Paul skips around for a hard forehand inside out. Bublik running backhand cross court. Now a backhand middle. Paul deep forehand inside out. Steps into a forehand inside in. Slice defense from Bublik. Paul with a forehand cross court. Net court on the forehand from Bublik. Paul inside the court. Forehand inside out. Bublik counters. Backhand down the line. Paul on the retreat. Now he ranges to his right. Lob good for Paul. Forehand lob winner on the full stretch from Tommy.
Boy, that was an interesting point. Tommy Paul had control of the point for 90% of the rally, and then just hit a ball to the Bublik backhand that got him in all sorts of trouble. That one mistake almost cost him the point. He should have stayed with the forehand. Bublik redirected the backhand down the line. Nailed a big forehand that Tommy barely get to. It lofted high. Bublik probably could have reached it, but he thought it was going long for a split second and let it fall safely. It found a happy home for Tommy Paul.
And there was not a lot of space for that lob because it's not as if Bublik's nose was on top of the net. So Paul with the first mini break at 2-love. They're in a baseline exchange here. Bublik steps into a backhand cross court deep. Forehand drop shot from Bublik. In comes Paul. Slice backhand cross court. Bublik backhand pass. Paul stretch forehand volley. It's knocked away into the deuce corner, and Paul has himself a 3-love lead.
Tommy Paul picked a really good time to win a drop shot point. That time he took the drop shot cross court, and I think that's where he needs to start going when he gets to the drop shot. Bublik is pretty good at defending the line, and Tommy's been just kind of blocking those short little drop shot retrievals down the line with no success at all. That time he knifed the backhand cross court and reached out and hit a stab lunge volley for the winner.
Tommy trying to avoid going down 2-love. Up 3-love in the tiebreak. T-serve well spotted. Bublik ranges to his right for a short return, and Paul hits the forehand long, low contact point. It was a knee-high forehand from about 3 feet behind the service line, and he couldn't get it up and down.
A little bit of a lucky return there from Bublik. It just clipped the tape, I think. Chopped forehand return that just cleared, and it was an awkward height for Tommy Paul to try and get up and down.
That's one mini break recovered from Bublik. Body serve from Paul. First forehand cross court. Bublik pulls the string, forehand down the line, and the slice defense from Paul sails wide. So Bublik with 2 return points in a row. Hard forehand down the line there to draw the error.
Yeah, he saw a little opening there. Tommy was so wide over in the forehand court. He saw a chance to go for a winner and took it.
Jannik Sinner will get the winner of this one here on Saturday night at Ash. Bublik serve off the net cord and long. Second serve Bublik. Paul backhand return middle. Bublik fires a backhand up the middle. Steps into a backhand down the line. Paul running forehand. Bublik steps into a forehand. Transitions to the net. Forehand volley deep. Lob by Paul. Bublik gets it back with the sky hook. And the forehand down the line by Bublik. Gets it by a scrambling Tommy Paul for 3-all in the tiebreak.
You really have to hand it to Sasha Bublik. His anticipation is next level. He seems to guess right a heck of a lot, and he's pretty adept at the net, really. When he does come in, he's got soft hands, made a nice volley, and what a Jimmy Connors sky hook he pulled off there to stay in the point. And then seemingly he guesses right every time. Tommy Paul had a very makeable forehand, and Sasha just read his mind.
Yeah, you're so right. I mean, Bublik is not known as a great defender, but in some ways he is, because he's in the right spot so often, and then he can counter offensively.
Yeah, the anticipation is just phenomenal there. And
so
we had a hot start to the tiebreaker for Tommy Paul, but all of a sudden, in the blink of an eye, we're back to 3-3.
They change ends at 3-all. On the serve of Bublik, now near baseline. First serve, about 3 ball lengths down on the net. Second serve, Bublik. Middle of the net, double fault from Bublik, his 6th of the match.
And that's where he's so predictable. On second serve, you have to shift your position. He's virtually no threat to hit a second serve wide. It's either going to be conservative body or blistering pace tee.
He's still won 55% of second serve points for the match, and that's with the 6 double faults. Meanwhile, Paul back up the mini break at 4-3. It's been a return-centric tie break, which is unlikely because we haven't seen a break of serve all match long. Kick serve, Bublik backhand return, hard middle. Bublik, rangy forehand, looping down the right sideline. Backhand off the back foot, open stance from Bublik. Now a forehand down the line, puts Paul on the scramble, and Tommy can't corral the backhand cross court. It's 4 apiece.
Nice job there from Bublik, hanging in the point. He did show some patience in that point. The forehand, not sure if he timed it perfectly, but it had a lot of arc over the net and fell a couple of inches inside the baseline and sideline. It was a very awkward ball for Tommy to handle.
Paul serve into the net.
Big decision here on return. Will he attack or defend?
Positionally, he's deep, and a forehand goes passively into the middle. Paul forehand flirts with the baseline, but he just gets it to go. Now he slices short and draws the error. Bublik backhand into the net tape, trying to approach off of that Tommy Paul slice.
Yes, Tommy Paul's initial forehand was perilously close to the baseline. Just a game of inches right there. If that ball just goes 2 inches farther long, Bublik's got 2 serves to go to a 2-sets-to-love lead. As it is, it's 4-5.
It's crunch time. First serve, Bublik misses.
He's going down the tee again, as you'd expect on a big point, a point of significance.
Will he do it again? Bublik second serve, tee, but a let. It just tipped the top of the net. Paul has to have his forehand return ready. Bublik second serve, tee. Paul forehand return, inside out and deep, draws the error.
That time Tommy Paul was correctly positioned. Was no way he was getting aced up the tee after all the tee serves that he'd seen so far this match. He really dared Bublik to go wide. Bublik didn't want to go with that serve. Quickly to the line.
Bublik backhand cross court here on set point for Tommy Paul. 6-4, drop shot Bublik. Up to it comes Paul. Lob from Bublik. Overhead Paul! And he has the second set.
7-6.
Great job, Tommy Paul, just starting to read the patterns just that little bit better. That made all the difference.
Russell Wilson on his feet inside Ash, cheering on one of 2 Americans remaining in the draw along with Taylor Fritz. Gritty effort from Tommy Paul in what you felt like was a must-win tiebreak, and he takes it 7 points to 4. We are split a set apiece in this night session inside Arthur Ashe on Saturday night of Labor Day weekend on US Open Radio, presented by American Express. Well, this is such an intriguing match, and we thought it would be coming in. Tommy Paul has made a couple of fourth rounds at the U.S. Open. He's made quarterfinal runs at majors and even a semifinal at the Australian Open, but he's never had his big, splashy U.S. Open run. He's still searching for that. Jannik Sinner does await in the next round of this one. Meanwhile, Alexander Bublik, resurgent in 2025, playing some of the best tennis of his life at 28 years old. And we are a set apiece here as we hit 11:20 local time inside Arthur Ashe. Gil Gross alongside David McPherson, our producer and engineer, Claude Jennings, and our entire team here at US Open Radio. Appreciate you joining us, however you may be listening. Bublik has a hold to start the third set for 1-love. Mako, has anything surprised you so far in this match?
I'd say the thing that surprised me the most is that Bublik's been as successful as he has been on drop shot. I think Tommy would know coming in that on points of significance, he's going to go for that shot. And I really thought with his speed, he would have anticipated it better and dealt with it better. He's got it to a set all now, and I would think the momentum should be in his favor. But it's a struggle out there. He's possibly not at an absolute 100% physically. I'm not sure, but the anticipation's been a little off too. I really felt like he should be on top of these drop shots a little earlier.
Wide serve service winner from Paul. Yeah, we were off on that before the match. We felt that Tommy Paul was going to cover the Bublik drop shot and do so well, and that is for the most part not been the case so far. Paul's flat serve out wide, a good one. Service winner again for 30-love.
And I've also felt like Tommy Paul has given Bublik a little too much space down the tee. I mean, really and truly, that's his predominant serve when it counts. And for 2 sets, he's gotten a lot of free points up the tee on first and second serve. I think Tommy, at the end of that second set tiebreaker, really started to shade his positioning over there so it was not open. And you really just look for Bublik to serve wide on the ad in particular when he's up 40-love or when there's no pressure.
Backhand unforced error from Bublik makes it 40-love Paul. Bublik held to start this third set for 1-love. Kick serve Paul in behind it. Backhand volley, open court for the winner. And Paul holds for 1 apiece.
Lovely serve volley there. 40-love, so perhaps he was willing to try it out, but I think there's points to be won there. Bublik standing very deep. He does have a good backhand, but all Tommy Paul had to do was get his racket face on that volley, and Bublik was way out of position as far as recovering to get it.
So now Bublik serving at 1-all near baseline. On the deuce side, he goes up the tee, draws the short return, backhand hard down the line, and Paul can't pick it up from his shoelaces. Forehand into the net from Tommy Paul, 15-love Bublik.
Tommy did a nice job of anticipating where it was going, down the line hard, but it was hit so well that he couldn't quite manage to clear the net.
First serve Bublik, long. Stat lines very similar in this match. Both men serving exactly 60% first serves in, 83% first serves won. Body serve from Bublik on the second. First ball backhand drop shot, well placed. Sliding get by Tommy Paul. Half volley on the backhand wide from Tommy. He comes up just a little bit lame, as if that was uncomfortable to go down low for that volley.
And this is a double win for Bublik because he's getting to play his favorite shot and getting success with his drop shot. He's also punishing Tommy Paul's body by having to sprint forward so many times. I think the answer for Tommy Paul is after you make your return, as he hits a cracking forehand down the line winner on that ball, after you hit the return, get up on the baseline, even a little inside the baseline. You can always half volley balls and absorb pace if Bublik does hit them deep. But priority number 1, Gil, is get on top of those drop shots.
Yeah, it's so true because so many of Bublik's drop shots have been on the +1 ball. Many of these, once the rally develops, you're you're out of the woods to some extent. Bublik loves that first ball drop shot as he's up 40-15, 1-all in the third. Bublik on a 10-match winning streak after titles in Stade and Kitzbühel. Double faults here for 40-30. Went 29 days without playing a match coming into the U.S. Open.
7 double faults thus far. Not an unsurprising number. He goes for so many huge second serves. He's going to have his share of double faults.
Connection on the backhand return from Paul. Rushes Bublik on the first backhand. Pulls it wide for the error. It's deuce in this Bublik service game.
Out of nowhere, Tommy Paul mounting a little bit of pressure here. Now, if he gets the return in play, be ready to move forward. Do not be surprised by a first ball drop shot.
Returning 5 feet behind the baseline. Doesn't have a play on that serve. Sliced wide with considerable right to left tail by Bublik. Ace number 10. Hour 46 into this one. Bublik first serve belted up the tee, and the forehand return from Paul sails long up the baseline by about 3 feet. Another tight service game, but Bublik works his way through. We still haven't had a break in this match. A set apiece and 2-1 for Bublik in the third on US Open Radio, presented by American Express. Tommy Paul has been fighting his way through whatever physical issues may be lingering in the background as he serves at 1-2 in the third set. He did pull out of Canada, had a left foot injury that really hampered him at Wimbledon, where he lost early. Backhand pulled wide from Tommy Paul. Love 15 in this service game.
Unforced error off the backhand from Tommy Paul. You don't say that phrase too often. Everything's been a struggle for Tommy Paul these last 2 rounds. Nothing has come easy. His opponent's playing extremely well and punishing him by making him run forward to drop shots on a regular clip. And that explosive sprint forward and then gathering yourself for the next ball, that takes a toll on your body if it's well executed by the opponent.
Big +1 ball from Paul on the forehand. He's dictating off of that wing to start this rally, but he loses control nearly cross court, found the back of the baseline, now flattens out down the line. Bublik on the back fence defending. He can't hang in the point as the slice backhand defense just tails wide by a little bit. And now Bublik looking to his camp and making a signal with his fingers as if to say, how did that Paul forehand not go long earlier in the rally?
And that's a big part of him playing well, is keeping a good humor, like trying to keep things light and relaxed is so important for Bublik, because if he gets tense, his game just completely dissolves. So to keep it light is important to him.
Forehand return by Bublik, tried to redirect down the line, caught it just late and put it in the alley. 30-15 for Paul.
First time he's tried to take that deep forehand down the line. His strategy is to go high cross court to the Tommy Paul forehand. So just I think a little lapse in focus there, getting away from his winning strategy.
I do wonder about just the concentration at this point in the match. We're an hour 50 in. It's early in the third set. It feels like this is a moment where you could have a bit of a lull in the match. 40-15 for Paul.
You're 100% right. Tommy Paul's had 2 forehands in this game that he's blistered flat on the baseline. It could easily be 15-40 instead of 40-15, and that's the wry smile you're seeing from Sasha Bublik there, as he's basically intimating to his camp, but that was really lucky from Tommy both times.
Second serve at 40-15. Bublik pulls the trigger. Forehand down the line, return winner.
Well, if he starts executing that shot, that's another dimension of threat. Really, it was calculated. That's twice in a row now he's chosen to go up the line. The first time he missed, that time it was very precise and found its mark for a winner.
40-30. First serve, Paul. Net tape and wide. One bounces into the first row of the stands. Souvenir for that fan. Second serve, double fault. It goes long. And it's deuce in this game.
Is it just me, Gil, or is Tommy somewhat walking with a fraction of a limp, just in between points? Just doesn't seem like his normal gait to me.
I'll keep an eye on that. There have definitely been moments where he's been moving to balls and it just hasn't looked fully comfortable, but he pops an ace up the tee at 126. He'll have a game point here for 2-all in the third.
I think that's been his most successful serve tonight. Ace up the tee on the deuce.
First serve in the net. Tommy's percentage has gone down throughout the match. It's 4 out of 12 in this set so far. Backhand return, Bublik on the second serve, deep right down Broadway. Paul, forehand inside out. Bublik backhand up the middle. Now Bublik running forehand off the tip of the net tape, just wide of the left sideline. And Paul has the holds, 2-all in set 3.
And Coach Brad Stein applauding there. I think he liked the tactics that Tommy Paul employed there of just moving Bublik side to side.
And Tommy Paul walking up to chair umpire Nacho Forcadell saying something. Nacho then went to the phone. That usually means that the physio is on their way. Changeover after this game. Bublik, first ball, drop shot on the backhand. In comes Paul, digs it out with the forehand down the line. Backhand pass by Bublik off the frame on the volley from Paul.
Once again, the drop shot's coming on the +1. The disguise is fantastic. It really looks like it's going to be a drive until the last millisecond, but strategically, Tommy needs to be just knowing that this first shot, drop shot is coming and just being 2-3 feet farther inside the court to counter it.
And again, he went deep on the reply. Forehand return inside in, puts Bublik on the scramble, chops a forehand deep in the court, and it's actually Paul missing the backhand. It looked like he was in a good position after that return, and then suddenly he had to handle a deep ball.
That time it was Bublik's chance to get lucky hitting the baseline off a forehand.
So 30 love. Bublik moving quickly between points as ever as he rifles a serve up the tee for the service winner as the Paul chip return on the backhand side, which is not one he hits often, goes into the bottom of the net.
Well, he moved pretty gingerly to that, I thought, Gil. Like, didn't look like he had that full spring out to his backhand wing.
Big serve out wide. Well placed by Bublik with good width at just 108 miles per hour. So it's 3-2 now in this third set. And that will give us a chance to hear from Felix Auger-Aliassime, who spoke with Mike Cation after his big upset win over Alexander Zverev.
Felix, well done. Listen, I talked to Alexis Gallonneau earlier today. I was just kind of talking about what you were doing with your game. And he said you and Frederick have been working a little bit on the consistency of your game right now. But today I was really impressed with the balance because you were hanging in some of those points. But then when the moment presented itself, incredibly brave here today. Just talk about how you found that balance here today against Alexander Zverev.
Well, the thing is, that's my instinct, you know? So obviously my whole career I've been trying to like go against my instinct a little bit and kind of like temper and, you know, and get into the rallies. But I just feel like, you know, I try to move around, hit forehands, and I feel like I can hit big and hit small targets. But against, you know, Sasha, like, am I going to win just rallying with him? Probably not. You know, so the goal was to, every chance I get, to really put pressure on him and give him no time and keep him on the move, keep him like on his back heel. So that was well executed, but for sure, the consistency is a big part because there's different ways to win matches. Tonight was one way. The first round, for example, here was much different. So I'm gonna have to find a way to get through the next one. But for sure tonight it was a good balance.
You're always also on court a pretty stoic guy, a pretty quiet guy, but it felt today like some Davis Cup Felix out there. I mean, it seemed like you were getting the crowd involved, crowd engaged. Just talk about that part of your game as well.
Same thing. I mean, it's a work in progress. Like on the mental side with my team, it's like to know myself better throughout the years, to know, you know, how to switch it on and when to, you know, to stay quiet. So, you know, yeah, I try to use all the tools at my disposal to kind of, you know, give myself the best chance. But you pointed out well that, yeah, I was bringing the energy. But I think New York helps, to be honest, in a way. Like, it's so loud in there. You feel like everybody's so engaged that you have to give them something.
Felix, I know you got a wedding coming up, so you just keep paying for it with every win you have. So congratulations.
Right. I need it. That's right. Thanks.
Oh, I love that. Great job by Mike Cation and Felix Auger-Aliassime, and congrats to Felix. I found that first response fascinating, and we're going to talk about it, Maka. We have time to talk about it because on Ash, Tommy Paul just went off court with the physio, so a medical timeout for Tommy Paul here, but we won't get to really see exactly what's bothering him because they're going to do the treatment off court. But Maka, was Felix saying on that first answer that his instinct has been to play more passively and consistently, and he's fought that throughout his career by playing more aggressively?
No, I think the reverse, Gil.
Reverse.
I think that his instinct clearly is always to attack and go for his shots.
That's what I thought.
And I think that perhaps he's saying that we have worked on, my coaches and I, trying to be more consistent over the years, but it's really not me. At the end of the day, I've got to go with my strengths. I've got to impact the opponent at every opportunity, is what he's saying. And because he said, like, if I'm going to rally with Sasha, I'm almost certainly going to lose. I mean, my technique isn't as pure as his on the backhand. Eventually, he's going to beat me. So he's saying, I'm going to go with my strengths. I'm going to trust my instincts, live and die by the sword, and that's what he did tonight.
Yeah, okay, so that is more what I would expect him to say. But, yeah, I guess I was a little bit turned around by the wording there.
Just the way he phrased it.
Yes.
I think he's saying, I'm sure he's saying that I really went with my strengths tonight.
Right.
I kept Sasha off balance. I impacted him at every opportunity, and that's why I was successful. I didn't try to play like everybody else.
Yeah.
I didn't try to prove that I can make 8 backhands in a row. That's, I think, what he was getting at.
And Zverev will be disappointed. You know, the year started with a final at the Australian Open. His 3rd career major final. Of course, he served for the championship here at the 2020 US Open against Dominic Thiem and couldn't get it done there. Still searching for that first major title. And, you know, things after Australia got somewhat difficult on him, although by most player standards, he had been having a good year. Just felt, Maka, that after losing early at Wimbledon, there was a really good reset from Zverev. And he was no longer burnt out. He was rejuvenated. He had the week with Uncle Tony. He was well rested. He made semifinals at both of the Masters 1000s coming in. I did not expect an upset defeat from Zverev coming into this tournament.
Well, it's not that Sasha is so solid. He takes a lot of beating. But as I said earlier in the broadcast, that Felix's A game is really high. Like, when he plays really well, he can take the racket out of even great players' hands to a large extent. And that's exactly what happened tonight. It was just a flawless, dominant, aggressive performance from Felix Auger-Aliassime. And when he's in that frame of mind and executing to the maximum of his abilities, he's one of the top 4 or 5 players in the world.
Yeah, it's so true. And to kind of hammer that home, statistically, there were points in the match where I was seeing graphics come up. I don't have the exact stat, but FAA was around 25 forehand winners for the match, and Zverev was in the zip code of about 5. So just a massive difference in firepower off of that wing, and part of it is the court position and how they're set up with the first serve. Tommy Paul walking down the Ash Tunnel after the medical timeout. We had mentioned that he looked a little bit labored in some of his movements.
I mean, he's such a gutty, gritty competitor. I mean, he is going to fight to the bitter end here, you feel like. And I still believe if he can just anticipate Bublik's patterns here, which to me are really predictable, like if he can just be on the tee serve, be on the drop shot, I think he can get on top and win this match. But everything's hard work right now because his anticipation hasn't been wonderful. Like, he's been beaten by the tee serve earlier in the match. He's continued to be beaten by the drop shot here halfway through the 3rd set, which really surprises me on a hard court.
Athleticism is just such a major part of Tommy Paul's game. When that is slightly diminished, it's just tough for him to make up the difference in the other aspects of his game. And right now, it's not that Tommy Paul is limping around the court necessarily, but maybe he's at, what, 80% of his movement, 85, and just that 15% is massive. Serving at 2-3. Now we're 2 hours into this third round match at Ashe with Jannik Sinner awaiting the winner. Bublik waiting for the wide serve, and he gets it with a looping forehand cross court. Paul flattens out with his forehand cross. Bublik defending from deep in the court. Now a low backhand from Bublik middle. Tommy Paul forehand inside out. Now forehand inside in. Bublik to his right. Hooks it forehand down the line. Steps into a backhand slice approach. Paul backhand pass. And the Bublik forehand volley into the alley as he tried to catch it cross court, but missed it wide.
Yes, entertaining point and a good point from Tommy Paul's standpoint, because he was in control. He dictated the whole time until the very end when Bublik tried a net approach. That's the type of punishing, controlling point that Tommy Paul wants to play. Keep Alexander Bublik back, deep.
Kick wide, handled by Bublik on the backhand return. Open stance backhand from Bublik long on the cross court. 30 love now for Paul. You mentioned his grittiness, and I just couldn't believe what I saw at Roland Garros when Tommy Paul was facing Marton Fucsovics in the second round and actually came up with a bit of an ab injury in that one, and he was down 2 sets to love. And I was watching the match, Macca, thinking, he's down 2 sets to love and injured. This match is over. And Tommy Paul came back to win the next 3 sets from down 2 sets to love, and then beat Karen Khachanov in the next match in 5. He beat Popyrin in the 4th round and lost to Carlos Alcaraz in the quarterfinals when it finally felt like the physicality caught up with Tommy. And he wasn't 100% in that match, although it's difficult to beat Alcaraz even if 100%. Meanwhile, 30-15 point for Paul in this service game. Makes a forehand stab, and Bublik puts a forehand chip approach into the net tape. 40-15 for Paul.
Yes, I see Brad Stein clapping to Tommy Paul, to his player, when he plays a point where he's the dictator, where he's keeping Bublik deep, where he can't drop shot. That's the strategy that I think Brad is looking for from Tommy. Make sure that you dictate as much as possible, keep him deep, and then in the occasions when you lose control of the point and Bublik's in a position of offense, don't be fooled into thinking that he's going to drive it powerfully. Look for the drop shot.
Backhand error from Bublik gives Paul the hold, 3-all. And I thought it was notable, Tommy wanted to get a new racket, but he didn't walk to his bag. He jogged to his bag.
Thank you.
And that just, maybe sends a message to Bublik. Look, I know I just took a medical timeout, but I'm not dead on my feet here. I'm still looking to battle post-treatment. Second serve, Bublik into the body. Paul swipes at a backhand return. And Bublik drives another backhand deep. Backhand has gotten a little bit inconsistent on Alexander Bublik in the last few points.
Tommy Paul with some nice depth since he's come back from the injury timeout. He's really kept Alexander Bublik on the baseline or behind it.
Bublik with another second serve at love 15. Paul forehand return inside out. Paul backhand cross court. Bublik backhand cross. Paul forehand inside out. Bublik backhand flies again. That backhand has lost control for Bublik. Love 30.
U.S. Open courts are blue inside the playing surface and green outside the playing surface. To put it in simple terms, if he can make Bublik play in the green of the court, he's doing his job.
9 unforced errors for Bublik in the set already, but he gets a service winner up the tee. Tommy Paul only has 3 unforced errors, so baseline consistency advantage for Tommy, as has been the case throughout the match, as you would expect in this matchup. But Bublik only 1 of 4 now on first serves in this game. 15-30, second serve. Paul, forehand, hit hard and deep. That's long from Paul on the forehand return.
Yes, Tommy Paul knows that second serve is really very likely to go to his forehand. Unfortunately for Tommy, that's not his best shot. There are a lot of players that love their forehand so much they'd be hitting those for winners. But when Tommy tries to generate all his own pace on the forehand, it just sometimes goes awry.
Absolutely.
30
30-all.
matchup problem there in that department.
Bublik double fault. So 1 of 5 on first serves in this game for Bublik, whose second serve is always a little bit vulnerable. And Brad Stein has his hands cupped, shouting at Tommy Paul ahead of this break point at 30-40. 3-all in the third. Drop shot by Bublik on the first ball. Here comes Paul. He can't dig it out. Another first ball drop shot from Bublik to save the break point.
Gil, if I had any hair, I'd be tearing it out right now, because that was so obvious that that was coming, and Tommy is still reacting a quarter-second slow every single time.
It's deuce. First serve misses for Bublik. Boy, if he can hold after all of these missed first serves, he's going to feel like $1 million. Second serve, Paul, backhand return, inside in. Bublik drop shot. Paul on the forehand. He's able to drive it cross court. Lob by Bublik is long.
That time, Tommy Paul was just that quarter of a second. That's all it is. It's just a fraction of a second quicker to anticipate. He was able to get to the ball in time to hit a topspin forehand cross court.
We haven't had a break all match. Block return by Bublik. And Bublik forehand inside out for a winner. I misspoke on the return. Of course, it's Paul returning, Bublik serving. And Bublik makes the first serve, gets a kind of a short chip return on the forehand, and Bublik puts away that first +1 ball.
Yeah, Tommy didn't do a lot with the return, and Bublik did his job that time on the forehand, and now comes up with a nasty wide serve at deuce.
Now that was a good swinger. Tommy Paul 0 for 5 on break points. Bublik hasn't generated one. Game point. T-serve, Bublik, 2 feet inside the paint for an approach shot backhand. Pass goes right at Bublik's chest, and Bublik can't handle the volley. Backhand volley into the net from Bublik. It's back to deuce, number 3 in this game.
Looking immediately at his box, Sasha Bublik, they're saying, was that passing shot going out? Tommy hit it really flat. The volley was made at about the shoulder height, or perhaps chest height. I think it was going in.
Ace from Bublik up the tee. Number 12 on the match for Bublik. Game point.
211 Ks per hour. He really reared back and dropped a bomb on that occasion.
That's 131 miles per hour for our American viewers. And listeners.
I'm sorry, I was
mostly listeners, some viewers.
In Australian there, sorry.
That's okay.
Shout out to my Aussie listeners.
Sliced second serve up the tee. It's covered by Paul. Slice backhand sharp from Tommy. Dug up by Bublik on the backhand. Another knee-high backhand from Bublik. Now a forehand looped up the line. Paul deflects the backhand cross. Bublik goes down the line with the backhand and wide. An undisciplined attempt, you think?
As I've been saying, he really wants short points. It's good tactics by Bublik. He knows he can't be as solid as Tommy Paul in a baseline rally. And by drop shot or going for big winners down the line, he wants out of that point quickly.
Unforced errors now 12-4 in this set. But Bublik with another ace up the tee. Looked like an instant replay of the last serve he hit at deuce.
Going with his strength. He had that one wide serve that got Tommy Paul off the scent.
Bublik serve up the tee. Sharp block return by Paul. Takes control with the forehand cross court, but missed it. Just a little bit long on the forehand from Tommy, and Bublik fends off a break point. He's now 5 for 5 on break point saved in the match, and up 4-3 in this third set. A set apiece between Bublik and Paul on Ash on this Saturday night of Labor Day weekend. You're listening to US Open Radio, presented by American Express.
This is where barrier breakers meet dream chasers. And the OGs meet the next to bees. Where the stars, under these lights, meet a whole new electricity. This is where tradition meets trendy. And every moment is history. The US Open, spectacular awaits.
Or about 80% capacity in Ash as we approach midnight on this Saturday of Labor Day weekend. Tommy Paul serving to Alexander Bublik at 3-4. We also have in the last night session inside Louis Armstrong Stadium before they'll go to just a 4-match day session inside Armstrong. It's Beatriz Haddad Maia, 18 seed from Brazil, taking on Maria Sakkari, who's been dominant en route to this third round. Wins over Tatiana Maria and Anna Bondar for Maria Sakkari, the Greek world number 64, former world number 2. Sakkari in an early deficit against Haddad Maia on Armstrong. We'll keep you updated on that one. It's 4-1 Haddad Maia. Meanwhile, 15 all in this Paul service game.
Tommy was down love 15 in this game with a great forehand winner, opening up the return game from Bublik, but then Tommy countered with an ace out wide.
He's trying to hit out on his forehand. Big rips from Tommy. Cross court. Now he skips around and goes inside out. Bublik defends. Open stance backhand. Now Bublik with the forehand cross court. Paul to his right for a forehand line. Now he ranges left. Backhand slice. That looked uncomfortable. Backhand slice in the net from Tommy. He was on the run, and the reaction afterwards wasn't quite natural.
You're right, Gil. He made a little tactical error there going down the line on the forehand, but without any penetration. It allowed Bublik to really rip the backhand cross court, and Tommy didn't look comfortable stretching for that slice.
15-30, a little bit of trouble for Tommy Paul in this 3-4 service game. First serve tee, it's a good one, but blocked back deep from Bublik. Bublik gets himself in the rally. Paul, forehand inside out. Bublik backhand cross. Good quality. Steps into a forehand. Gets Tommy on the run. Ranges to his right. Angled off forehand by Bublik. Paul, way outside the court, and he chips the forehand wide.
Just barely wide. That would have been one of the most spectacular continental grip winners you've ever seen. He could only hit a continental grip shot. He was that outstretched. He almost found the miracle cross-court angle.
It has taken over 2 hours, but Alexander Bublik has his first 2 break chances of the match at 15-40. Paul, first serve. Out wide, blocked back by Bublik. Paul steps into a forehand cross court, well angled to draw the error.
Tremendous job from Tommy Paul there. Quality first serve, drew the chip return over to the Tommy Paul forehand, and he whipped it sharply back behind his opponent there. Bublik tried to find a miracle winner down the line, but was well wide.
Paul has been serving the Bublik forehand and getting block returns, sometimes attackable. This time he goes tee at the Bublik forehand again. Bublik stretched out to make the return. Paul forehand inside out for the winner.
Tremendous answer here, saving 2 break points with really positive points. Good serving, backed up with outstanding +1 forehands.
It's deuce.
Thank you.
Men combined 0 for 7 on break points now. We've had 2 tie-break sets, the first one by Bublik, the second one by Paul. Second serve, Bublik unloads, forehand return down the line.
Gil, I really feel like he's had a tactics change here at the start of this set. All of a sudden, the forehands are going down the line. Every single one went deep and cross-court in the first couple of sets. I think he and his coaching staff have pulled a very clever maneuver here.
Serve and volley from Paul. Misses the gimme volley. Wide open court. Forehand volley from Tommy Paul right in the pocket, and he put it wide. And that's the first break of serve of the match. Alexander Bublik will serve at 5-3 in the third for a 2-1 lead.
Oh, Gil, it was such a clever play, a power kicker wide. It was the easiest of volleys, one that Tommy could probably make 100 times in a row under normal circumstances.
Yeah, that was a shocker. Net points 1 for Tommy Paul. Also a bit of a shocker. 15 of 35 in the match, which is a 43% win rate at the net, which is puzzling until you remember how many drop shots Bublik has thrown in.
That's where that stat's coming from. An amazing amount of drop shots, and the biggest factor in the match is Tommy has not anticipated them well at all, shockingly to me.
Bublik has the 15-love lead in this service game, but it evaporates with the backhand error from Bublik. Normally solid off of that wing. A lot of errors in this third set, but Bublik still has the 5-3 lead. They're serving at 15 all with the black calf sleeve and the blacked out Wilson racket with the shiny white overgrip, the black headband for Bublik as well, tattoos all along his right arm. The second serve returned nicely by Paul, controlling the middle of the court, forehand inside out, Bublik stretch backhand lob. Easy overhead for Tommy Paul. He puts it away cross court. 15-30 lead in this return game for Paul.
A+ point from Tommy Paul there. He played deep on second serve. He was ready for the Bublik power T serve on second serve. He countered that and then immediately took control of the tempo of the point. Never let Bublik get into a position of power.
15-30. Bublik serve way out. It was wide and it was long. Will he get nervous on this second serve and go big? It was actually a pretty safe one, but it hit the top of the tape. So it's a let, and Bublik will have to re-rack. Toss, serve. Into the Paul backhand. He fights it off. Big +1 by Bublik. Steps into a backhand down the line. A no-chase winner.
Aggressive first backhand down the line. As we know, when the points get big, Bublik wants the points to come short, and he really took a chance there. The Tommy Paul return was fairly deep, but Bublik took control of the point, stepped in, crushed the backhand down the line for a winner.
A good first forehand, though. A lot of pace by Bublik. He came through that one with confidence. 30 all. Bublik rocks back, delivers, out wide, ace!
That was a really good serve. He's done most of the damage down the tee there, but that time at 117 miles an hour, he hit the nasty slider wide and got the ace to the forehand.
Set point Bublik. Just missed an ace out wide. Second serve at 5-3, 40-30. Bublik up the tee. Paul forehand return, rushes Bublik, draws the short ball, backhand down the line. Bublik loops a forehand, misses it beyond the baseline.
Really, his body weight really leaned off that one, Gil, didn't he? It wasn't particularly difficult forehand, but that's where the tension got a hold of him, and he lifted it nastily. And one of the few times he's shown frustration or irritation.
First serve up the tee. Stretch return by Paul. Forehand by Bublik cross court. Paul forehand loop. Drop shot Bublik. And that freezes Tommy Paul at the baseline. Didn't see it coming at all. And Tommy is beside himself.
Yes, the disguise is fantastic from Bublik. Physically, the shot until the last millisecond looks like a drive forehand, but then so often it's a drop shot.
First serve Bublik on set point. Another backhand drop shot down the line. Paul digs it out. Bublik lob. Paul overhead. Bublik deflects it into the open court to pass Tommy Paul and take the third set. Alexander Bublik has a 2-1 lead over the number 14 seed Tommy Paul.
Unbelievable anticipation there from Bublik. Tommy Paul got up to the drop shot, drew a lob from Bublik that Tommy athletically got back to and absolutely hammered the smash, but somehow, miraculously, Sasha Bublik was in position to deflect it, as you say, for a winner with a continental grip. Amazing.
Demoralizing for Tommy Paul, especially that volley that he missed on break point, and he loses set 3, 6-3. Now back against the wall. He'll have to go 5 for a second consecutive match if he wants to stay in the 2025 US Open. Let's go now to Armstrong. It's Beatriz Haddad Maia serving up 5-1. It's a set point for the Brazilian, who misses that forehand wide. Off of her back foot going inside out. It was a jam shot on the return from Sakari. Haddad Maia, a quarter finalist last year, lost to Karolina Muchova Her best run at a major came in 2023, made the semis at Roland Garros. Entered this event, however, on a 4-match losing streak. Haddad Maia at deuce. She's a lefty, stands at 6 feet tall. Misses the first serve. Green Wilson blade racket, pink skirt, white top, white visor. Slow second serve. Sakkari bunts the backhand inside out, steps into a forehand and drives it cross court. Haddad Maia shock absorbing on the backhand. Stretch backhand slice. Sakkari steps in and angles off a backhand cross court for a winner.
Really nice point construction from Sakkari there, using her whippy forehand that she generates a lot of topspin on that forehand, and she's off to a rugged start here down at 1-5, but you can see when she brings that forehand to bear, she can be an imposing player from the baseline.
Break point number 2 in this game. The set is probably already lost from Sakkari, but trying to maybe turn the momentum ahead of a second set. She puts a block return in the court. Haddad Maia with her lefty forehand going up the middle here. Sakkari trades passively up the middle. And with her two-handed backhand, she closes her stance, hits a backhand cross court. Haddad Maia off her heels, forehand cross. Backhand cross from Haddad Maia. Sakkari running to her right, clips the tape on a forehand. Haddad Maia goes down the line. Sakkari, buggy whip forehand cross. Forehand down the line. Haddad Maia doesn't have to play it, as that forehand from Sakkari sailed just long.
A very grueling rally. Haddad Maia known for her toughness, her consistency. She doesn't make a lot of unforced errors. That time, Sakkari tried to go for the winner down the line from a very deep position. Strategically, just a little ambitious.
Haddad Maia has beaten Sunay Kartal and Victoria Golubic en route to this third round match. Sakkari's been straightforward over Tatiana Maria and Anna Bondar. Really great score lines from the Greek. 3-1 over Bondar. And at deuce, it's a body serve from Haddad Maia, which draws the return miss. And it'll be another chance to put this first set on ice for Beatrice Haddad Maia. The American Amanda Anisimova awaits in the fourth round. She'll take on the winner of this one, which is the last night match inside Louis Armstrong. Set point number 2 for the world number 22. Haddad Maia, wide serve in behind it. Backhand volley, open court. Sakkari won't get there. Nice finish for Haddad Maia to cap off that opening set. 6-1 in favor of the 29-year-old who made the quarterfinals here last year. Haddad Maia in business inside Louis Armstrong.
Tommy Paul, first game of the fourth here, up 30-15, second serve. Cross-court backhand rally that drew a slice backhand mistake from Bublik there, 40-15. Tommy really needs to get off to a solid start here, showing a lot of courage, because I do think, Gil, that physically he's just not quite at 100%.
I agree, and I think there's been stuff really all summer long bothering Tommy and just limiting him a bit, but you're right, he's fighting as hard as he possibly can. Forehand winner on a +1. Good sideline breaking forehand from Tommy, and he actually looked towards his box and gave some positive vocalizations.
Yes, I think the gist of that was like, I got to go ahead and hit my forehand. I can hit through the ball, take control. I can't allow myself to be the defender too often. I'm physically compromised. I need to take control.
Yeah, it's a tough place to be because, Maka, we've talked about Tommy needing to dictate rallies with his ball striking. That's just not really his natural game, is it?
So true, so true. Normally he absorbs pace brilliantly and sort of you punch yourself to death against him. But right now in his physical state, I think he does need to be the aggressor.
Service winner from Bublik on this opening point. Bublik winning behind his first serve at 82% efficiency. Paul not bad himself at 80%. But Paul's actually been the more successful of the two on the second serve. Bublik up where it matters on the scoreboard, 2-1. Another drop shot from Sasha. Backhand pass goes wide on the follow-up from Bublik.
Tommy Paul defended the drop shot well that time, but still feel like he could be getting off to quicker starts. That time the drop shot was a little high and deep, so it was a comfortable get for him.
15-all, second serve for Bublik. Slices it into a Paul backhand. Bublik backhand down the line. Paul forehand down the line, sprays it wide.
A good example, Gil, of trying to be offensive, but that's not really his strength, just going for up the line, flat winners. Missed it fairly comfortably wide.
Forehand winners in the match. Paul has 11. Bublik has 19. Some of them drop shots, of course. Service winner from Bublik again. Now 40-15 in this game. Paul rocking back and forth in his return stance. Steps up to the baseline for the split step and a sharp return with the backhand side, which is so compact for Tommy Paul. He whips a forehand cross court. Bublik can't defend that.
A little bit of anger and frustration in that forehand. He got one that sat up and he really thrashed it cross court. A couple of inches inside the baseline, but it was all out aggression from Tommy Paul there. This ad side point has been a bit of a problem because Bublik's best serve, the power tee, has been into Tommy Paul's less solid return, the forehand. It's been a real winning pattern for Bublik, even though Tommy Paul knows it's going there most of the time.
Absolutely. It's another tee serve and another unreturned. That time Paul tried to chip the forehand return, just caught the tape, and it's 1-all in the fourth.
Tennis is such a game of matchups. If Tommy Paul's best return was his forehand return, he would be, loving those tee serves. If those serves were coming in hard to his backhand, he would be eating Bublik alive. But the matchup dictates that Bublik's best serve is into Tommy Paul's weaker return on the ad side.
Yeah, it's such a good point. That said, Paul does lead this overall head-to-head 3-0 for other reasons that we discussed before the match when it comes to the patience, discipline, consistency of Tommy, his ability usually to deal with the drop shot.
And that's where perhaps just his slight impairment physically, whatever he's dealing with there, is a big factor in this match, because the percentages of points won by the drop shot of Sasha Bublik has been really high, and much higher than it would be normally if Tommy was anticipating and flying to those short balls.
Paul quickly to 40 love, and he holds. No returns in play in that return game from Alexander Bublik. It is an easy hold for Tommy Paul here in this third round match, but the American down 2-1 inside Arthur Ashe Stadium. You're listening to US Open Radio, presented by American Express. Tommy Paul, born in New Jersey, grew up in Greenville, South Carolina, moved to Boca when he was a teenager to train at the USTA National Training Center. He's still there now. And he has been such a talent maximizer in his career after maybe, not putting all the work in. He's the first to admit that when he was a youngster, and he's become the consummate professional as of late. And he's finished top 15 back-to-back years, 13 in the world a couple years ago, 12 in the world last year, sitting at 14 in the rankings now. As a return from Paul, clips off the back of the baseline. He's able to take control with his forehand. Bublik hooks a forehand cross court. Paul goes down the line with his forehand, steps into a forehand inside in. Bublik still defending on his forehand, loops it cross court. Paul with the forehand cross court. Now on the run, Paul backhand cross court with good depth. Bublik forehand inside in, and that'll draw a forehand long from Tommy Paul. Maka, where I was going with this, Tommy has accomplished so much in his career already, so much to be proud of. I think he's really badly wants a big U.S. Open run. And it's kind of the one thing that I think he hasn't checked off in terms of his career accomplishments.
Yeah, absolutely, Gil. They've made a tremendous team. Brad Stein and Tommy Paul, that was a real turning point for Tommy Paul's career when he and Brad Stein teamed up. And Brad's just one of the most successful coaches in the recent times, doing a fantastic job with Kevin Anderson and Jim Courier and others. So it was a brilliant masterstroke of a hire from Tommy. And that is just the missing piece. He's been really consistent, piled on the wins, ranking's been really high. If we could just have that magical Grand Slam run somewhere, especially here in New York,
yeah,
that's what he's looking for right now.
Did have the semis in Australia in 2023, but at the U.S. Open, started his career here losing first round in his first 4 appearances. It was a real source of pain for him at that point. He's obviously worked through that to make back-to-back 4th rounds the last couple years, lost to Shelton and Sinner. But, you think about some of his peers, as at 15-all, Bublik digs out a short forehand chip. Lob from Paul is good. Gorgeous parabola off the forehand of Paul for a 15-30 lead in this return game. Ben Shelton has had his U.S. Open runs. Tiafoe certainly has. Taylor Fritz made the final last year. Tommy's been right with that group. He really hasn't had his moment in New York.
If he could just find a way to scrap and fight his way through this, it'll take 5 sets if he's going to do it now. But a match with Jannik Sinner would just be a dream for him to get on the big stage against the best player in the world.
Yeah, Jannik's obviously been a tough matchup for everybody, including Tommy. This probably isn't the year. I just think in general, when it comes to Tommy's career, it's going to be kind of almost one of the main things that it's almost his North Star moving forward. Ace from Bublik at 30-all. So that makes it 40-30.
Great job by Bublik. They're finding the wide one. He hasn't used that one as much as he's used the tee, and that was a really important time to fend off a trouble spot.
Lands another first serve. They're into the rally, but Paul makes an early forehand error, just trying to trade it cross court, missed it long. There was a lot of incoming pace, and Bublik holds for 2-all now in the 4th. He's up 2-1 here on Ash.
Bublik's such a smart tactician. He really, using the early part of the set and early points of games to chance his arm, if you like, with his forehand ground stroke. When he feels a little less stress, that's when he's going to go for big forehands and make some of them, make his fair share, and then save the drop shot for those critical moments when he really trusts that far more than his forehand drive.
Knee-high backhand into the net for Bublik. 15 love for Paul in this service game.
Nice first serve to start the game. Just worked it into the body, drew the short return, and then took control of the point.
Well-placed tee serve, but Bublik is able to get it back and deep to get into the rally. And another forehand miss from Tommy. So just 2 in a row. Pretty routine. Well, actually, it's not 2 in a row. I'm sorry, but it's 2 out of the last 3 points where Paul has missed some routine forehands. 15-all for Paul on the far baseline in his forest green kit. Gets the service winner on the slice wide into the Bublik forehand.
Super smart serve there. I don't think Bublik's much of a chance to hurt him from that far back if pulled wide. And then Tommy can make Sasha do a lot of running from that moment if he gets him pulled wide like he did here on the ad court wide kicker. And then wrong foots him for the winner there, nicely using his forehand. I really think the deeper the match goes, the more wide serving to a player standing deep just makes them run farther. You take them outside the doubles alley on the serve, and then you either go back behind them or you run them to the open court.
Yeah, that was a vicious combination on the serve +1. This time, Paul in behind his serve +1. Bublik tried a one-handed backhand pass that went way long. you know, sometimes Sasha has ideas on the court of things to do that you wouldn't think of. That time he took the left hand off and just flailed at a backhand pass. Tommy Paul has the hold, 3-2 in the fourth set, third round action inside Arthur Ashe Stadium on this Labor Day Saturday evening on US Open Radio, presented by American Express. Gil Gross with Macca and our producer-engineer Claude Jennings on the ones and twos. Meanwhile, on Louis Armstrong Stadium, Beatrice Haddad-Maia took the opening set 6-1. Sakkari has already done better in the second, 2-1 on serve over there on Armstrong. We will keep you updated. But here inside Ashe, it is one of two Americans remaining in the draw. Tommy Paul with his back against the wall, down 2-1. Ace at love 15 from Bublik. Sasha is up to 16 aces on the match. And 15 all in this game as Bublik wastes no time on the baseline already at 15 all for the first serve. Thunderous down the tee, and Paul can't handle that return. It floats just long.
He can really fire those bombs up the tee on both boxes, and it's easier said than done. You know it's coming more likely than not, but defending them, you really have to shift your weight and your positioning all the way over, farther than you would against a normal server.
And it's a tee serve and a drop shot from Bublik, followed by a lob on the backhand, which lands on a dime in the corner.
Just a classic Bublik point, a thunderous serve down the tee. Tommy Paul did a great job getting it back, but then once again, Tommy's waiting to see the drop shot come off his racket before he starts to run forward. And that is just that fraction of a second of anticipation that makes the difference between winning the drop shot war and losing it.
Tee serve ace from Bublik. 3 apiece in the fourth. Now Bublik in his first round match hit 16 aces. In his second round match hit 16 aces. That was number 17. First serve win percentages have also been really impressive, Macca. 95% against Cilic, 84% against Schoolkate, and tonight 81%. Not as good, but still excellent.
Outstanding. Well, he really thumps that first serve. He lets it fly, and unless you're right on it, it's an extremely difficult ball to handle.
Deep first forehand by Paul. He's in control at this point, at least for the moment. Backhand cross court from Tommy. Bublik has to dig out a slice. Paul, deep forehand cross court. Now a backhand slice down the line from Paul. Bublik forehand cross into the net. 15 love for Paul.
Great point construction from Tommy Paul. There was no moment in that rally where Bublik had a chance to really play a drop shot. He was on the defense the whole time. That's the goal for Tommy Paul. Make a lot of first serves, a lot of wide first serves, and make your opponent run. There's wide again on the first serve, but a pretty deep return.
And Bublik loops a forehand defensively. In comes Paul with the forehand inside out. Forehand volley, open court. Bublik on the run. Banana peels it down the line for the passing shot winner.
That was reminiscent of a right-handed Jimmy Connors. Remember those? You probably don't, Gil. You're too young. But I remember Jimmy Connors had the greatest running forehand pass of all time at the US Open. Well, right there with Ivan Lendl, who also. But those full stretch running, curling forehand passes are just Jimmy used to light this place up year after year with that shot.
Lefty versus righty in this comparison, but Rafa wasn't bad at hitting that shot either.
Absolutely. He could make that ball bend even more than Jimmy could with his spin.
Great squash forehand from Bublik to stay in this 15-all point. Now a backhand drop shot. Paul gets there plenty of time, drives the forehand, and Bublik had a look at the pass, but he couldn't handle the pace, and it went into the middle of the net. 30-15 Paul.
Bublik's anticipation of what the opponent will do off his drop shot is just extraordinary. It's like he's psychic. He always seems to move to the right position, reads the racket face really, really well.
So true. 30-15 for Paul in this game. Kicked out wide, serve and volley. Stretch, low forehand volley from Paul. And another stretch volley from Paul. Wide open court as Bublik couldn't recover after the forehand pass took him way outside the right sideline.
Wow, that was a great serve volley play from Tommy Paul. I think Bublik somewhat mishit the return going down the line, and Tommy was at full stretch on both volleys. A courageous effort there. He had to change direction sharply at the net, and that would have put a lot of strain on his groin region there and his quads.
And a vicious serve +1 from Paul, one of his cleanest forehands of the night, to hold for 4-3. So playing good first strike tennis right now, Macca. A lot of serve and volley, good productivity off of those first forehands. And right now, even though Tommy may not be running like he does at his best, he's finding ways to hold serve.
Yes, really intelligent. He's taking care of serve right now, managing his service game well. He's serving at a high clip, not allowing Sasha Bublik to get inside the court, inside the baseline, where he can be so deadly with his drop shot or his drives. That is so critical. He cannot give up court position on his own serve down the stretch here.
Paul went 5 sets in his last match against Nuno Borges. That was 4 hours, 25 minutes, both with a couple of service winners. And Paul won 2 hours later at 1:46 a.m. Macca, I know you called that match as well. Do you see a difference in the performance from Tommy tonight versus then against Nuno?
Well, it was such a different matchup, such a different game style. There were long, protracted rallies. I felt like Tommy Paul just gutted that one out. I really didn't feel like that's the best I've seen him play. And here again tonight, I think he's just scrapping, he's fighting. His opponent is playing well. Don't feel like Tommy is anywhere near his best movement or even his best ball striking. He's missing an occasional backhand. He certainly missed his share of forehands, but he's just showing a lot of grit, a lot of courage, and trying to fight his way through to Jannik Sinner matchup.
And in crunch time, you never know what you're going to get from Bublik, and it's quite obvious at times when the nerves come into play. Force some drop shots, maybe get some double faults. But so far, so good for the world number 24, who comes into this match on a 10-match win streak. Here's another drop shot from Bublik and a forehand pass cross court. Paul covered the volley, but shoveled it wide.
Yes, that time the drop shot was from behind the baseline, like really low percentage under normal circumstances. Tommy Paul got there. He got the ball about his knee height, which wasn't high enough to put it away. Had a really good look at the volley, though. That was a disappointing miss on the angle attempt at a volley winner.
And it was an easy forehand volley put away that Tommy blew on break point in the third set. That was the only break we've seen in this match, and that is probably the biggest shot of the match as we stand. Backhand return floats long for Paul. 30 love in this game for Bublik.
Gil, on that ad side, if there was a ball marks or where the balls were landing on second serve for Sasha Bublik, you would only see him using 2/3 of the box. It's either body or forehand. I don't think you'd see one ball mark anywhere near the backhand corner of the box on second serve in particular. And he's getting away with it. He's only using 2/3 of the box and isn't being punished for that.
Paul on his forehand return, not always comfortable playing aggressive on that particular shot. But Bublik loses balance on a backhand down the line, and he laces that one wide, 30-15.
For example, if you were serving that way to like a Juan Del Potro, Pete Sampras, Andre Agassi, I mean, they're going to be murdering that second serve. This is just a little matchup thing where that's not Tommy Paul's best weapon, is that penetrating forehand return.
Yeah, the one that Tommy tends to murder is the kick to his backhand, and Bublik doesn't hit that one. As
he doesn't have that one.
Yeah, he
just by unfortunate coincidence, he doesn't own that serve at all. So yeah, I'm sure Tommy said, "Can you throw me a kicker, please?" And Sasha's like, sorry, I can't. I don't know how to hit one.
Well, actually, right on cue, Paul mishits a forehand return on a second serve from Bublik into his forehand at 30-15. Now at 40-15, Bublik transitions with the backhand down the line and a forehand volley up the right sideline for a winner. And Bublik has the hold 4-all in the fourth.
Bublik doesn't come in much, but he normally shows a deft touch when he gets his volleys. He's a very, very talented player. Like the touch with the drop shots is extraordinary. Even though it's very predictable, he hits them so well that they win him points despite his opponent knowing it's coming.
Yeah, it's so true. And we see it on the drop shot off the ground and also with the drop volleys when he's up at the net. There's no doubt about it.
He's got tremendous hands. Ultra talented player.
4-all, Paul off the net cord and long, so a second serve coming in the opening point of this service game. Second serve into the Bublik forehand. It's short, but Paul doesn't really take advantage with the forehand. And now he pulls across on the backhand wide of the sideline.
It's one of those unforced errors where I'm just concerned about the footwork. His gait looks slightly off to me. I really feel like he's dealing with something there. He's really just fighting for all he's worth here, trying to stay in control of his service game. He's dealing with another second serve now. Bublik playing deep, though, not really looking to attack the second serve.
Yeah, there could be blood in the water, though, in this game for Bublik. Backhand cross-court, Paul. Backhand cross-court, Bublik. Backhand line for Paul. Bublik forehand down the line. Now Bublik backhand, middle, Paul forehand inside in. Bublik forehand cross-court. Paul on the run misses the forehand wide, trying to take it cross-court and break that right sideline. He pulls it wide, and it's love 30.
Warning bells going off, alarm bells everywhere right now in the Tommy Paul camp. Love 30 at 4-all in the fourth. Needs a really good high percentage first serve here and dictate play.
The crowd inside Ash recognizing the importance of this moment for Tommy Paul. Love 30, first serve. Net court and long again. He's missed two first serves like that on the deuce side in this game. Second serve into the body of Bublik. Fought off with the backhand deep from Bublik.
A little bit of a flinch there from Bublik. That was a routine backhand return. Just overcooked it long, and that would really be annoying to him. Tommy Paul was under pressure there. Didn't even make him play a first shot on a second serve.
Yeah, an absolute gift. But it's still 15-30. Paul delivers. T blocked by Bublik. Deep middle. Paul forehand down the line. A good one. Draws the error on the slice, and Paul was in behind it.
That chip return was quite deep. That was a gutsy forehand from Tommy Paul. Generated a lot of pace going down the line, and then was stealing in behind it to come to the net. Really courageous play there from Tommy Paul to get it back to 30-all.
Paul cracks the first serve out wide. Rangy return by Bublik, trying to recover into the ad corner. Passing shot on the backhand. Outstanding from Bublik.
How on earth did he... I thought Tommy Paul played a beautifully constructed point. It was the wide serve and then a very efficient inside-out approach, and it looked like with one hand only on the racket that there was only going to be a chip response from Bublik, but he found a way to hit an Ivan Lendl type one-handed pass down the line, a rocket ship.
Break point Bublik. Block return on the forehand. Paul forehand cross court. Bublik on the run. Forehand deep cross. Steps into a backhand cross. Missed it. Bublik missed it, and it's deuce.
Nice job from Tommy Paul. Staying in the offense. Gee, I thought Bublik had his shot there. He'd stayed in the point long enough to have a fairly short backhand. Really tense moments here. Both players feeling it.
Fourth set. Bublik up 2-1 and pressuring Paul in this service game. And Paul gets the service winner into the body of Bublik, who struggled to get his body out of the way of that one.
This would be a huge morale booster for Tommy Paul if he can get this hold. He hasn't faced very many break points all night, so to stave off one here would be huge.
Kick serve out wide, Bublik return middle, Paul forehand, inside out behind Bublik. Bublik somehow gets it back with the backhand slice. Now he runs to his forehand and can't retrieve that one. Good dictating from Tommy Paul behind his serve, and a huge escape from the American. He hangs on for 5-4 in the fourth on US Open Radio, presented by American Express. We're past midnight now on this night 7 at the U.S. Open, day 8 if you speak in technicalities. And it's been such a great matchup on Arthur Ashe between Tommy Paul and Alexander Bublik. But it's been straightforward one-way traffic on Louis Armstrong. Beatrice Haddad-Maia is up a set and 5-2 on Maria Sakkari. She's dropped just 3 games in this third round encounter, with Amanda Anisimova awaiting the winner of this one. Haddad-Maia just off her bench and getting ready to serve out this match. Haddad-Maia entered this U.S. Open on a 4-match losing streak. First round exits in Montreal, Cincinnati, and Monterey. She's had a difficult season at just 12-23 win-loss record. 22 in the world, largely, or at least partially, because she made the quarterfinals here last year. And so far, finding her tennis in the nick of time to potentially defend these points and get into the 4th round. She's been as high as number 10 in the world, again serving at 6-1, 5-2. An hour and 4 into this match on Armstrong. The tee serve up the tee. Missed return by Sakkari on the backhand in the net. You can hear the Brazilian support inside Armstrong. Ole, 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 ole. Bia, Bia. That is her nickname, Beatrice Haddad-Maia. 15 love. Leans back, brings her feet together for the first serve. Returned easily by Sakkari, who steps into a forehand inside in, puts Haddad-Maia on the defense. Maia to her left with the forehand cross court. Sakkari backhand, middle. Haddad-Maia forehand down the line. Sakkari forehand cross. Haddad-Maia backhand cross. Sakkari steps into a forehand down the line. Haddad-Maia on the run. Can't control the forehand slice. 15-all in this game.
Haddad-Maia is so patient. She just doesn't make loose mistakes very often. She didn't do a lot with the ball in that rally. Eventually, Sakkari dictated with the forehand, won the point, but it shows you how the match has gone. I'm sure the unforced error count of Haddad-Maia would be extremely low.
16-shot rally there. Sakkari did well to keep it steady. Unforced errors for the match for Haddad Maia. You're spot on, Maka. 5. 5 unforced errors for the match, and Sakkari has 21.
That's the tail of the tape right there, Gil.
Indeed. She is 3 points away from putting this match away. Meanwhile, Bublik held for 5-all in the fourth on Ash. It's a double fault by Haddad Maia. That's one of her weaknesses. The second serve, very, very slow. It's attackable. She double faults on that occasion for 15-30.
Definitely decelerated on that one. Sometimes with the finish line in sight, it's a little difficult to be as relaxed and as calm on the serve as you are throughout the whole match.
And that one was 63 miles per hour. Haddad Maia, first serve sliced long.
That was the type of serve. Had she served volley, Gil, she probably would have passed the ball on the way to the net.
Well, we'll see what she has in store for us on this particular second serve. She's a lefty who slices it into the net again. Oh, my.
What did that clock in at? It looked like it might have been in the 50s.
That one was 76. You'd think maybe 6-1, 5-2. You might not see any nerves.
Doesn't seem like the moment to get tight.
No.
You would think maybe 6-5 in the third or the fourth might be a better occasion.
Haddad Maia is going to have to hit another second serve. Down double break point against Maria Sakkari, who has not broken all match long. 0 for 2 on her chances. Second serve, this time in the box. Sakkari forehand middle. Haddad Maia backhand up the middle. Sakkari off her heels, forehand middle. Haddad Maia keeps it safe through the center corridor of the court. Now steps in, backhand down the line. Haddad Maia scoops it cross court, short angle. Sakkari with the movement, but she can't recover into the ad corner. Haddad Maia backhand down the line winner.
Saving one break point there. She really needs now as a lefty, as a nice wide swinger out to the backhand and control the tempo of the point from there. She's been so rock solid from the baseline, just those 5 unforced errors the entire match. She'd be thinking to use my lefty serve to set up a good first strike right here.
Tommy Paul held for 6-5 in the fourth set against Alexander Bublik. Meanwhile, it's break point number 2 for Sakkari, who shuffles to her left, backhand return cross court. They trade on the ad side. Haddad Maia, the lefty, using her forehand. Sakkari, the righty, using her two-handed backhand. Now Haddad Maia changed the pattern into the Sakkari forehand, which tails wide on a down the line from Sakkari.
Nice redirect forehand down the line there from Haddad Maia. Sakkari just didn't get enough curl around the side of the ball there to bring that down the line response in. Just missed it by about 6 inches wide.
Sakkari's 11th forehand unforced error of the match. Haddad Maia's only has 2. As we mentioned, the 5, well, now the 7 unforced errors in total, but 3 of those are double faults. And she misses the first serve here at deuce. Again, she won the first set 6-1. She's up 5-2 in the second. Hoping to get into the locker room. We're past 12:30 a.m. Eastern time. Stops her motion, goes back to bounce the ball. Slow second serve into the Sakkari forehand, return deep and hard. Sakkari, forehand cross court. Haddad Maia deflects the backhand middle. Sakkari loses control on the backhand. It goes way long of the baseline by a few feet. A routine backhand from Sakkari, and Haddad Maia has a match point.
Just so patient and a lack of a transition game there. There were 3 or 4 shortish balls where Sakkari could have taken the ball on the rise and approached the net, but doesn't seem like that's in her arsenal. The ability to transition forward and take the fight to the opposition.
On match point, toss, serve, good. Sakkari forehand return inside out. Haddad Maia forehand cross. Sakkari forehand inside out with some venom. Steps into another forehand. It's deep. Haddad Maia shock absorbing. Deep forehand from the Brazilian. Haddad Maia forehand cross court. Sakkari backhand long of the baseline. And Haddad Maia advances to the 4th round quarterfinalist here last year, came in on a 4-match losing streak, but she's won 3 in a row here in New York.
She is such a great competitor. Very tall, crafty lefty, just so solid from the baseline, and she is a difficult opponent to beat as we get back to Ash, where Tommy Paul is threatening.
Yes, quickly back to Ash with Bublik at 5-6 in the fourth, but down love 30. First serve Bublik, long. This is enormous, Maka. Love 30, second serve. In a must-hold situation for Bublik if he wants to take the fourth set. Gets a short return, backhand drop shot. On comes Paul, scoops it cross court, doesn't make it. Off the top of the net tape. And it doesn't fall for Tommy, who gets beat on the first ball, backhand drop shot again.
Yes, it's not like he's not getting there completely. These are not winners off the drop shot, but he's getting to them just a fraction late. He's moving laterally every time as he recovers from his return. Just really don't understand why he's not moving a little diagonally into the court after those returns.
And you're not going to like that one either, Maka. He gets beat by the T serve on the ad side. The slice T, which has been so effective for Bublik, gets him to 30 all. That serve misses, up the tee at 127. We're over the 3-hour mark in this match. Both men have played quickly. Second serve from Bublik, top of the net tape, and a double fault.
As always, Bublik, the bigger the point, the more he's going to go for, whether it's a power second serve or a drop shot. He always wants the quick option on the big point, and you can back that in.
11th double fault of the match for Alexander Bublik. And it's set point Tommy Paul to send us to a 5th. Bublik serve, paints the center service line. It's an ace for Bublik to save the set point.
Talk about going with your strengths on the biggest of points. That was T again, and yet he made it so nasty that it beat Tommy Paul's defenses.
Another T serve. Bublik Paul can't handle that. That time he was beaten for pace. It wasn't as well spotted. 131 miles per hour down the center. So now a game point for Bublik. First serve, T. It's another ace.
It is remarkable. Yes, he's got this reputation for being an unpredictable player, but we've seen tonight that it's been extremely predictable. They're unusual shots, these huge second serves and these drop shots. They're shots that you don't see from most players. But if you understand what you're dealing with Sasha Bublik, he really is one of the most predictable players. You can rely on him to go for the drop shot or the big second serve on the big points.
So it's our third tie-break set of the match. There's only been one break of serve. Jam shot, body serve by Paul, sets up the approach shot, which he takes cross-court into Bublik's forehand, which misfires on the pass, and it's 1-love Paul.
A wise decision to approach to the forehand there. Big moment, and that particular forehand he over topspin so badly it didn't even reach the net.
Ad side, first serve, Bublik, slice T into the net. He's gone up the center on the ad 57% of the time. The other 17% is body center. So really it's around 70% Bublik has gone up the tee. At love 1, they're in a baseline rally. Backhand cross-court Bublik. Now forehand down the line. Wrong foot's Paul, slice backhand long. And it's 1-all. Good forehand down the line there from Bublik.
They're valuable because he doesn't want too many of those. He knows he can't make too many of those. But so when he gets a good, strong forehand ground stroke winner, it's almost like 2 points for him. They're really confidence boosting and demoralizing for Tommy Paul to lose a baseline rally to an opponent that he knows doesn't love his forehand ground stroke.
Bublik serve, good. Good connection on the backhand return by Paul. Ranges to his left. Backhand open stance from Paul into the net. 2-1 Bublik.
It's almost a surprise on the +1 when Bublik hits a drive. He's played so many +1 drop shots. That's the norm with his creativity. It's the outlier when he actually drives that first ball after the serve, which he did on that occasion.
Now the serve of Tommy Paul. Going up the center, missed it long and wide.
Bublik coming in close to return here for a change.
Backhand return, deep middle, fought off by the Paul forehand. Paul, forehand down the line. Bublik, backhand down the line. Paul, forehand cross court with height. Bublik, even more height on a forehand down the line. Backhand cross court. Bublik, backhand drop shot. Paul on the forehand, drives it down the line. Winner.
One of the very few times Bublik didn't anticipate where Tommy was going. His spidey senses betrayed him on that one, and Tommy Paul gets a rare victory in the drop shot war.
Big time for Tommy Paul.
Tommy was able to keep a good enough depth there that the drop shot was played from just behind the baseline, which is much harder to beat the opponent when you're playing your drop shots from that far back.
First serve, Paul, into the net.
This time, Bublik playing much deeper on second serve return.
Paul has won 60% of his second serve points in the match. That's a good number for the American, who puts a forehand up the middle into a Bublik backhand middle. Bublik backhand middle, Paul forehand inside in. Gets Bublik running. That's the error from Bublik on the forehand as he tried to play it down the line but found the net.
Yes, his forehand, he's capable of some great winners off that side, but you're also very capable of missing by big margins. We've seen some forehand groundies go way long. That one was halfway up the net. Tommy Paul playing sound strategy there, asking the hard questions of the forehand groundie.
Bublik, slice serve tee. Chip return, just stays inside the sideline, and Bublik, backhand down the line. A winner from an improbable position on that two-hander.
But it stays in line with his strategy. Short point under pressure. I don't want a protracted rally. That time the chip return was so deep, a drop shot really wasn't an option for him on that ball. So he chose his second option, was go for a winner down the line, and he pulled it off beautifully.
Tommy Paul just clapped his hands as that backhand down the line from Bublik landed plumb in the corner, and the two men changed sides at 3-all. Let's go, Tommy chants ringing down inside Arthur Ashe Stadium. Chair umpire Nacho Forcadell telling the crowd that the players are ready, and Bublik is with his first serve, which goes into the net as he was looking for the tee. Bublik with 19 aces in the match and 11 double faults. And now it's 12.
Yes, went against the grain there and tried for a big wide second serve, which he so rarely does. I'm very surprised he went for the low percentage one there. He's been going with his strengths on most of the significant points. That time he tried to force one wide on a big second serve, and it betrayed him.
So Paul up the mini break, 4-3. Trying to reach the fourth round of the U.S. Open for a third consecutive year. Block return by Bublik. Forehand cross-court, Paul. Paul, forehand, middle. Bublik, backhand, cross-court. Paul, backhand, cross. Bublik, backhand, middle. Paul, forehand, inside out. Bublik, backhand down the line, hard. Hooks the forehand, breaking the sideline with the cross-court. And Paul chips the forehand long. Leans over at the waist after that point, maybe uncomfortable moving yet again. Bublik has recovered the mini break for 4-all.
Fine point by Sasha Bublik there. He showed some patience on that occasion. 8 or 9 quality grand strokes in a row. Really trusted his forehand under pressure that time to great effect.
Paul, first serve, tee long. On the near baseline, deuce side at 4-all in the tie break. Kick serve into the Bublik body. Forehand with plenty of height and shape as Bublik's way back behind the baseline. Paul flirts with the baseline on a forehand. It stays in play. Bublik turns his hips on a forehand down the line. And a backhand down the line. Too hot to handle for Paul. Off the racket of Bublik, another backhand down the line beauty. We've seen 2 of them in this breaker.
That's a shot he trusts implicitly. It really, most players would not have taken this backhand up the line. He was behind the baseline, but he was looking to assert himself in the point, didn't want a long rally, and he took on the backhand down the line to win the point and get a chance to serve for this match. 2 serves up, coming up 5-4.
It's on the racket of the 28-year-old. Serve up the tee, block return, good from Paul. Drop shot from Bublik in the net. We've rarely seen Bublik miss the backhand drop shot.
That might be the first time in the 3+ hours that he has missed a drop shot short. It's been an absolute clinic of touch until that moment when it mattered most.
I cannot recall another drop shot put in the net from Bublik. And there have been, what, 20 in the match?
I'd say 40.
5-all, fourth set tiebreak. Bublik, serve up the tee. Good deep return by Paul. And the Bublik backhand is long.
Just when he was on the precipice of victory, a couple of rogue mistakes there. A drop shot left short in the tape, and then a routine backhand mistimed wide. And in the blink of an eye, Tommy Paul is now at set point to square this match at 2 sets all.
And this one is on Tommy Paul's serve. 6-5, fourth set tiebreak. Ash is getting loud. Paul, toss, serve, good. Bublik block return, short forehand for Paul. Bublik forehand down the line. Paul backhand cross. Bublik backhand down the line in the net. We are going 5. A second straight 5-setter. Under the lights inside Arthur Ashe Stadium for Tommy Paul. Can he do it again against Alexander Bublik? We'll find out on US Open Radio, presented by American Express. Well, we have not had a lot of ultra late nights at this 2025 US Open through 7 days of play. But both nights that have gone late have been Tommy Paul specials against Nuno Borges a couple nights ago in the second round, and tonight against Alexander Bublik. It's another 5-setter for Tommy Paul. Struggling physically, can he do it again? Will Bublik reach his first ever U.S. Open 4th round? That's what's on the line tonight. Gil Gross alongside David McPherson, our producer, and engineer Claude Jennings is with us on the 1s and 2s. Bublik up 30-15 in this opening service game of the 5th set. And we'll get a chance to breathe and talk about what we've seen so far in a moment. We'll hit this 30-15 point for Bublik, a second serve to Paul, who returns it on the forehand and snaps it aggressively wide. Tommy leaning that way. But Macca, we were just talking about how in this 5-set match, at no point has it dragged. It has been just a blazing pace and so interesting to watch.
Yes, Bublik is always going for something, isn't he? Whether it's a winner down the line or a drop shot or a huge second serve as he just powers an ace wide there to go up 1-love. It's never dull with Sasha Bublik because he's always trying to make something happen. He doesn't want to play a solid, protracted, predictable rally, and so you can always expect the unexpected with him.
Do you feel like he got nervous in the end there with the finish line in sight?
Boy, he sure did, because we've seen his drop shot find its mark all night, and then at 5-4, and to be honest, Tommy Paul, I don't think had it defended. Had he made the drop shot a couple of feet over the net, I think it would have been good enough to win the point again, but the nerves got to him, left the drop shot short, and then at 5-all he served betrayed him.
Paul serving now at love 1 near baseline. Now, some people have said in the past that Alexander Bublik doesn't care about his results, and some of it has been his own comments in press as Paul slaps a flat forehand down the line for a winner. Well, Bublik has made remarks about how it's just a job and that he doesn't care that much, but all of that was sort of put to rest with what we've seen this year. And first of all, how emotional he was in triumphing over Jack Draper at Roland Garros, making his first major quarterfinal as he ranges right for a forehand. Paul inside out, that time just missed. Aggressiveness from Tommy on the forehand. Now, Bublik does care about his results, and we see it in sometimes how nervous he gets.
Oh, Gil, I think that's so true. Like, he wouldn't be going for these outrageous shots if he didn't care. You know, this is why he's trying to end points so quickly, is because the nerves get the better of him in longer rallies. So it's the exact reverse. He cares so much that he has to play this way and portray himself in that fashion. And I thought that was the same, ironically, for Nick Kyrgios. I felt like the pressure of the expectations that he had on himself to be great and to be the way as successful as the world thought he could be. I think everything that he did that manifested out of him was all out of a feeling of expectations and feeling the pressure.
Paul just double faulted at 15-all, so now 15-30 as he takes time away on a short forehand cross court, follows it up with the down the line approach, overhead Paul in the net. Bublik is going to have a couple of break points at 15-40.
Oh, and the tragic part about that miss, Gil, is that I think the lob was going wide. I don't think Tommy Paul even needed to play the smash. We're always taught, when in doubt, don't let it drop. This was a case where I think it was going to land 2 or 3 inches wide. Tommy missed the smash.
At 15-40, Paul misses his first serve. Bublik is 1 of 4 on break points. Second serve into the body. Good width on the forehand cross-court return. Now Bublik is pulled out wide. Forehand squash shot. Bublik backhand down the line. Paul forehand slice in the net. Great movement by Bublik, who turns defense into offense and snatches the break here in set 5. 2-love.
And another deadly backhand up the line. What makes him so tricky to play is that his go-to shots are actually shots that you don't see that often. This backhand down the line, the drop shots, they're sort of unusual shots that you don't get to defend very often in tennis, or as often as the cross-court shots. And so when he goes for his favorite shots, they're very difficult to counter.
Well, 1 break was the difference in set 3. It was all Bublik needed because Sasha has not been broken all match. He is 6 for 6 on break points saved. And that deserves some love and respect from Bublik's standpoint, because Tommy is one of the better returners in the sport. To go 5 sets and potentially not get broken is an unbelievable feat from Bublik, who's won 9 out of the last 10 points.
And as we said earlier, Gil, it's really a matchup problem. His favorite serve under pressure is the powered swinging tee, and that's Tommy's less favorite return. He normally gets those in play, but off the backhand return, if that was reversed, he would be doing way more damage.
Deep return by Paul, down 30 love on this return game, and it's a half-hearted backhand that just finds the center or the corner, and now they trade backhand and backhand with a lot of pace. Bublik down the line, and he got it. Back of the baseline, Bublik is unconscious on his backhand down the line.
If he wins this match, like, he really should take his backhand down the line out for dinner. And his drop shot. I think his drop shot deserves like 2 dinners.
Can you do that? I didn't know that.
I don't know if that's a thing.
First serve, tee covered by Paul, but blasted long. So that's a quick hold for Bublik, who has started this 5th set. I believe he has won, I want to say 14 out of the 16 points for a 3-love lead.
Yes, Gil, this really comes as a surprise to me. I thought all the momentum was with Tommy Paul when he snatched the 4th set from the jaws of defeat. To his credit, Sasha Bublik has come out and played 3 really inspired games to retake the momentum here at 3-love in the 5th. Albeit Tommy Paul led to his own demise with a few missteps there, trying to go for a smash that was going to land wide. But it's really been a brave effort from Sasha Bublik as well to shake off the disappointment of being so close to victory. And that's one of the toughest things in tennis. When you get to match point or virtual match point and it doesn't happen, that really takes a lot out of a player.
Yeah, it's 12 out of the first 14 points of set 3 have gone the way of Alexander Bublik. Mecca, Bublik won a title in Montpellier last year, where he lost the first set in every single match. He became the first player in ATP history to win a title without winning a first set.
I did not know that. That's a remarkable stat. Look, he's an extraordinary player. He has a skill set different to nearly everyone else on the tour. And even though he has some deficiencies in more basic areas, just like being consistent, just cross-court ground strokes, especially off the forehand wing, aren't his forte. But because his strengths are so unique, players really struggle to deal with him, to counter him.
And we've talked about Tommy Paul's U.S. Open history, but let's cover Alexander Bublik's. This is his 2nd time in the 3rd round in New York, but the last time came all the way back in his debut in 2019. He has never made the 4th round here, trying to do so for the first time tonight, and he's got the 3-love lead in the 5th set. In fact, Bublik entered this event on a 5-match losing streak at hardcourt slams, 3 first-round losses in Australia, 2 first-round losses in a row in New York, and Bublik begins this return game by firing another forehand winner, a no-doubter, as Tommy Paul did not move off the center line.
Yeah, Tommy's really just fighting with all he's got here. I think we can tell that his body is not anywhere near 100% at this point. Combination of fatigue and perhaps a little injury in there that we don't know about, but he is showing a lot of guts and so much heart for the New York fans here.
Yeah, totally agree. I think if you see Tommy move, it's just very obvious. You know, it's not the same elite athlete that we know Tommy Paul is. He hasn't been able to impose himself with that smothering court coverage.
Which has really been a problem tonight because he's playing someone that's drop shotting so much. So that 10 or 15% that he's missing with his movement has just been a real problem tonight for him.
And it's 10 straight points for Bublik. Love 30. Paul already down the break in this 5th. Second serve, Bublik forehand return, hard middle. Tommy Paul backhand inside out, puts Bublik on the run. Bublik flicks it middle on the forehand, now steps into a backhand inside in. Bublik backhand down the line. Paul forehand cross court. Bublik forehand cross court. Paul slices the forehand short. Bublik forehand inside out. Paul backhand slice lob. Bublik overhead, lets it bounce and puts it away into the ad corner.
Wow, Bublik is really rolling now. There were a couple of shortish forehands in that point where I was so sure he was going to go for the drop shot because that's what he's done for 4 sets. But his confidence is right up right now. He drove through those forehands ended the point with a strong forehand approach, followed by a bounce smash off the Tommy Paul response. Tommy's doubled over now in discomfort, but back at the line at love 40.
Paul was bent over at the waist, hands on knees after that point concluded. Down love 40 with the forehand inside out. Bublik backhand down the line, too good. Paul got there, but he couldn't do anything with it. Bublik refuses to miss a backhand down the line. That shot has been a buzzsaw for Tommy Paul, and it's 4-love Bublik, a double break. You had one push at the end of the fourth set for Tommy, but reality has come crashing down very, very quickly in this fifth, where Bublik now leads by a double break in 4-love.
And once again, it's his predictable unpredictability that's doing the damage. Most players would take that shot cross court, but predictably, Bublik did not. He just chanced he's down the line, and he's got the confidence to pull it off right now.
You feel Tommy Paul, if he had 100% speed as Bublik hits another backhand drop shot winner, and I'm not sure what the reaction is from the crowd. It sounds like boos to me.
Oh, they're booing the fact that he's drop shotting an injured player, I think. But that's a little...
Well, that's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Okay, 15-love. I have seen that once
Gil,
before, though.
Don't argue with a New York crowd. No. Don't be Daniil Medvedev here. Just let them do whatever they want to do.
Forehand return is offensive from Paul. Now drives a backhand cross court. Bublik defends well to get back into the point, but then gives up the forehand unforced error into the net, and it's 15-all.
And that's the type of routine forehand that Sasha Bublik can miss. It was, as Tommy's talking with his box, and they were having their words in the previous round where there was seemingly some dissent, and I'm not sure what was said there, but
I think they were laughing.
Oh, I hope so, yeah.
Yeah. No, I don't think there was any contentiousness. +1 forehand approach by Bublik, draws the error on the forehand cross court, 30-15. Now, the one thing, Macca, is that his name is Bublik. So I thought for a moment they might be saying boo in celebration of Sasha.
Yeah, that's very clever, but I think you're reaching there. This crowd is pro Tommy Paul, and they were booing the fact that he drop shot an injured American.
I think you're right. I'm just covering our bases here. And it has happened inside Ash. In fact, with Holger Rune playing Novak Djokovic back in the day, as Bublik swats away a point-blank sitter forehand for the winner, set up by a big first serve, 40-15. Holger was having some success against Novak. The crowd was going, Rune. And Novak thought that he was being booed and did not take kindly to it. It was a terrible misunderstanding.
That was at Wimbledon, wasn't it?
It was at the U.S. Open. It might have happened also at Wimbledon.
Somehow, in the blink of an eye, it is 5-love in the fifth to Alexander Bublik.
In fairness, everything in this match has happened in a blink of an eye. It was a service winner to cap off that game from Bublik, slice serve out wide. But even when they were holding serve, I mean, this match has been fast-paced, high-octane. It's only 3.5 hours in this fifth set, and that's how Alexander Bublik likes it.
Yes, everything's been done on his terms tonight, hasn't it? His favorite shots, his favorite serves have all paid dividends. He's really had it all his own way. The drop shots, you would think on a hard court against one of the tour's fastest players, wouldn't be that successful. It's a shocker. I do feel like, yes, Tommy is not at 100%, but I'm also feeling like his anticipation was a little off. I think that he should have been more hyper-aware that the first ball drop shots were coming earlier in the match, and unless he can find something quite extraordinary, his dreams of a deep U.S. Open run are going to be dashed here tonight.
Yeah, and I'm just thinking when it comes to all those drop shots, I don't recall one really good redrop from Paul, a reply to the drop shot with a drop shot of his own that affected Bublik. Maybe a couple of attempts here or there, but none that stick in my mind. And you know, we got that wrong in the pre-match, Mako. We thought that Paul was going to be ready for these drop shots, and we've seen it in the past with Carlos Alcaraz against Paul on hard courts. A couple of epic encounters in Canada. Tommy Paul has beaten Carlos Alcaraz and neutralized that drop shot. but tonight it's been a different story. Yes, the movement has not been 100% for Tommy after a left foot injury at Wimbledon, an ab injury at Roland Garros. It just feels like he hasn't been healthy all summer long, and he's just battled his way through. But it looks like the time is running out on Tommy Paul's battling as Bublik now up 5-love in the fifth. Tommy pockets the first game of this service game with an unreturned serve out wide into the Bublik forehand. Paul at 15-love, slow first serve. Bublik connects on the return, forehand down the line, puts Paul on the scramble, and the backhand in the net from Tommy Paul.
It's right when it would have been perfectly understandable for Sasha Bublik to be a bit dejected and play a little bit despondently. He has really freed up. His forehand, I think, in this set has been the best it's been of all the sets.
And when he's relaxed and he's driving through that forehand with a lot of RPM, we'd seen it a couple times this summer. Roland Garros against Draper, Halle against Sinner, where he's been able to punch up against the big guns, and Bublik has been so dangerous. It is Jannik Sinner awaiting in the next round, and it looks like it will be a rematch of that Halle tie in the next round here at the US Open. Bublik tries to unload on a forehand. It's slowed down by the net on the way into Paul. Bublik with another big forehand. Paul on his heels. Bublik steps in, forehand inside out winner. A no-doubter from Bublik from the service line, and it's 30-all. Bublik 2 points away.
I know it's a crazy thing to say, but Tommy Paul, if he can just get to 5-1, I mean, Bublik takes so much risk on his second serve. Like, anything is possible. I think that Tommy needs to dig in here, find a way to get that one game, and then make Sasha serve it out.
They're in a neutral baseline rally. Paul backhand cross court. Bublik backhand down the line. Oh, Bublik forehand down the line. Paul backhand cross court, well angled. Drags Bublik off the court. He can't make the backhand.
Gutsy point from Tommy Paul. He had to move side to side there. Somehow found a beautiful little angle cross court backhand that won him a chance to hold serve here and get on the board in the fifth set at 40-30.
Paul to avoid the bagel. First serve tee. Bublik drive, forehand return, lots of pace, and Paul was rushed on that first backhand to put it in the net.
One of the most offensive, clean forehand returns we've seen the whole match there from Alexander Bublik. Really hit through that one. Very clean, very deep.
Both of these men 28 years old. Paul's first serve tee, Bublik backhand return short. Paul steps in, backhand cross court, pulled it just wide. Match point coming for Sasha Bublik.
And I just know Bublik wants this really badly right now. Like, even at 5-1, he doesn't like to go for conservative second serves. He really, really would like to end this now and take the pressure off his service game.
Match point at 5-love for Alexander Bublik in the fifth set. Paul, forehand inside out. Bublik backhand middle. Paul forehand cross court. Bublik running forehand down the line long.
Great job, Tommy Paul, refusing to wilt, refusing to buckle. Back to juice, just scrapping and clawing, trying to make Bublik serve it out and earn his place in the last 16.
Paul has competed with a lot of pride already tonight. Slice serve out wide, another hard forehand return by Bublik. Driven backhand down the line, and the Paul forehand flies on him for the error on the forehand to give Bublik match point number 2.
Crowd so desperately want to see this match extended. If he wins and if he saves another match point, they will really be on their feet.
Taylor Fritz, the only American remaining in the draw for now, but it's match point Bublik at 5-love in the fifth. Another big forehand by Paul to fend it off.
Courageous forehand. The return was very solid. It was quite deep. Tommy just loaded up on the outside leg and found the balance and the timing and the strength to nuke one into the open court and get it back to juice. Courageous stuff.
Paul on the near baseline fires the serve tee, but long. And the second serve comes kicking in. Bublik runs around for a forehand middle. Paul snatches at a backhand down the line, and Bublik goes down the line on his forehand, and that flares wide of the right sideline.
A little bit of a loose forehand there. Sometimes when you almost break to win a match, it makes it more difficult to serve it out if you don't.
That's true. A slow first serve from Paul is a let. Came in at only 90 miles per hour. We've definitely seen the serve impacted a little bit in this fifth set, just not as much energy there.
Yes, the tank is definitely on low right now, but he's refusing to go down quietly. Another let. That's the last thing he wants right now is lets.
Yeah, seriously.
He'd be like, can we just change the rule to where we play the lets, please, and save energy?
All right, first serve, Paul. Into the backhand of Bublik, sharp return. They go backhand of backhand. Bublik nets it. And Tommy Paul with a prideful hold for 5-1.
Bublik leads by 5-1. Final set.
So Tommy Paul, the miracle possibility is kept alive. 2 match points saved in that last service game from Paul.
And these first 2 points are critical. As the server, you're really trying to get up 30 love and take the pressure off yourself when you're serving for the match. If Tommy Paul can defend these first 2 points, he's still a chance.
First serve T. Paul, deep backhand return. Bublik forehand cross court. Paul forehand cross court with depth. Paul backhand into the net, and he fakes like he was going to chuck his racket. He was locked in for that point, and that's a routine backhand that he expects to make.
I think he was too tired to throw his racket, Gil.
Bublik working quickly at 15 love. T serve, so good.
His absolute best T serve of the night. It was incredible. Struck at a ferocious pace on the outside 8th of the line and swinging away from the right-handed forehand. Amazing serve.
Ace number 21 for Bublik, who's 2 points away. Hits a wide serve, blocked back by Paul. It was nearly long, but it stayed in. Running backhand Paul. Backhand cross court, Bublik a winner. Triple match point for Alexander Bublik on his serve.
He stepped into that backhand with authority, created an incredible angle, serving this match out with aplomb to this point.
At 5-1, Bublik misses the first serve. Alexander Bublik, the 28-year-old, ranked 24 in the world. Huge second serve, his 22nd ace of the match, off the center service line. And Alexander Bublik is through to the 4th round of the US Open for the very first time on an 11-match winning streak. He beats Tommy Paul for the first time in his career, the 4th attempt. 6-1 in the 5th at 1:16 in the morning inside Arthur Ashe Stadium.
Well, what can I say? I mean, he backed his strengths to the very end. I thought there was still a glimmer of hope there for Tommy Paul when he held serve to get on the board in the 5th set. But as he did all night, Sasha Bublik went to his strengths. He went for his T serve, first and second serve, when it really counted. His backhand down the line was a huge factor in the match. His drop shots, of course, were a major contributor to his success.
Well, let's go back to the handshake. Was that like a secret handshake between Tommy and Sasha there? They did a little bit of a pinky interlock. And also Sasha, as Tommy walks off Arthur Ashe, an acknowledgement and another embrace. It is a disappointing result for Tommy Paul at face value, but I think he'll be very proud of his effort fighting through physical issues. But for Paul, still no U.S. Open quarterfinals as he looks towards the U.S. Open in 2026.
Yeah, really tough night for Tommy. I mean, he gave it his all. So courageous, gutsy. There's no way he's at 100%. And gosh, that's 2 Americans with Ben Shelton and Tommy Paul that now would probably be in doubt for the Davis Cup upcoming in Delray Beach. That's right around the corner, and I know Captain Bob Bryan would be concerned.
Let's hear it for an incredible last match of the day.
Pam Shriver with Alexander Bublik.
What does it feel like to be entering the 2nd week of a major having not dropped serve the entire tournament?
Well, to be honest, I would like to start with something else. I mean, we all saw that Ben got injured. It was really pity. And then I saw today Tommy. So I would like to wish them, you know, the best recovery because they're close friends. And it was a pity to see them like this. So let's wish Ben and Tommy a good recovery.
Such great sportsmanship on both sides of the court. Thank you very much. Now about your serve. It's incredible.
Yes, it is. I have no explanation.
And he's humble.
I was playing today, and I was like, eventually it's gonna happen, right? So he had a couple of set points, and then I was serving for the match. I was like, okay, let's hope not today. I mean, I have a next match against Jannik, so probably that will be the match. I would probably drop a couple of serves.
The other vital shot for you was your drop shot. You hit, I think, 38 of them, winning 28. How important was the drop shot? Because you played some on some huge points.
It sounds really important according to your stats, huh? So I guess that's part of my game, like a serve, so I try to mix it up, and today was working really well, and especially at such court, you know, I was not really comfortable at the beginning, but yeah, it worked really well.
You've beaten Jannik Sinner 2 of the last 3 times you've played. That's your next opponent. Tell us about that match.
That's tough. Really tough. And in 5-set format, I haven't done it yet, but, you know, I try to use my chances, get the recovery now, and I hope I'm not going to be playing 11 o'clock.
Let's hear it for Alexander Bublik. What a night. What a night.
I think he means 11 a.m., by the way. He doesn't like to play in the morning. He likes to sleep in. He's notorious for this. But there's only 2 men who have beaten Jannik Sinner in the last year. That's Carlos Alcaraz and that man, Sasha Bublik. It's going to be a good one.
Yes, and I think Jannik Sinner and his team will be putting in the request for the early match. And as the #1 player in the world, you'll probably get it too. So it's interesting how the great players of our game do tend to get their schedule requests granted often, and in my opinion, they totally deserve it. So we'll be interesting to see when that match is scheduled.
Alexander Bublik, 20 wins versus 2 losses since Roland Garros, 11 wins in a row, through to the 4th round at the US Open for the very first time after winning a 5-setter tonight against Tommy Paul past 1 a.m. in the morning. It was 6-1 in the 5th. Macca, this has been an absolute blast doing my first radio play-by-play shift here on US Open Radio. I've been reporting as a roamer or a court reporter for the last 5 years, and I just couldn't have asked for better support from you and a better partner here on air.
Gil, you crushed it. We crushed it together. It was a wonderful night of tennis, that's for sure.
A thank you to everybody who tuned in on the US Open app, usopen.org, tune in, SiriusXM, and our YouTube channel. And a thank you for everybody in the back and our producer and engineer, Claude Jennings. That'll do it for us on this day 7 at the 2025 US Open. Hope you join us again tomorrow for our morning show at 10:30 a.m. Until then, this is Gil Gross, David McPherson signing off. Alexander Bublik, the 28-year-old, ranked 24 in the world. Huge second serve, his 22nd ace of the match, off the center service line. And Alexander Bublik is through to the 4th round of the US Open for the very first time on an 11-match winning streak. He beats Tommy Paul for the first time in his career, the 4th attempt, 6-1 in the 5th at 1:16 in the morning inside Arthur Ashe Stadium.
This is where barrier breakers meet dream chasers. This is where tradition meets trendy. And every moment, history. The US Open, spectacular awaits.
You're listening to US Open Radio, presented by American Express. Coverage will continue when play resumes. Make sure to tune in for the next chapter of Spectacular.